veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. Man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. Man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. I've been driving this train, years is in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah.
So that now we're gonna be able to create our Flutter application, we need to go to our terminal. So let me open the terminal. So when I open the terminal, so I need to open a new tab here. So the new tab, we're gonna zoom it like this. So we need to come to our home. So here we need to go to the development. So development like this. Then here we need to create a new directory that will hold our project. So here we need to make directory. Then we name it what? We want to name it stylish admin frontend. Okay, front end like this. So here what I'll do, I need to go to this stylish admin frontend. So in this part we need to, you can see it is empty. So first of all, before you come to this point, make sure you have installed your Flutter and the required packages. So like mine, we can say Flutter Doctor. So Flutter Doctor, then like this. So this one gonna display what we have for our Flutter. So as you can see, I'm using the stable channel, the 3.32.5. So this is the latest one as the time for recording. Okay, so as you can see, we have the Android toolchain, then we have the SDK version of that 5.0, then we have the, so make sure that then it's a problem where you want to accept the licenses, make sure you accept them. So then we have the Google Chrome for developing the web, so then which we'll be using for our case now. So then this is for Linux, leave that. Then I have the Android Studio, that one. Then I have the VS Code and other things. Okay, so it is doing well. So what we'll do here, to create a web application, you're gonna say Flutter. So Flutter create. So this one you can name, you can give just a name here. So our name will be stylish admin. Okay, so we can say stylish, yeah, we can name it stylish admin like this. But I don't want to create like this one, because this one gonna create different packages for different platforms. So what I'll do, I'm gonna remove that one. So as you can see, we have that one. When you go to the stylish admin, when you have the Linux, you have the Mac OS, Android, iOS, so we don't want to work with that. So we need to go back. So we need to remove recursively. Then we remove our stylish admin. So as you can see, currently we don't have. So what I'll do, I want to say Flutter create now stylish admin. Then we want to pass our platform, the one that we are developing for. So we're gonna say platforms. Here we want web. So this one gonna create a web app for the one that we're gonna use. Okay, so make sure you do like that. So we need to go to the stylish. So we need to go to the stylish admin like that. So as you can see, we have only web. Okay, so here we need to now to open our VS Code here. Okay, so this one gonna open our VS Code. So it has opened the VS Code. Let me open it. So in here, as you can see, we have the welcome. So then we have, yes, trust the others. So here in this, we're gonna be able to start working on it. We'll be using Clean Architecture with Flutter. So then we're gonna use BLoC for state management. So if you want to understand about Clean Architecture, I have a video in my channel, you can check it. then you can be able to learn more about Clean Architecture. So currently we're gonna be able to create our application from this point. So first of all, we need to come here in the pubspec.yaml. So we need to clean this, so that we need to have our clean pubspec.yaml. okay, so just remove these comments, so like that. So after removing this, we need to go to our main.dat. So in our main.dat, then we start working on it. Okay, now our pubspec.yaml, it is clean. So just come here in our main.dat. So here in our main.dat, as you can see, still it has more comments, and we want to clean them. So then I'm gonna remove my home page here. So what we need to do, we're gonna now start working on the login page. So the next thing that we need to do, it is now to start organizing our code. So what we'll do here, we need to have 3 different folders. So we're gonna have the app. So this one gonna have our app there. So instead of putting it in the main.dat, then we need the next one we need, it is the core folder. So then the core folder, then we need the features folder. Okay, so we have the 3 folders. So let me explain what is going on. So when you are creating, because you'll be following the Flutter Clean Architecture, so this isn't just some arbitrary convention. It's a strategic move to build a scalable, maintainable, and testable applications. So wasting time with a messy code base is a fast track to failure. So this structure forces the discipline. So what happens the moment you follow the Flutter Clean Architecture? There are two top level directories that always stand out. So the core and the features. So understanding these distinct roles is paramount to leveraging the power of this architectural pattern. So it's about separating concerns and building a resilient system. So the features folder, so this is where the business logic and user-facing functionalities of your application reside. So each subdirectory within features typically represents a distinct feature of your app. So think of things like maybe Auth, so where it's gonna have the authentication like login, registration, logout. Maybe you need a profile, maybe you need other things, settings. So these are the features. So the key characteristics of the features folder, it is the encapsulation. So each feature is a self-contained module, so it handles its own presentation. So that is the widgets, screens, the application logic like use cases or the interactors, and the domain logic, that is the entities, models specific to that feature. So the independence, so ideally, so while features might interact, they should be as decoupled as possible. So a change of one feature ideally shouldn't ripple through unrelated features. Okay, so then focus, so developers can concentrate on a specific piece of functionality without getting lost in the entire code base. So why we need to structure this by features, it is the scalability. So adding new features or modifying the existing ones becomes much simpler. So you are working within a defined boundary. So you can do a team collaboration, different teams or developers can work on different features concurrently with minimal conflicts. Then it's good for maintainability. So debugging and understanding the code is easier when it it's organized by functional area. So then our core folder, so this one, our core folder, so this is the shared foundation. So the core folder, on the other hand, contains code that is not specific to any single feature, but it's shared across multiple features or the entire application. So it provides the foundational building blocks and cross-cutting concerns. So think of it as the engine and the chassis of your application. Okay, so all features rely on it. So we're gonna create the common folders here in the core folder. So first of all, we're gonna start with gonna say the utils. We need the utils first. So say utils. So this folder houses the utility functions, the constants, extension methods, and helper classes that are generic and can be used anywhere in the application. So that is part. Then we need errors here. So the new folder is errors. So this one will handle the errors. We're gonna put our failures and exceptions there. Then we have the network. So the one that gonna handle the network, so contains the abstraction and implementations for interacting with the external services or the platform specific functionalities. Then we have the use cases. So the use cases here, you say use cases like that. So the use cases are the feature that sometimes you have use cases that are truly generic and applicable across different parts of the app. So we need to put them there. Then we have the theme. So here theme. So theme like that. So this purpose, so it is centralizes all the application wide styling. So theming, colors, typography, and visual constants. So then we have the dependency injection. So we say DI, you can name it DI, or you can name it also the injection container or service locator. So the purpose, it manages the dependency injection setup for the entire application. So this is where you register your repositories, data sources, use cases, and other things, so they can be easily accessed where needed. So then we have the routes. So we have routes also. So this one, we're gonna put the routing there. Then there are other things that we're gonna add later. So that is the part for the clean architecture. So what I need to do is that we need now to start with our first feature. So our first feature, it will be Auth. So Auth here. So when you are creating applications using the clean architecture, so in the Auth, you need to have 3 folders. So the domain layer, the domain layer. Then we need to have the presentation. So presentation, and also the data layer. So these 3, let me come up with an image that I'll show you to explain this part. So let us open that part. So as you can see here, we have the domain, we have the data, domain, and presentation layer. So in the data layer, we have the data sources. So the data sources, these are where we're gonna get the data. So the domain layer, this is the innermost. As you can see, it is the innermost layer and contains the business logic. It's independent of any framework or user interface. So the data layer, this layer, it is responsible for retrieving and storing data from various sources, either network, either local database, or any other place. So it implements the repository contracts defined in the domain layer. The presentation layer, this is the outermost layer and handles UI and user interaction. So it uses BLoC, or any other state management solution to manage state and communicate with the domain layer through use cases. So as you can see here, we have this. So we have the entities here, so we define the entities there. So the entities are just what defines the core business objects of your authentication feature. Okay, so these are plain data objects and should not contain any framework specific code. So like that. Then we have the repository, so we're going to define the contracts. So that is just abstract classes or interfaces for data operations. So like that. Then we have the use cases. Use cases encapsulates a single specific business rule or action. So use cases orchestrate calls to repositories to achieve a specific goal. So they are the entry points to the domain layer from the presentation layer. So that is part for the domain layer. So the data layer, so this layer is responsible for the concrete implementation of the repository contracts defined in the domain layer. It fetches the data from the external sources. So we have the data sources, so contains the actual code that interacts with the data sources. So this can be remote API or even the local. So either using shared preferences or any other package for getting the local data. So the models defines the data transfer objects that represent the structure of data coming from external sources. So these models include methods like from JSON and to JSON. So for serialization and deserialization. So they are also responsible for converting themselves to and from domain entities. So the repositories contains the concrete implementation of the repository contracts defined in the domain layer. So then the presentation layer, we have the BLoC. So this contains the BLoC components, and so that is blocks, qubits, event states for managing the state of the authentication user interface. Okay, so then pages, we have this one gonna contain the main UI screens for the authentication feature. Okay, so this we're gonna have either stateless widgets and stateful widgets, so that we're gonna use the BLoC provider to access the auth block and BLoC builder or BLoC listener to react to the state changes. Then we have the widgets and other things. Okay, so that is our part for explaining what we are going to deal with. So the next thing that we need to do now, we need to go to our Visual Studio and we start working on the authentication feature. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to open our terminal. So the moment we open our terminal, we want to add the packages that we'll be using. First, the common ones that we're gonna start with. So the first one, Flutter pub, we need to add the Equatable. So this one is good for equating. So then after doing Equatable, let us wait for it to download. So we have installed Equatable. So the next one that we need is Flutter pub. We need to add Flutter block because we'll be using for this one for state management. So that one has installed. So the next one that we need to do to add it is the DIO package. This will be used to connect us to the APIs. So we're gonna say Flutter pub add. We need to add, spelling it is DIO, just DIO. Then the next one that we need to add after adding that one, after adding the DIO package, we need also the connectivity plus for checking whether we are connected or not. So we need that one. So let us install it also. So just come here in the terminal and then we say Flutter pub add connectivity plus. Okay, just say Flutter pub add connectivity spelling, make sure it's okay, then we say plus, like that. So the next one that we need, we need shared preferences. So shared preferences, so we're gonna say Flutter pub add, we're adding shared preferences for local storage preferences, like that. Then after adding that, we need to add another package, that is our DATS package. So this one is good for functional programming, so we need to, because we'll be using functional programming, so we need to add the DATS package. So just say Flutter pub add DATS, like that. So that one gonna get the DATS package. The next one that we need, it is the web package. So there's a web package, the recommended one. So this one will be used for creating the, instead of using the .html, we'll be using the web. So we just need to add it. Just come here. So we need to add Flutter pub add web. So Flutter pub add web. Like that. So the next one that we need to use the Google Fonts, so that we're gonna get the Google Fonts in our application, even though it's not a good way, but you can still use it if you don't want to download the font from the Google Fonts. Then you do the setup. So we just need to use the Google Fonts. So let us now add that one also. So just say Flutter pub add Google Fonts. Okay, so Google Fonts, like that. So those are the main packages that we need, but we're gonna add more. So let us come to our pubspec.yaml to see the packages that we have added. So as you can see, we have these ones: Equatable, Flutter block, DO, then the others. So that is our part. So the next thing that we need, it is now to start working on the theme. So in this part for theme, first of all, you need to remove this one so that the code will be visible. So here we just come to our theme here. So theme dot dart. So here we just need what I will do, I don't want to type the code, so I just paste it here. So first of all, something I want, so this one, this styling, this theme, you're gonna get it from the link that I'm gonna put here. I'm gonna put this code in the in GitHub, so you're gonna get that code from that point. So what I'll do is just to explain what is happening here, so that you can have the idea what is going on. Okay, so we have the colors. So these colors are the ones that we want to use. So the primary dark, so as you can see, it looks like this. Then we have the primary medium and the primary light. So this is where you define your theme, the way you want your application to look. So this one helps us to be able to change the theme from this point, not even going to every part of the application looking for a certain color. So we just need to change it from here. So as you can see, we have the accent pink and other things. Okay, so you can see the main theme colors, enhanced for better readability and other things like that. Then we have the text color, so white, text muted. So we just give the colors the names that it's easier for us to use them. So then we have the linear gradient for background gradient. So this one we're gonna be using for it somewhere. Then we have the linear gradient for accent, linear gradient, gold gradient, chart blue gradient, and now we have the sizes. So font size like this. So the XXX small, we have the 10, 12 like that, you define like that. So then we have the input decoration. So this one, it is used for text field decoration. So you can use it to decorate your text fields. Just use the apptheme.that. So like that. Then we have so text and hint styling, so that one. So then we have these styles. So then we are using Google Fonts, the Playfair display. Okay, so this is a Google font, so you can either download it, then you extract, then you put it in the assets, then you configure your pubspec.yaml, or you can use it direct by using the Google Fonts package that we installed. Okay, so then we have the subheading, body large, like that, you continue like that. So we have the border radius here, then we have the spacing medium, like that, you define them here. So you will get the code from the link in the description. Okay, so make sure you get it, so that we're gonna be able to use it while styling our application. So it looks like that. We have the tab bar with the tab bar theme data, so then checkbox and other things. So then it looks like that. So the next thing that we need to start now, we need to start working on the domain layer. So here in the domain layer, we need to have the different widgets, different folders. So the first folder that we need here is the use case. So use case, so we're gonna have our use cases there. Then we need to have repositories, so repositories. Then we have the entities. Okay, entities like that. So the moment you are building that, we need to have just to start working on the entities. So in the entities, we need to have the auth credentials. So auth credentials dot dart. Then we need to have the auth token. So auth tokens dot dart, and then we need to have the user entity. Okay, so user entity dot dart. So here we're gonna start with the auth tokens. So auth tokens are the tokens that we get. so from the backend. So class, so here class, we're gonna say auth tokens. So auth tokens extends, we need to extend our equatable. So we're gonna say equatable like that. So then we need to import it. So to import our equatable here, just come here and import it. Okay, so we installed that. So here we need to have the variables that will hold our tokens. So final string access token like that. Then final string, we're gonna say refresh token like that. Then final date time. So final date time access expiry like that. Then we have final date time, then we give what, refresh expiry. So this one gonna hold the expiry date for the token, for the access token and refresh token respectively. The next thing that we need to do, it is to create the constructor. So the constructor, we need to have it with the required. Okay, so just do like that. Now we have the constructor here, so we put it to be a constant like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to override the, I know it is complaining here, you can hover above it and you see the props. Okay, so the properties. So here what we'll do, just have to override at override, so like that. So here you just need to pass list of object. So of object, then we need to use the getter, so we get the props. So then we need to return a list of that, of the properties that we have in this class. So we have the access token, so access token, then we have the refresh token, so refresh token, then we have what, then we have the access expiry, so access expiry like that. Then we have the refresh expiry like that. So this is our props. So having that, so we need to have some kind of check. So we're gonna say bool, we want to check this one, just get us. So is token, is access token, so access token, so access token expired. So we need to check whether it is expired or not. So we're gonna say date time, so date time dot now. So we want to check if it is after the refresh token date expiry. Okay, so we say expiry, access expiry. So we have that one. We need also the one for refresh, so we're gonna copy this one, gonna say Control C, then we come here, you paste it. So we need to put our refresh, so refresh expiry. So here instead of access, we need to have what, refresh. Okay, so refresh, then we need a bool to know whether we can check, we can refresh or not. Okay, so bool, here we say get can, so get can refresh. So we need to return to check if it is not what, is refresh token. Okay, is refresh token expired. If it is not, we can refresh. So then we need the copy with. So the copy with helps us to modify some parts. Then we don't modify, we can have a copy with the original, then you can modify some parts, then the others remain the same. So we're gonna have auth tokens. So auth tokens, we're gonna say copy with, we name it like that. Then we need to pass here some properties. So string access token, so access token, then string that is nullable, refresh token, then we need the date time also nullable, then access expiry, so expiry, then we have date time nullable, then we have the refresh expiry. Okay, so when we have that, we need now to return our auth tokens. So return auth tokens. So auth tokens, this one. So we have the expiry, the access token. So if we don't, so I want to say if it is null, so just use the one that we have. So access token. So the next one, it is the refresh token. So here we're gonna check if it is null. If it is null, we use this dot refresh token. Then the next one, it is our expiry. So just put like that. Then we say this dot refresh access, not to refresh, access expiry. So let me explain why. So first of all, we had to put this one in the wrong place, so just cut it and you take it to the auth tokens if you have not done that. So here, so the purpose of the entities, as I defined earlier, it defines the core business objects of your authentication feature. So these are just the plain data objects, and they should not contain any framework specific code. So here, like, think of entities as the blueprints for the core concepts in your system. Okay, so for example, we like in our case here, the auth tokens. So this one defines what the auth tokens means to in our application. So what information the auth tokens has. Okay, so that is why we need to have them here. It's not a big deal, because as you remember, in our backend we defined these things. Okay, the access token, refresh token, and the expiry and other things. Okay, so that's how you design your entities. So then the next entity that we need to handle, it is our user entity. So in our user entity, we need to define what our user means to our application. Also, just say class. We need to say here class, then you name it user entity. You can name it the way you want, but it's good to name something that you can be able to know what it is, define something. So after doing that, it extends Equatable. We just need to import that one. So before it loads, let us first of all use final. So final string. So final string ID, not nullable. We want it to be ID, like that. Then final string. So final string email. So then we need final string nullable. So username. So this one can be null. So then final string. So final string here we say first name like this. Then final string, then you're gonna name it last name. Then final string, here we need phone number. So just say phone number. like this, then final string, then we say what, profile picture URL, like this, then final string, then we say what, it's, no, we don't want string, we need it to be a bool. It's verified. As you remember, we defined this one in the backend. So after doing that, we need the constructor. So just hover there, then you add it like this. So some I don't want to, so import the Equatable, so like that. So here I don't want the username to be required, okay, just to remove that. Then I don't want also first name to be required, also last name, so also last name, then also phone number, also profile, even this one, the is verified. So here we need to have a default, so just say it should be false by default. So then we put constant here. So that is our constructor. So the next thing that we need to add, it is our override. So just come here and put the override. So this one comes from the Equatable, so our properties. So what we need here, we just need to have our list, okay. So the list here, we need to pass our properties. First of all, we need ID, we need to pass ID there, email, then we have username, then we have first name, then we have last name, then we have what, phone number, then the next one that we have, the next property is profile picture URL, then it's verified, so like that. So that is our properties. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to get the full name. So to get the full name, we need to check some few things here. So this will be a getter, so full name. So to get full name, so to be a getter, this is where you do some things that involve the properties. So here, if it is what, first name, if there's first name, it's not equal to null, and we need to check if you have also last name. If we have both, so we just need to combine the two, okay. That is what we're gonna do here. We just return here, we just say first name, because we have the first name, then we need to have a space here, then we add the last name, okay. So this is how you get the variables in Dart, so for those who are not familiar with it. So the next part, it is else if. So else if we just have the first name, if we have first name, it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null here, we just need to return the first name, okay. So we just say return, return first name, like this. So, and because it is null, we, as you can see, string this one can't be returned from the function of this, okay. So we need to enforce here, and we make sure it's not null, like that. So you add the exclamation there. So else if we have what, username. So if our username is not null, so username it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, we just need to do what, to return username. So then we make sure enforce that one. Then if the above there is none that meets that, we just need to split our email, because we have our email. So email dot split, we need to split it at, so like this, then we say at, So then you just pass here the index 0. So that is the first one after splitting. So after doing that, the next thing that we need, it is our copy width. So as I said, copy width helps us to change some properties in the class, then you leave others. So to do that, you just need a copy width method. It's not you can name it the way you want to name it, but it's good to use something that you know it is what someone can be about the standard, that follows the standard. So you say copy width, so it's just a method. So just come here, it accepts what, a string that is nullable id, then we're gonna accept string that is nullable, that is email. So as you can see, we have them in our class here. So just say string, so string username, so then we have string, so string, we say what, first name, then string, then we're gonna say last name, then string, so string what, phone number, then we're gonna say string. So these are the things that you can change from this class. So profile what, picture, so picture URL, so like that. Then we need bool, that is nullable also, then we say is verified. So that is our method body, our method. So now we need to return, okay, we need to return the user entity, as you can see this one. So it will return user entity. So return, we're gonna say user entity, this one. So in the id, if we provide the id here, but if you don't, you just need to use the default one that was there initially. So then we come to the email. If we don't change the email, just use the what, this dot email. And also now we need for the username, so you just pass username, our new username if you have it, and if you don't, you just use the initial one, so username. So you can change things here, and you don't change others. So last name, gonna say last name, so last name. So then if it is not, just use the original one, so this dot last name, so like that. Then we need the next one, we need the phone number, so phone number, just say phone number. So then if it is not, just say this dot phone number, okay. So then we do like that. Then profile, also profile picture URL, just say profile picture, profile picture URL, like this. Then if it is not, just pass this dot profile picture URL, okay, like that. So then we need to pass the is verified. So is verified, we're gonna say is verified. Then if you don't pass it, just need to say is verified. Then if you don't, just use the original one, is verified. So that is our copy width method. So make sure that you have this copy width method here. So we're gonna use to change some things when you want to change anything from that entity. So this one will be used for storing the data about the user. So the next one, the next thing that we need to do, it is to add the short-lived entities, so properties. So this one will be used when they are used, they'll be disposed, so they won't last long, so they can't be used to be stored in the local storage or somewhere else, okay. So here just say it is for that one. So these are short-lived, so we just name them auth credentials, so credentials. So here we're gonna say extends, so extends Equatable. You can use also, you can do it directly in your classes, in your front end, but it's good practice to pass them here. So here you just need final string, so this will be used for authentication only, so email. So then final, as you can see, we're gonna pass the things that we need while creating account, while doing login and other things. Okay, so final string, that is nullable, we're gonna say confirm password. So because you're not supposed to pass something that is too sensitive to the user entity, so final string, then we have the phone number. So here just say like this, then final string. So someone might ask, why do we have confirm as nullable? So the reason is because confirm, it is used when you are creating account, then when logging in you don't need it, so that's why I pass it as nullable. Okay, so display name, so we can pass a display name there, which will go to the first name or last name or username. So final, then final dynamic what, even though I don't need this one, so let it stay like that. So we just need to come here. First we need to create the constructor like that, then there's override that we need from the Equatable as usual, so we create that one. So then here what we need to do, first of all, we need to make this constant, so for performance purposes constant. So then what we need here, or we need the two will be mandatory, then the others will be nullable, so we can pass them like that. So then to implement our override, so just come here, then we pass our list. So this will be a list of our properties, so just pass email or email password. So then confirm password, then we have what, phone number like that, then we have display name, so like that. So this is the part for that one. So what we need to do, we need to have some few getters, so that we're gonna be able to check for some things. Okay, we want to know whether users, they are in the registration or in the login. So bool get is registration, so is registration. So here we need to make sure we confirm password, it's not null. Okay, confirm password, here we need to make sure it's not null, it's not equal to null. Okay, so you do like that. The next one, bool get, we need to get as valid what, as valid password like this. So this one will be used to check either it is a valid password or not. Okay, so here we're gonna say if it is, if not like that, if it is what, if it's registration. So if it is registration, so we need to return, password it's not empty, and we need to make sure we password is equal to what, is the same as what, confirm password. Okay, confirm password, so this one, so that is it. Then else we need to just say return password, it's not empty, cannot log in without password, so that's why we have what here, so it's not empty. So that is part for checking if it is a valid password. So we need to check also a valid email here. Just say bool get has valid email. So just say email dot contains. So we need to check if it contains at, like that, and we want to say email dot contains this one, then dot. Okay, so like that. So the next thing that we need, it is our copy with method. So all the credentials here, we just say copy with. So copy with method here, just need to say string. So string email. So then we have string password. So password, then we have string confirm password. So like this. Then we have what? String. So string phone number. So we have the string display name. So these ones you can pass them. So then we need to return our auth credentials. So this one. So email, if we have email here, so just do what? So this dot email. Then the next part, it is our password. If you have password, we pass it. If you don't, just use the original one. So this dot password. So then we need also to have the confirm password. Confirm password. Then we say confirm password. Then we say this dot confirm password. Okay, so like that. The next one, it is what? We need the display phone number. So we need phone number. So phone number, we pass our phone number. The new one, phone number. Failure to that, just do what? This dot phone number. So the new one, the old one. So then we need the display name. Then we need to pass our display name. So from our copy it, the one that we're gonna pass here. So then if it is not, just say this dot display name. Then we need what? Nothing else. So just need to put semicolon. So that is our copy with method for our auth credentials. So now we have the entities. The next thing that we need to do, it is our repository. So the repository, we're gonna name it auth repository. So we're gonna say auth repository. So here we need to define our abstract methods. So these are the blueprints that will be implemented in the data. So let us start working on it. So our here in our repository, so as I defined earlier, I said the repositories. So this defines the contracts, so abstract classes or interfaces for data operations. So the domain layer depends on these abstractions, not on concrete implementations. So the repository contract is like an agreement. So it states what data operations we need for authentication, like logging in or getting the current user. It doesn't say how to do it. So this one allows us to swap out the data sources like an API or a local database without changing our core business logic. So let us start working on them. So they are just abstract classes. So here what I do is that we're gonna start by doing what? We're gonna say abstract. So it is an abstract class. So class like this, then we say auth repository. Okay, so then in here what we need to have what? We're gonna say register a new. So this one will be used to register a new user with what? So a new user with email and password. Okay, so password like that. So here what we need it is just to have the abstract classes. So filter, so either will come from our dad's package. So this one has a left and right. So in the left side it is for failure, and the right side it is for the response that we want. Okay, so the success that we want. So failure, so here we need to create this class, then we say user entity. So user entity, so our entity. So then just say register with what? Register with email and password. Okay, and password like this. Then we need to pass, so in this what we need to pass it is our auth credentials, auth credentials, this one. So we just pass them as credentials. So we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to define this failure. So this failure will be also a class. The class, it will be in our errors. So we need to define these things so we need to define them. Just go to our errors here, and then you define failures. So we're gonna say failures dot. So here it's an abstract class. So abstract class failure. So this one we're gonna extend. So extends equatable, this one. Then after that we just need to have final string. So then message. Okay, this is the message that we want to pass in our failures. So then we need to have a const failure, our constructor. So just say this dot message. So you can pass empty string there to be the default. So this is const. Okay, so then we need to override our props. So at override like this. Then we say what? We're gonna say list object. So this is our list for the object. We're gonna get props. So just do like this. Then we say we put it empty. Okay, so what we need to define different classes for that gonna extend our abstract class. Okay, so we're gonna say class server failure. So this is when the server fails. So we need extends. So extends failure. So failure like this. Then we say constant. Then we need to have server failure like this. Then we say what? Then we need to pass our super. So to get the variable from the class that we're inheriting from, we need to use super. So by default we want to say server failure. So if you don't pass any kind of message, this one should be the message. So the next one we need, it is the cache failure. So class, when we have a cache failure, so you just define the failures that you think you can encounter. So extend failure. So there's nothing big here that is happening, just classes with just the where now we don't need to know the lower level implementation. So we just need to have the upper parts. So super dot message. So here we just say what? Just say cache failure. Can say cache failure like this. Then the next one, the next failure that we want, it is what? The network failure. Okay, so if you have network failure, network failure, here we say extends what? Extends failure. So then we just pass what? We have the constructor. So the constructor, we're gonna say network failure, this one. Then we're gonna say we're gonna pass our super message, super.message, where we're gonna say network failure, like that. So the next one that we need to have the authentication failure. If there is authentication failure, so authentication failure, so this one gonna handle the authentication failures. So we need to extends failure. So then we say constant. So constant, here we say authentication failure. So here we just pass our super message like this. Then we say what? Auth failure. Okay, auth failure. So after doing that, the next part we want, it is for validation failure. So the moment we have validation failure, so we need to say what? Even though you can define as many as you want, so I just need to define this one. So validation failure, when we fail to validate, so extends failure. So here we just have the constructor, then const validation failure. So then we just say super dot message is equals to super dot message is equals to say validation failure. You can define what you want here. So after doing that, now we can go back to our repository. So in our repository, we need to continue now working on it. Okay, so we say what? So we need to import this one. Just need to import it from here. So we have that. So in this class, it will either have what? So here we don't need to pass it as braces here. Remember that it is supposed to be the contract. So you need to make sure you pass it like this, then you put that here, then you remove this one. So that method gonna accept that. So it's a method, so make sure it's a method like this. Then we want the login with email and password. So here you just need to do what? To say future either. So it will either return failure, or so it will either fail or return our user entity. So think of it like this. So here login with what? With email and password. So like that. So here we need all the credentials also, all the credentials, then we call them credentials like that. So the next method, it is what? The one to refresh tokens. So refresh authentication token. So tokens. So because we're gonna be using the cookies, so we don't need to pass anything in this. So this one is not that a must, but you can have it. So either failure, then all the tokens. So we have all the tokens. So this one. So then then we say what, refresh tokens. Okay, so this one gonna return that. So the next method, it is, we need to do what, we need to have the validate the current token if it's still valid. Okay, so we say validate if the current token is still valid. So here what we need to do is just to say filter. So this one will be either failure or user, either failure or bool. So this one we need to say if it is true or false. Okay, so then we say validate token, like that. Then the next one, it is what, our get current user. Okay, we need to get the current user, so we say get the current what, the currently what, authenticated user. Okay, authenticated user, like this. Then we need to make sure, so filter either, then we're gonna say failure like this. Then we're gonna say user entity, so user entity, so this one will be nullable, so we need to make sure it's nullable. So then get current user. Okay, so that is our method. Then the next one, we need to update the user profile information. So here just say update user profile information. So here just say filter, not like this. Then we're gonna say filter either failure or user entity. So then we're gonna say update user profile like this. Then we need to pass what our method might require, so string. So this one might be null, you can pass it or not. First name, so then we need string. Then we're gonna say last name, like this. Then string, so string. Then we have phone number. These are the things that you can change currently in our profile. Okay, then dynamic profile image, like that. So that is our part for updating user profile information. So the next one, it is logout the current user. So here it's just simple. So this one will be filter, so filter either, so filter either failure, so failure or void, we don't return anything, logout, like that. So this is our repository. So as you can see, it's easy to make the repositories. So just define the abstract methods in your abstract class. Okay, so the next thing that you need to do, it is to start working on the use cases. So use cases, so think of use cases, so you can call them use cases or interactors. So encapsulate a single specific business rule or action. So use cases orchestrate calls to repositories to achieve a specific goal. So they are the entry points to the domain layer from the presentation layer. So these are the ones that we're gonna use in the presentation layer, so that we're gonna interact with we're gonna communicate with the domain layer. So the use cases represent single actions, so your user can perform related to authentication. So like maybe login user, sign up, maybe. So other things to update their profile and other things. So each use case has one specific job, so they call the methods defined in our repository contract to get the job done. So this keeps our business logic organized and focused. So the first use case, so the first thing that user can do here, it is just to register. So you can say register use case. Okay, so you just name like that, then you say dot. So here you need to say class register. So register use case. So use case. So here we need to create another use case. So this one will be an abstract class where we can be able to pass these things. Okay, so like user entity. So user entity, so this one will be a generic one. So entity, then with the auth credentials. So this one are the things that we want to pass to our method. So for registration, the use case, so here we just have like this. So we need to create this one. So here we need to come to our use cases here. So the one that we defined, the folder that we have in our core. So it will be a simple file. So it will be like this. So it's not something that, so you're gonna say use case dot. Okay, so it won't be a complex file. Just this one you can cram. So it's not a must that you master what is here, even though it's not a bad thing to have this to understand. So use case, so you just name use case like this. Then here we need generics. Okay, we need to have generics where you can pass a type, so the type that you want, then with the params. Okay, so params like this. So these are just generics. So just come here and you say what, future. So we need to have a call. So future either failure. So we either have a failure or type. So these are the classes that we're gonna, the method that we want. So the call method. So with the params, so params, then we name it params like that. Then we do like this. Then we need to import our either. So either, that one will come from the duds and our failures. So make sure you import them. So like that. Then we need also to have another class with no params. So this one will be just a class. Just say class no params. So like this. Then we just have the constructor. So just say no params. So like that. Okay, so we do it like that. Now we need to go back to our register use case. So in our register use case, what we need to do is that we need now to use our repository. So here just final auth repository, we're gonna call it repository. Gonna call it like that. Then we need to import it. So just import it. When you import it, then you need to create the constructor. So this one won't be required, so it will be like that. So here what we need to do, we need to override. So we need to import also use case. So when we import use case, also now we need to have our override for the call method. So just create the missing override. So here, as you can see, we are passing either failure or user entity. Okay, so here in the call we have the other credentials. We want to call with that. Then we want it to be an async method. So async, so this one, so that we're gonna wait. So we need to await something. So one thing we need to do, it is to it is to first of all to have validation. Okay, so we need to validate. So validate what? Credentials. So the credentials, we need to validate them here. So we say if they are no, it is not a valid what? If it is not a valid email, so as you remember, we created this one for valid email. If it is not, just return left. So left. Now we need our validation failure. Okay, the one that we created. Message here, we just say please enter a valid what? Enter a valid email address. Okay, so that is our part for checking that. So the next thing that we want to check, it is if it has a valid password. So we say if it is not a valid password, params, it is not supposed to be here. Make sure it's outside this one. So then we need to make sure here if it has what? If it does not have a valid what? So valid has a valid password like this, then we do like this, then we return left, just say validation what? Validation failure. So validation failure, we pass our message here. We want to say passwords. So passwords do not what? Must match and not empty, like that. So that is our method to check if we have valid password or not. So then we need to have if not params dot password dot length. If it is less than 6, we need to do what? If password like this, we just need to return. So we should not have this one, so remove not. So if it is less than 6, we need to return left. So left, it is used to return the failure. Okay, so in the failure, you just need message, you just say passwords. So password must be at least 6 characters. 6 characters like that. Then if it succeeds the above, we just need to return repository. So we need to return repository. So return repository. So this one, then we say dot register with what? Email and password, where you pass the credentials. Now we need to pass it as params, because that is what we have we have named it like that here. So the next use case, it is our login. When user logs in, we need to have it here. Just say login. So just say here, come here, say login use case. Okay, dot. So here we need to say class login. So class login use case. Use case, you need to pass it like this. So use case implements what? Implements our use case. This one, gonna import it. Then user entity. So user entity, this one. So user entity like that. Then we have the auth credentials, the one that we need to pass as parameters. So just put like this. Then you have what? So we need to import this one, to import our user entity. Then here we need to say final auth repository, auth repository. This one we name it repository, like that. Then we need a constructor here, just use that, then we pass it as final. Then we need also now to have the override for the call method. So just come here, so to be an async method, so we need to just remove that. Then you say async. So this is an asynchronous method, async. So here what we do is that first of all we need to do what? To do the validation. So what I'll do, I just copy these ones from this point to validate credentials as valid what, then we can copy them, Control C. So here just come and paste them. So what we need to do, as a valid password, we don't want this one. So here we need to check in the params, what we need to check if it is empty. Okay, if it is empty, so we just do what? If it is empty, so we need to tell the message password cannot be empty. So password cannot be empty. So like that. So now we have that part. The next part that we need, it is just to call our repository. So we're gonna return repository, repository. Then we need to log in with what? Email and password. We pass our credentials as params, like that. So that is our login use case. So the next use case, it is we need to go to our logout use case. So our logout use case, we just need to come here and we say what? The new, so logout use case. So this is when the user logs out. We just need to say class logout use case. Then we're gonna say implements use case, like that, with a return type of void, then with no params. There's nothing we are passing here, so no params. Okay, so like this, then we have that one. So what we need to do it is to import our use case. So just press here. So now we have we're gonna implement that, but before we do that, we need to have final auth repository. Okay, so this one, then we name it repository. So then we need to have the constructor. So the constructor here, we need to pass it as final fields. Then we need to pass our override here. So we just need to have it like this. So then it will return, just return. We need to return repository. So repository dot, so repository dot logout. So it should not be logger, so we need to make sure we change this one. So we need to name it well, so make sure you name it well also, like that. So logout. So the next use case, it is when the user wants to refresh tokens. So we need to say refresh tokens. So refresh tokens dot. So here in our refresh tokens, you just need to say class refresh tokens use case. So we're gonna say what, make sure we name it well here, refresh tokens use case. Want to name it well, use case, so it will be easier for us to be able to recognize the file. So implements, so we need to implement use case like this. Then we say auth tokens, so this is what gonna return. Then there's no parameters we are passing, so no params, like that. Okay, just like that. Then we need to import our use case and also all the tokens, so we just need to import them, so like this. Then we have the override, so we need to pass it here. So here we just need to start by, we need to call the auth repository, so we're gonna say final, so auth repository like this. Then we're gonna say repository, gonna call it repository. So then after that we need to import it. So after importing it, we need to have the constructor with the final feeds. For this, just need to click here, then we pass it like that. So here what we need to do, it is to just do what, return. We need to return repository dot, we need the refresh tokens, so that is it. Then you put semicolon to close that method. So the next method, the next use case, it is when the user wants to validate their tokens. Okay, so just say validate, so validate tokens, validate token, not tokens. So validate token use case dot. So here we just say class, so class, here we say class validate token use case. So use case implements use case. So this one we import that. Then here it will accept, it will return a bool, then it will accept no parameters. Okay, so this one accepts no params, like this. So then we need to get the auth repository, so we say auth repository. So we need to import that, then we name it repository like that. Then we need the constructor, so this constructor here we need to pass it like this. Then we say like that. The next thing that we need to do, it is what, it is what, we just need to pass the override. So our override here, we need to just call our what, so we say return, we need to return repository dot validate token. Okay, so like that. Then we close there. The next use case, it is when the user wants to update their profile. So here we need to create the new file. We say update profile use case dot. So here in our update profile use case, so here we need to have a class, so class update profile, so date profile use case. So use case implements use case, so implements use case like this. Then we need to have user entity, to gonna return user entity, so like this. Then we need to have update, so we're gonna say update update profile. So we need to have this profile parameters, so params. So just do like this, then we do what? So here, this one, it's because we don't have any method that has this one. So the parameters, you can define them if you want, but I just define them here. So we need to import user entity and also import what? Import use case. Then we pass our override here. Just create the missing override. So here below, you just need to define the parameters. So just say class. So class update profile. So update profile params. So parameters. So extends. So it extends equatable like this one. Then we need to have final a string that might be nullable. So first name. So we need to pass first name. So first name like this. Then final string. We say what? Last name. Then final string, we say what? Phone number. Then final dynamic profile image. So then we need to create the constructor. So with the final fields, so like that. Then we need to import Equatable. So just click here, import Equatable. Then the next thing that we need, it is our props, our override. We can just come here and override the missing override. So just do like this. Then you need to pass our list here. So just do like this. The list will pass the first name, last name, and also phone number, and also the profile image, like that. So after doing that, now we have that part. So the next thing that we need to do, it is now to come here, and now we call our repository. So we say final auth repository. We're gonna name it repository like this. Then we need to import our repository. So after importing it, we need the constructor with the final fields. Okay, then we need to come to our call. So in our call, we need to pass our update profile. Okay, update, we need first of all the update profile params. We name it params like that. So here we just need to return. So return repository. So repository like this. Then we say update profile. So here in the update profile, we need to pass the first name. So first name, we're gonna say params dot first name. Then we need to pass last name. We're gonna say params dot last name. Then we have phone number. We're gonna say params dot phone number. Then we have the profile image. We are gonna say params dot profile image. So that is our use case for updating our profile. So the next that we want to do it is to get the current user. So we need to create the use case for getting user. So we need now to create that file. So just say what? get current user. So we say get current user use case dot dat. So here we just say class get current what user use case. Then we want to implement our use case. Okay, we need to implement our use case. So like this, then we say what? We say this one gonna return user entity and user entity nullable. Then it will accept nothing, so just say no params. So like that. So we need now to import these ones. So from the entity to use case, so we need to import them. So import user use case. So after doing that, here we need to have what? Our override for call method. Okay, just come here and you say create the missing override. So what we need to do is as our usual pattern. So we say final auth repository. So auth repository, this one we name it repository. So we do like this, repository. So we need to create the constructor here. So constructor, we pass it like that. So the next thing it is just to come here and we call our get current user. So return. So we need to return repository. So repository dot get what? Get current user. So it's like that. So after doing that, I always love, because you can see these are quite number of use cases, so it's good to have a barrel that gonna export all your use cases. So what we'll do, we just name it auth use cases dot dat. So here we just need to, I'm gonna say library. So library like that. Then just need to export, just pass the files. So just pass them here, get current user, login use case, what else, export, gonna say logout use case. So you just need to call this method, this class. So export refresh. So refresh tokens use case. Then we need to export our register. So register use case. Then what we need to export our update. So export update. So update profile use case. So then we need to export the validate token use case. So that is our barrel file. So then after doing that, now we need to go to the data layer. So in the data layer, we need to have 3 folders. So the one it is for models, the other repository, and the other for data sources. So we need to start with, just need to create models, just create like this. So then we need to have what? Also we need to have our, not inside, we need to make sure it's here. So the last one, it is data sources. So just come here and you say data sources. Okay, so that is our folder looks like. So what we need to start, with the auth tokens. So just say auth tokens model dot dat. So here what we need to do is that we need to create our model. So the reason that why we have models. So the purpose, it defines the data transfer objects that represent the structure of data coming from external sources. So that is from our API. So these models often include the methods like from JSON to JSON for serialization or deserialization. So then the models are like data containers specific to our data sources. For example, user model knows how to pass the JSON response from our server when a user logs in. So importantly, models can convert themselves into our pure business entities. So the rest of the app doesn't need to know about JSON or the API specifics. So we need to start working on it. So we need to have a class auth tokens model. So this one extends. We want to use it extends auth tokens. So just say auth tokens. So one thing you should remember is that you can decide not to extend the auth tokens, but you just create them here direct. So if you want it to be more cleaner, so after that, now we have it like this. So mine I will just extend. So then we need to have the one that gonna deserialize from the API response. Okay, so I need to have a documentation here. We say deserialize. So deserializes from the API. Okay, from the API response. Okay, so here we need to have a factory. So factory, then we're gonna say auth tokens model. So then we're gonna say from JSON. So here we just, this method gonna accept map. So what gonna be sent from the backend. So it is a map of string with the dynamics. So dynamics it is a mixture of different data types that we don't know. So that's why we need to use JSON. So we need to use the dynamic. So then we need final int access. So we need first of all to get the access expires when. So expires in. So as you remember, we were using the expires in. So expires in to hold the data for the expires when our access token expires. So if it is empty, we just pass it 900. So this one, it is for just 15 minutes. Okay, so then to the refresh token, so expires in majorly. So the way we set our backend, as you remember, because you are doing a web, the refresh token is in an HTTP only cookie, so we don't get its expiry from the API. So we set so here we need to set a long placeholder expiry. The browser and the backend manage the real one. Okay, so here we just say final int refresh expires in. So here just say JSON. So JSON like this, then we say refresh. So refresh expires in. As you remember, you are passing something like this. Then we say if by default we need 120/9600, that is 14 days. Okay, then we need to return. So to return auth token model. So this one. So here we need to pass now JSON. So JSON here we need to say to get what access token. So but if it is missing, we put it empty. The next one, it is the refresh token. So JSON So this is the data that is being sent from the backend. So you just say refresh token. So don't ask where you are getting JSON, we have it here. So this one is the one that we're gonna receive the data, then the data will be held by this variable. Okay, so here we're gonna say what? We're gonna say empty if we don't have, then expiry. So here we're gonna say date time. So date time dot now. So we need to add datetime dot now. We need to add duration. So duration. So the duration that we want to add, it is the seconds. So datetime duration, say seconds. So seconds, how many? We need to pass our access what? Expires in. Okay, access expires in. So we need to copy this one also. So copy access. So here we need to add, make sure you put the add. So just say access.add. So you need to pass now our duration, where we're gonna close it here like that. So we need to copy this one for date time control C, then we need to replace here. We just say control V. So here what we need to change it is what? The refresh expires in. Okay, so refresh expires what? Expires in. So that is our method from JSON. So the next thing that we need to do, it is when to deserialize from the local storage, because we need to store our tokens. So this one, it is what? So this one, remove this, make sure you remove this one. So just do like this. So make sure it's like that. So here we need to have the deserializer. So from the deserializer, so deserializes from what? From local storage. So from our shared preferences, we need to, because it is web, we don't need to use Flutter secure, so we're gonna use shared preferences. So preferences. So we need to deserialize from that point. So here we just need to say factory. So factory auth tokens model dot from storage. So here we need to have a map of string, then dynamic like this, then JSON, we name it JSON like that. So here we need to return the auth tokens model, this one. So in the access token, we need to use JSON to get access token. So we say access, we need to put it in quotes so that we're gonna get it. So access token, so like that. So then if we don't have, we just put empty, then JSON, then we do what? Refresh. So remember, these are dictionaries, so that's why we are getting them like this. We are using the key to get the value, so that's why we need to get the refresh token. So then after that, if we don't have, just password. So just pass the empty string. Then from there, here we need to have date time dot try pass. So we need to pass it. So here we need to say JSON, so the one that we are converting. So access expiry. So expiry, make sure you spell it well so that you're gonna get the correct one. So then like this, then we have the empty string. Then we need to check if it is not there, we just say what, date time dot now. Okay, so date time dot now, so like that. So we just need to copy this one. So we say I need to copy this one, Control C. So then I need to come here in our refresh expiry, then I paste it there, then we have there. So the next, make sure now we change this from access to refresh. Okay, so refresh token. So it is like that. Now we have the one to deserialize from our local storage. So the next thing that we need, it is for serializers for storing locally. So to store locally, we're gonna say serializes for storing what, storing locally. So like that. Then we say what, we just say map, which is a map of string. So then we put it dynamic. So here we say to JSON. So here to JSON, here we just need to pass, we need to return. So to return, so here it's a dictionary, so we just say access token. So this one will be used to add the data to the locally. So just say access token, we need to store that one there. Then we need to have a refresh, so refresh token. Here we need to do what, we just need to refresh, so refresh token. So refresh token like that. Then we need to have the access expiry. So here we need to say what, access expiry. So access expiry dot, we need to convert it to ISO 8601, so to ISO 8601 string. Then also the refresh expiry. Okay, so refresh expiry, so like this. Then we say refresh expiry. So then we're gonna say to ISO like that. So after that we need a method that gonna convert it, so make sure you put semicolon here. So we need a method that gonna convert our model to entity. So from entity, so we're gonna say factory, so factory auth tokens model. So this one, then from entity, so just say auth tokens, so we name it entity. So we can do a lot of things here that involves this thing. So return, we need to return auth token model. So here in the access token, we need to have entity, so we need to say entity like this. So what I'll do, I just copy this one, all of this, Control C, just come here in the refresh like that. Then we come here in this point, we paste, and also we paste here. Okay, so now we have this part. Then you need to put the semicolon. So we have the part for our auth tokens model. So the next model that we want to handle, it is what, our user entity. So let us go and start working on it. So the next model, so let us come to it. We need to create this file here, the user model. Okay, so user model .dat. So here we want to do what? Just need to have a class. We're gonna say user model extends. We're gonna extend our entity. Okay, so user what? User entity. So this one. Then what we need to do here, just need, after importing this, so let us import it. So user entity, so we need to use the super to get the variables from that point. Okay, so here we have super email, then we need to add the others. So super dot username super dot first name, then super dot last name, then we need super dot phone number like that. Then we have super dot profile. Okay, profile picture URL, then super dot is verified. So that is our constructor there. So just pass it to constant. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need the from JSON. So the one that gonna take the data from the backend, and then from there we're gonna convert it to our variables. So factory, so we're gonna say factory. So we say user model dot from JSON. So from JSON we name it like this, then it will accept the map of what? Map of string. So this is what the backend is sending to us. So make sure this is what so it is sending us the JSON. So as you saw, as we tested in our Postman, you can check it there and you will see that we are receiving the JSON of string and also the dynamic, where the dynamic is a different data type. So here we need to return user model. So just say user model. So here in the JSON, so we need to make sure the ID we get ID. So then in the email we need to say JSON, then we do what? We say email. So, and before we continue, so here in this part I want to convert it to string, so it can come in a different number, so we need to convert it to string there. So then after that we need the username. So username here we're gonna say JSON, the way you named them in the backend, that is how they are supposed to appear here. So then first name. So here in the JSON, make sure the way we named them, first name like this. So make sure it's like that. So then last name. So last name here we just say JSON, then we pass our last name like that. Then we have what? Phone number. So phone number, we just say JSON, just say phone. So it is phone number like this. The next one, it is what? The profile. So the profile picture URL, then JSON. We say what? We say JSON. Here we pass our profile picture URL like that. The next one, it is verified. It's verified here. It's verified here. We just say what? JSON. We need to get it. Then we say is verified like that. Then if it is false, by default we want it to be false. So that is our from JSON. So the next one that we need to handle, it is to JSON when you want to send the data to the backend. So you just say map, we're going to send it as a map of string, then dynamic, so like that to JSON. So this is the name of our method. So here you just say return, we need to return. So here just pass ID. So in our return, we need to make sure you do it like this. So this one seems like okay, it's okay. So ID, just here you're gonna say ID, we pass our ID here. Then if it is what, if it is email, we pass it like, then our email like that. Then username, so this is how they are saved in the backend. So we pass it username. Then we have what, first name. So first name here we pass it as our first name. Then last name, just say last name like that. Then we have what, phone number. So we just say phone number. Then we have what, profile picture URL like this. Then we say profile picture URL. Okay, profile picture URL. So not like this, profile picture, this one. Then we say it's verified, we just say it's verified. Okay, so that's how we send our data to the backend if you want to send it. Then we need from entity, so make sure you put semicolon there. So then after that we need now the one for entity. So factory user model dot from entity. So here now here we pass our user entity. So user entity, then we name it entity like that. Then we need to do what, we need to return our user model. So user model, so here we say entity. So just say entity dot id. So the next one, it is entity dot email. Then the next one, it is what, then it is username. So username, here we're gonna say entity dot username. So then we have what, first name, it is entity dot first name. Then from there last name entity dot last name. Then we have what, phone number. So phone number, here we want to say phone number, we say entity dot phone number. Okay, then we have what, profile picture URL. Then we say entity dot profile picture URL. Then it's verified, we're gonna say entity dot it's verified. So that is our model for user entity. So it looks like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is we need to start working on our data sources. So the data sources here, we need to have local and remote. So we're gonna start with auth remote data source. Okay, so this one, it is the one that gonna interact with the backend. So what I need to do here, first of all, I need to define the abstract class for for this class. So I'm gonna say abstract class. So we say auth remote data source. So here we need to define our abstract classes, abstract methods. We just say filter, so filter of map, then of string, then dynamic. So like this, then we need to say register. So here we need to pass string email, then string password. So this one should be there, that is a must. Then string for number, it's not a must. Then we have what, string, so string full name, so full name, then unit list. So this one, it is for profile, even though we don't need to pass it here, so let it stay there like this. The next one that we need, our method, it is filter map. You can say map of string, so dynamic like this. Then we say login. So here we just pass string email and string password. Okay, password, so like that. So the next one that we need, it is what, filter. So here filter user model. So this one, it is for what, for getting get user profile. Okay, get user profile like that. So just pass it like this. Then you need to import our user model. So just do like this, then we import it there. So the next thing that we need to do, that is for getting profile. So we need the one that gonna update, gonna say filter, so filter of user model. So this one we say update user profile. So here just say string first name like this, then string last name, then we have what, string what, phone number, then we have unit list. So unit list, I want it to be unit list 8. Okay, unit 8 list, this one, you can pick one, this one. So this one, it is for profile image. So we need to, because it is in the website, we need to convert it to bytes. Okay, so image bytes, so like that. So that is our update profile. So the next one, it is for refresh tokens. We say filter auth tokens model, this one. Then we do what, just say refresh tokens like that. Then we need to have filter for filter bool. So this one gonna return a bool. So we do validate token like this. So then the next one, it is what, filter void, then we say logout. So these are the abstract methods for our remote data source. Okay, so we need now to have our implementation here. So we say class auth remote data source implementation. Okay, like this. Then implements what, implements our auth remote data source. okay, so all the remote data source, so like that. So here we need to have the missing concrete whatever, so we need to override them. So that we're gonna implement these ones, we need now to have the endpoints and also to have the API client. So let us go and we start working on the API client. So before we start working on the API client, that one we're gonna use to communicate with our backend. So I want first to go to my backend. So let me open backend here. So here in this part for backend, you can realize that in our front end let me open our models in the front end. So here in front end, so as you saw, we were doing what? So we were here. So let me open the models. So auth tokens model. So this one from the JSON, okay, here. So this one from the JSON. So this one, as you can see, we have the expire scene, refresh expire scene named like this. So these are the ones that we're gonna get from the backend. So we need to get that variable, so then it will have the data that comes from the backend. So in this point, you have even the user model like this. So from JSON, this one. So let me go to the backend and show you that part that returns that thing, okay. So here in the backend, as you can see in our refresh token, so in the generate tokens here, you will get that we have the access token, we have the refresh token named like this, okay. So refresh expire scene like that. Then we have the user. So when you come back to our view, when you register, so let us go to the registration. So when you register, we want our views in what? So let me come in our views in auth folder. Where is it? So this one. So when you register, so when you register or you log in, so you're gonna get the data. So you pass this one, then we have the response. So in this response, we are using the service, this service. So when you open here, as you can see, we are passing the data, then we serialize the data. Where is it? So here we have the serializer, the one that we need to return, this one in this part as our user, and also we return tokens, the tokens that we have shown you. So here with the new user and email verified, so we need to go to our serializer. So in our serializer, we are returning this, okay. So that's why we have ID, we have the email, username, and we have named them like this. So that's where we are. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to come back to our front end code. So here in the front end code, now we need to know how to communicate with the backend. And before we do that, let us come back again to our backend. So here we have these endpoints, so the URLs, so these endpoints. So we have the login, logout. So these endpoints, we want to communicate with these endpoints so that we can do what you want, okay. So what you do is that you need to pass the base URL, so then that one gonna hit at this endpoint API auth. So what we do now, we need first of all to create the API endpoints. So let us come to our front end. So in the front end, just need to create that one. So we need to have the code for that point. So what we'll do, we need to define them. It's a good practice to put them in a constant. So we need to have the constants. So in our core folder, you can create another folder, then we name it constants. So constants like this. Then we need to create now our API endpoints, okay. So API and points like this dot dat. So here we just need to define a class. So class API and points. So and points. So this class gonna hold all the data, all the endpoints that we want. So here we need to have the base URL. So like this. So here we just need our static const. So we're gonna use the string. So base, we name it base URL like this. Then we say the HTTP. We want to use this one, the local host with the port, what 8001, the one that we are running in the terminal. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to define the auth endpoints. So here, this is where we're gonna put our endpoints. So we say static const, then string, so string, then login, we name it login. So here we say API / API auth, then we say login. So this one with a /, don't forget to add that one. Then static const, then string. So this one, it is for registration. So you say register. So to register, just come here and you say what? API / auth, then register. So like that. Make sure you have the semicolon there. Then static const. So static const string, then we have profile. So profile, then we say what? To go to the profile, just have API auth, then profile like this. Then I'm gonna copy this one, Ctrl C V. So we're gonna paste them here. So we need to have the endpoint for password reset. Password reset. So just come to the password reset. Don't forget to add the / here. So here we say what? Password reset. We're gonna say password reset like that. So password reset. Then the next one, it is what? Our refresh token. So we say token refresh. So token refresh like that. The next one, you just name it token refresh token like that. The next one that we want, the endpoint, it is the validate token. So validate token, here we have the profile. So we need to change it to token validate like that. So then after doing that, we have the token validate. The next one, it is for logging out. So we say static constant, then we're gonna say string, then we say logout. So this one will be used for logging out, this endpoint. So then we're gonna say API, so / API, then we put it auth, then logout. So like that. Then we put semicolon. Now because we have the endpoints, so the next thing that we need to do it is to create the class that we use for communicating with the backend. So we need to design it so that we're gonna have the separation of concern, so that making the network request from the complex logic of handling the communication between our front end and back end. So let us go and start working on that part. So what we'll do is that in our network here, you need to create API client. Just name it API client. So here we're gonna use Dio package, so the one that we installed. So this one you can either use HTTP, even though HTTP it is not good for large scale application, but it's good for testing and experimenting. So in our API client, so this one gonna be the main class for our application. So we'll use to make the API calls, so like the get, post and put. So it will act as the central point for all network requests, so simplifying our applications data fetching logic. So think of it like your app asks the API client to get some data. The API client creates the request, then it adds the necessary authentication headers and then sends it. Okay, so if the server accepts, so we get the data. Okay, so what we'll do is that we need to create now this class. Okay, so in this class we're gonna say class, we're gonna name it API client. So in this API client, so we need to start working on it, so that we use here inside, we want to use what, we need to inject Dio package in this class. So just say Dio package. So here, so Dio, then you say as a private, so like this. So need to import this one, so you import it. So to import it, you just come here like this. So after doing that, now we need to pass it to our constructor here. So our constructor will be injected into our constructor. So we need to create it. So required, so the Dio, as you can see here, so Dio, then instead of having it like this, what we need to do, we need to have what, the body. So here in the body we need to use the base options. Okay, so we need to set the base options. So we just say set base options. So this one will come from our Dio package. So we say Dio, our private method. So we're gonna say dot options. So dot options, we're gonna say it is what, base options. So base options, this one. So here we need to pass our base URL. So base URL, so that the moment we want to do the request, we don't need to know about the base URL. We just need to pass the endpoint that we want. Okay, so we do, so here we're gonna do API. So API endpoints, the one that we created. So API endpoints dot base URL. As you remember, we created this one. So let me import it. So like this, so import that one. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the connection timeout. So the one that gonna check, the one that gonna know if it tries to connect for 30 seconds, then it fails. So we give the connection timeout. So duration, so here duration, we need to pass seconds 30. So for just 30 seconds, that is what we want to test. Then receive, so receive timeout. Then we say constant duration, so constant duration of seconds 30 also. So when you want to receive something, then it takes for 30. Then we need to add the headers here. So headers, as you can see, we have headers here. Just need to pass what, our accept. So our accept So accept, here we need what? Application, then JSON. So this is a standard way to get the JSON data and send it. Okay, so then content type, so it's capital C and capital T. So content type, then you come here and we say what? Application JSON. So, and that is our constructor. So we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to have the generic request handler. So this one gonna handle the request, so, and the responses. So we're gonna say generic request handler. So we do like this, then we say filter. So filter, so this one gonna handle the request, so dynamic, so it's a private method, so we're gonna name it request. Then we want to have a function here, so filter response, so the response we get, so response like this. So filter response function, so we want it to be a function, then we name it what? Request maker. Okay, request maker, so maker. So doing that, it's be an asynchronous, so async, so an async method. So here we need to try. So first of all, we're gonna try, so because it might have an exception, so that's why you need to try. So here what we do, we need a response, so a variable named response. So we're gonna wait, so await request maker. Okay, request maker. So this one, it is the one that we receive the request. So we're gonna return response.data. Okay, so like that. Then if you have an exception, so if it will be an dio exception, so on dio exception, so dio exception. So if it will be a dio exception, we need to catch it. So you catch it like this, then you just come here and you say what? Just say final error, so error message. So error message is equals to e.response. So we need to make sure that we check there .data. So .data, then we pass if we have error. So this one will come from the backend. So if you have the variable named error, so if you don't, just say e-response. So e-response.data. Then we check what dot. So if you have detail, so detail, if you have something named detail, so failure to that, we just say e.message if you don't have any of the previous. So then we need to throw server exception here. So throw, just say server. So we need to create the exceptions class. So server exception. So exception. So we gonna say we need to create this one. So this one we just create the abstract classes as we did for the failures. So you just open your, just come to your errors here. Then you need to create a new file. So to create a new file, just say what? Just call it exceptions. So exceptions. So you're gonna say what? Exceptions. So exceptions.dat. So this one you're gonna implement the exception abstract from Flutter. So you're gonna say class. So class server exception. You just name them. So exception. So server exception. Then we're gonna say implements. So it implements exception like that. Then we just have a final string. So final string message, like that. We do it like that. So we need the constructor here. We say server exception, so like this. Then you say this dot message, so then we pass it as empty string there. So doing that, now we have the server exception. So what I'll do, I need to create the new exceptions. So you can define any exception that you think you can use. So I need the cache exception, and I'm not able to get the cache. Okay, so we're gonna implement. There's nothing big that happens here, so it's just these methods. So these ones are just the blueprints, so the one that you can implement in your, you can use them in your code, so that you're gonna be able to. So the next one, so where we don't want to pass these things in our code. Okay, so here we need the network exception. So class network, I just need to create the common network exception. So network exception implements exceptions, so like this. So then we need also for authentication exception. So class, name it authentication exception, so like that. Then implements what? Implements exception, like that. Then we need to have a variable here that can hold our message, so the exception, so message. Then we need to have the constructor, so we say authentication exception. So you just need to pass this dot message with a default what? Authentication failed. Okay, authentication failed. Then we need to override. In exceptions we have you can see this is an interface implemented by all core library exceptions. Okay, so we need to use the toString, we need to override it. So override here string to string. This will be string by default. So by this we say message. So after doing that, now we have the API exceptions. Make sure you add semicolon there. So we have our exceptions. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to continue working on our API client. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to import our server exception here. So import it. So you do like that. Then we need here to have, so put semicolon there. So here inside we need to pass our error message. Okay, so what we need to do is to say message. So message here we say error message. So error message dot to string. Okay, we need to convert it to string. And also we have this error, so expected identifier. So here you don't need to add that full stop, so that dot. So we need to get the detail from the data, so that's why we pass it in the square brackets. So then we need to cut if it is not the exception, we need to cut it. So just pass it here as e. Then we say what? Draw. We need to draw server exception. So with the message, so here the message that we want to pass it is unexpected error occurred. So then occurred like that. Then we pass the error. Okay, so just pass it in the use dollar. So then you put the braces, then you say e dot to string. We convert it to string so that to be a string. So that is our method for request, the one that gonna handle the request. So then here we need to have the future dynamic. So these are the wrappers around the methods from the DO exception. Okay, DO package, not exception. So here just say string. So this one gonna accept string of path. So then we say map. So map of string. So instead of calling DO dot something, we need to use API dot this one. So these are the wrappers. So that's why we need them here. So then you say query parameters. You name it like this. So also I need to pass options here. So options. So this one I'm gonna show you when we're gonna use them. So but now let it stay there. So then we need to say return. We need to return what? So we need to return a request. So request here we need to use now our DO package. So DO dot getter. So get. So in this get we pass the path. Okay, our path. Then we pass query parameters. So we just say query parameters if they are passed. So our query parameters like that. Then options. So options we're gonna put them later. So let it stay like this without the options. So then that is our method for getting. So the get method, so the wrapper around it. So then we need the wrapper for future dynamic. So dynamic here we just say post. So in this post we need to have string. So string path, we name it path. Then we need the options here. So dynamic what? Data. So then with the options nullable, you can say options like that. So then we need to do what? We need to return our request. So request dot, not request dot, now we pass it here. Now we need to have the DO dot post. Okay, so not path, we need post. So it gonna has a path. Then we need data. So here in data we pass the data. Then that is our part for the post. So the next one that we need, it is what? So the next wrapper we want, it is for, what do we call it? We call it what? We need a wrapper around the put method. Okay, so put method to be the same. So let me copy this one. So Control C, then you come and paste it there. So you name it path, put, not path. So put, then we have put here also. So put like that, then we pass the data and the path. Okay, so that is our put method. So the next one that we need, it is our patch. Okay, so our patch method here. So here we need to say patch like that. So then we need to pass the path, the data, the options. Then here instead of put, just need to have patch like that with the data and the path. Okay, so the next one that we need, it is for the delete. So delete, we do the same. So Control C like this. Then you put what? Instead of path, you need to have delete. So like that with the path, the data, and also here we need to pass it to be delete. So this is our wrappers around the DO HTTP methods. So the next one that we need to handle, it is now we need to go back to our remote data source. So we continue working on calling now our backend. So just come here. So where is it? So our remote data source. So now in this we need to inject our API client here. So just say what? Say final API client. We name it API client. So after doing that, we need to import it. So you import it like this, then you create the constructor with the required. So just do like that. Now we have the constructor and we have the API client. So the next thing that we need to do, it is now we're gonna start working on these methods. So we need to remove this one. So we're gonna start with the login. So here in the login, we're gonna say it is an async method. So it's because it is going to get to fetch the data. So you're gonna have to wait. So try. We need to try. So to try here, we want to say final response data is equals to await. So await API client. So here we say API client dot post. It is a post method. So the path here is say API client, API endpoints, So API endpoints. So we need to import this one. So this is the endpoint that we want to hit. So just say login. Then the data that we want to pass in this, so it will be a dictionary. So we say email. So email, then with our email, the one that will be passed in this method. Then password. So password will be password. Okay. So that is our part for the sending the data to the backend. So after doing that, now we have the response data. So we want to check if response data in the response that we're gonna get. So here we need to check if we have success. So if success is not equal to true. So if it is not equal to true, we say what? We need to just throw server exception. So throw server exception. These are the exceptions that we created. So server exception like this. Then we need to import it. So make sure you import this one. So we created this one in the exceptions. So here we need to have the message. So the message, you need to get the response data. So because you are passing an error, we can pass it here, you can get it from that point. But if it is null, it is not available, just say login failed. So like that. So the next thing, that if it is true, if our success it is true, we need now to get the data. Okay, so final data. So we're gonna say response. So response data. As you saw in our response, we have the part for the data. So we need to get that data. So after that, we just need to return data like that. So after doing that, if our try fails, we need to have exception. So we need to catch it. So on DO exception. So DO exception, this one, we need to catch. Okay, so we need to catch that error. So here what I will do, I need to have a method, a private one that we use to get to format our exceptions from the DO. So we need to create it. handle it. So the way that we're gonna handle it, we need to create that method. So just come here, it will be a private method. So we say string, it is gonna return a string. So handle dio exception, dio error. So it's just pass our dio exception, then we name it im. Then here we need to say if e.type, we're just converting them. So if e.type is the same as dio exception connection type, so dio exception, so exception, so exception type, this one, it is what? Connection timeout. So if it is in that, we need to return, we need to return connection timeout. So timeout, then we say please check your what? Check your internet connection. So after doing that, we have that one. So else if we're gonna say e.type, if e.type is the same as dio exception type, so dio exception type, exception, so the exception type, if it is what? Receive timeout, so receive timeout. If it is in that, so the exception, if it is that, we need to return, we say server is taking too long to respond. So like that. So please try again, so try again later, like that. So now we have that one. So but if it is what? Now you need to check else if e.type is the same as dio exception type dot connection error. So if it is connection error, here we need to say what? Return. So we're gonna return connection error. So connection error. So please check your internet connection, like that. Then we put the semicolon. So then else if e.response it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, we just need to find the status code. Okay, final status code from the response. So status code, so this one we're gonna get from our response, e.response. So we need to make a force here, so we make sure it is not null. So status code, if we have that one, and also we need to get final data is equals to e.response dot, so make sure it's not null, then data, like that. So after doing that, now we have the data, and we have our status code. So we need to handle, so we're gonna say handle specific error responses, like this. So here what we'll do is that we need to say if data is map, if it is a map, and what, and data dot contains, so if it contains key, so we have error. So in our data, in that map, if we have that key, so we need to say final error message is equals to data. From that data we need to get the error. Make sure you spell it well, because the way it comes from the backend, so we need to convert it to string. Okay, so after that, now we need to check for specific error patterns. Okay, so here you can say check for specific error patterns, like this. So here what will happen is that if our error message dot contains, if it contains what, locked, if we have locked, so if we have the locked part, so here we need to return, so return your account has been suspended, has temporarily locked due to multiple failed login attempts, like that, attempts. So please try again later, so like that. That is part 4. If it contains locked, as if we need to check if it contains what, invalid. So as if we're gonna say error message, so error message dot contains, if it contains this, so we're gonna say if it contains invalid email or password. So if it contains this one, we need to say what, we need to return, so we're gonna say return the email or password. It is what you entered is incorrect. So please try again. So that is what we want to do here. Then we close it there. Then as if we say error message dot contains, so error message contains what, we want to check if it contains what, we want to check what here. So if it contains disabled, if it has disabled, so here we just need to say what, just need to return, so return your account has been what, has been disabled, like this. Then please contact support for assistance. Okay, so then you add semicolon there. So after doing that, now in our else if, then so if we had this one in this part for the if, so we need to return in what, so make sure you are in this here, in this what, so in this else if, inside it. So here just before this one we just return what, so return, we need to return the error message. Okay, this one. So after doing that, now we need to handle the status code. Okay, so that one was for, this one was for the data that contains error. So if status, we need now to get the status code. So else if status code is equals to 401, so 401. So here we need to return, we say invalid email or password. Okay, so like that, then we're gonna say please check your credentials and try again, like that. Then after doing that, so else if it is what status code, so if status code is the same as 403, we just need to do what, to check. So if data, so here we need to check if data contains map. So and if it is a map, then data contains key, we need to check if it contains this key, so that is lockout. So lockout, like that. So as you remember when you are creating, so there are some parts we are passing the lockout, so and data lockout. So if it we have that one is equals to true, if it is equal to true, make sure it's here in our, so if it is equal to true, what we need to do is that we need to do what, to return. So we say account, so account temporarily locked due to multiple failed attempts. Okay, so attempts, like that. Then we say try again later, like that. Then we close there. So the next one, if this one it is not in that, so we just do what, just return. So we say access denied, so please contact support if this problem persists. Okay, so these are the responses that we want to give to show the user. So else if, now we checked for 403, now we need to check for status code that is 404. So else if, so status code, so status code is equals to 404 here. We need to do what, we need to return service not found, please check your connection and try again. Okay, and try again, like that. Then you close it. So the next one that we need to do to check, it is else if. So else if we have a status code of 400, so we say status, so these are the status code from the HTTP. So status code, if it is equal to 400, so we need to do what, we need to return, so this string, so return server invalid, not server, invalid request. So invalid request, so please check your inputs and try again, like that. So that is part for 400. Else if, so else if status code, if our status code is the same as 500, so we need to do what, we need to say return server error, like this. Then we say please try again later, or contact support. So like that. Then else if it is not among the status code we have handled, so we just say else, just do what, so here we just return So return, we're gonna return server error with that error. Okay, just say this one, then we pass the status code. So status code like that. Then after that, just say please try again. So please try again later. So that is part for status code. So as if all of that fails, we don't have any in that, so we need to say network. So network error. So we say please check your internet. Please check your internet. Check your connection. Check your connection and try again. So then you add semicolon. So let us continue working on our so this is our handle DO error. So here, after doing that in our login, so here just need to say final error message. So final error message. So this variable, we're gonna say handle, our handle DO error, this one. Then we pass our exception there. Then the next thing that is just to throw it. So we throw server. So server exception, you can check that one we created. So message, then we say what, error message, like that. So if it is not in the exception, it is on server exception. So server exception here. So here we say what, if it is in that, we need to rethrow. So just come here, we say rethrow, like that. Then if it is not in server exception, so we need to catch it. If it is not among the above, just say catch it, catch that exception. Then here we throw what, so we throw server exception. So then message, you need to convert our exception to string. So exception to string, like that. So after doing that, now you can see, so we have some errors. Where do they come from? So let us see. So this one is not supposed to be here, so remove that. So now we have this one. So the reason why we are passing this data to this point is that we are passing it as a dictionary or map, dictionary in Python and map in Dart. So let me show you the part for the login, so where we pass this data. So let us come to our login. So here in the backend, so let me open that part for login. So you just come here. So in our views, so in views here, so we need the part for login. Okay, so in the login we are passing the post, that's why we are using the post method. So then we pass the request. So our request will come with the data that we are passing here. So you can pass these things. So but as you can see, so this one can be empty, so the device info. So here you can see we are passing email, so the one that we wrote there, then with the password. So when we pass it to this point, so the response, the one that we are handling, so we're gonna have it. So when you open here, so let me show you in this part, the login service. So in the login service, as you can see, we were checking the account lockout. So if we have the lockout, the one that we are checking, so it's this point. So make sure you get the point. Then the success obvious we pass it in different places. So the success, you find it is false. Then with the status code, these ones, so are the ones that we are handling. Then after that, so that is our login. So but our response, we need to serialize the data, our user serializer, so like that. Then we have the tokens, we get the tokens here. Then after that we have what, then we save the last login, then we give a response. So in our response, so this one, you can see we have the success, then we have the data. So the data, then we pass our user there, the tokens, it's verified and other things. So then if it fails, we have the success, and also we have the error, this one, this variable here. So in this key, so you can call them keys, then like that. So that's why we are handling them. So let us go back to our front end code, then we continue working on it. So now we have the login. Okay, so the next one we need to do it is for what, to register. So we need to register. So let us check where it is to register here. So here we need to, it's an async method, so we need to close this one. So it will be an async method. So you just say, just come here, you say async. So here in our async method, so here we need to start working on it. So in the register, when you are registering, we want to pass these things. Okay, so we need to have our try. So our try here, we need to say final map. So map string dynamic, then we name it what, registration data. So these are the data that we want to send. So it's a map, so you close it there, then you start working on it. So here we need to pass email. So remember, when creating this one, it should be the same with the what the backend expects. Okay, now we pass our email there, the one that we're gonna get from the front end. So then we have what, password. So we need password also, so we just pass our password, so like that. So now we have that one. Now we need to check whether when providing that we have the ones that can be null. So if phone number, we need to check if we have phone number. So if phone number is not equal, it's not equal to null, and what, phone number dot is not empty. If it is not null and it is not empty, we just say what, we need to add it to our registration data. So registration data, in this point we just pass what, so this is how you add the key with the value in the what, in the dictionary. So we do like this, phone number, just pass it, we say what, our phone number. So that is part for that. Then else if, so then if we have what, if we have phone number, not phone number, if we have first name, so first, if we have what, first name, so did we pass it here? Let us see. Not full name, we should have first name here. So first name, so we need to change also the method here on top. We need to add also first name, last name, so the same we did that. So here instead of full name, we need to have first name, so like that. Then string for, so that is nullable, then last name, like that. So you can do it like that. So make sure now you come back After doing that, we need to add them here. Just say string empty, then nullable. So last name. So last name like this. So here we need to try. So in our try first name, if it is not equal to null, we need to check if it is null. If it is not equal to null, and what? First name, it's not what? First name, it's not empty. So just need to spelling it's not empty. So it's not empty. If it is not empty here, what we need to do it is just add it to our registration data. So registration, so you don't add them directly because they might be missing. So that's why you need to first to check if we have them. You just pass them, okay, as the backend expects them. So first name, so the backend expects it to be like that. So then we just name what? First name. Okay, so then after that we need to check if for last name, so we can copy this one. So Control C, then you come here, you Control V. So we need to check last name. So last name, if we are providing it, so last name. So then here just say last name. So then you give it the last name here, last name. So it is like that. So that is part for checking if we have that data. Then we need to send the data to the backend. So final, so response, so this is the response data. So we want to get it from after this completes. So await, we're gonna await. So the reason why we have the await, it is because this might take time sometimes. So we need to await API client dot post. So the post method. So here in the post method, we want to pass the API endpoints. So API endpoints. So API endpoints. So API endpoints here, need that one. Then we want the register, so the endpoint for registration. Then we need to pass our data. So our data here, just say registration, our registration data, okay. So make sure you do like that, then you close that one. Now we have the response. So we need to get the response. So the response, we need to work on it. So final data is equals to response data. So here we need to do what? Say data, okay. So that is how we get the data. Then after doing that, now we return our data. So we just say return data like this. So after doing that, now if it fails, if you have an exception, so we need to get on DO exception. So on our DO exception, so this one, then we do what? We need to catch it. So just catch it here. We just do what? Here inside this one, we need to have final error message. Error message. So is equals to handle what? So handle error, DO error. So the one that then we passed our exception there. Then we need to draw. So to draw, just say server exception. So server exception, then we pass what? Our message. So our message will be our error message, this one, the one that we have created here. So after that, if it is not in that, if it is server, so on server exception, so server exception, on server exception, so we need to redraw. So redraw like that. Then else, so if it is not in there, so we need, if it is not in the above, so we need to catch it also. So just have it, then you draw server. So draw server. so server exception. So server exception, then we pass our message. So our message will be e dot to string, to convert it to string, like that. So that is part for registration. So the next method that we need to handle it is the refresh tokens. So our next method, that is the refresh token. So we need to look for it. So it is here. So first of all, we clean here. So then we make our method async. So async, like that. So the first thing that we need to do when it comes to refresh tokens, so we need first of all to try. So in our try method, so the refresh token, it will be handled by the browser cookie for this web. Okay, so but if you are doing for mobile application, you can pass it to the token manager or for in the interceptor. So here we are not sending any variable, so any refresh token to the backend. So here we're gonna say final response data. So response data is equals to await. So await, then API client or API client dot post. So we just need to hit this endpoint. So API endpoint. So API endpoints dot refresh token. So when we hit that endpoint, now we're gonna have response. So we're gonna say if, so response data, it has what? It has success. So we need to check if it has success. If the success it's not equal to true. If it is false, it simply means that there was an error. So we're gonna draw the server exception, this one. Then the message here, we want to get the response data. There's that part for the error. So but if it is not there, we just say token. So token, gonna say token refresh failed, like that. So then we have the semicolon. So the next part, if it is true, if our response success, if it is true, so the response body, just this one contains only the new access token. So the new refresh token, it is in what? It is in the set cookie header. Okay, so we must construct now our auth tokens model accordingly. Okay, so here we gonna say access token. So this variable gonna hold our access token. So here we just say response data. We say data here, we get the data. Now we need the access token from that data. That one we're gonna get from the backend. So we don't get the refresh token back in the body, so we can't update it here. Okay, so obviously this is the expected behavior with the HTTP only cookies. So the access token expiry, it is what matters for the client here. So what we need to do, we need to return auth tokens model dot from JSON, this one. So here we have the access. So here we need to pass our access, gonna say access, so access token, so name it well, so make sure you spell it well, like that. Then we pass our access token, the one that we created there. Then refresh token, so refresh token here. So here we need to pass it empty, we don't have access to it now, so which it is fine. So then expires in, so this one we're gonna say 900, that is about 15 minutes. Then refresh, so refresh expires in. So here we want to pass 0, so it's not relevant in this place. Okay, so that is our, so make sure now you close here like this. So we have the auth tokens from JSON. So now we do like that. The next thing that we need to do, it is if our try fails, here we need to say on dio exception. So dio exception, we're gonna catch, then like this, gonna catch it, then we say final error message is equals to handle what? You handle dio error, like that, then we pass our exception there. The next part, it is what? It is just to throw. So throw, here we say server exception, then here message, we want to see e to string like that, then we have it. Okay, no, we don't want this one to be here. We want to pass our error message, the one that we have here. Then if it is not a dio exception, we need to catch it, so just catch it here. So you say like this, then you do what? Then you return, you throw, not to return, throw server exception. So server exception, so here we need to say e message, so message will be e to string. Okay, e to string like that. So after that, the next method that we need to do, it is our validate token. So our validate token, let us look where it is. So validate token, it is here, so we need to work on this. So in this, it is used to validate the token, so we're gonna use the access token to know if it is still valid. So async, so it's an asynchronous method. So here what we need to do, it is to try. So the moment you are doing things that involve backend or database, fetching data from somewhere that it is not here, that can cause any kind of exception, you need to put it in the try, not to cause the application to have an awkward behavior. Okay, so the response data, here we're gonna await. So await, it's because it's gonna take some time. So API client, so we want to await this one, so until we get the response. So in the get, we're gonna say API, so API endpoints, so API endpoints, so this one. Then we need the validate token, so this one. Then from there, it's just a get, so we gonna check if response, so response data. So in the response data, we want to get the success, if there is success in it. Then if it is not true, so if it is not true, we just do what? Just return false. Okay, like that. So after that, after we return false, so the next thing that we need to do, it simply means it is true. We just return, we say response data, this one. Then we need the data. So here in the data, we need specifically, we want what? The valid key. So if it is there, by default we need to have false, like that. So the valid token. So but if that fails, our try fails, we need to say on dio exception, if it is a dio exception, so we need to catch it. So just catch it like this. Then you do what? You do debug print. So this one gonna help the developer. So token validation, so token validation dio exception, so dio exception here. Then we pass what? Our e dot message, like that. So then you need to return false. Okay, so but if it is not a D exception, we need to catch it also. So we need to catch that also. So we just do what? Just debug. So we're gonna copy this one. So let me copy this, then we paste it there. Then here, instead of e.message, we just do like that. Then we remove the braces because we are not combining anything. So token validation error. So after doing that, it is complaining about what? So we need to return false. So return false. So that is our validate token. So the next one that we want to do, it is our get the profile, user profile. So let us come here on top. It is here. So here it is. Now we need to clean here. So just come here and you clean it. So here, not like that, we need just this part. So it will be an async method, async. So async. So here in the async method, what we'll do is that, as you can see, it returns the user model. So we need to try. So try final response data is equals to, gonna say await API client. So .get. So here in the .get we need to say API clients, API endpoints. So API endpoints. So API endpoints dot profile. So we need the profile there. So this one gonna return the profile. So if response data, we get the key for success. We want to check that key. If it is not equal to true, we just do what? We return, we throw the server what? Throw server exception. So here in the server exception, what we need to do, it is the message. So the message, it is the one that is carried by the response. So we're gonna say response data. So we need the error. So as you remember, our standard response at this part. So error, if it fails, if we don't have, we're gonna say failed to get user profile. Okay, like that. So then if it is true, now we need to get that data. We need to deserialize. So we need to do what? Just return user model dot from JSON. Here from JSON we need now to get what? To get the data. So we need to say response data. So this one, so we want the data part of it. So that is our part for the try. So but if it fails to do this, so we're gonna say on DIO exception. So DIO exception, so we need to catch that error. So here we just do what? Just come here and we say final error message. Here we're gonna pass it to our handle what? DIO error. Okay, DIO error. So we pass our error there like that. The next thing that we need to do, it is to draw the server exception of that error. Okay. So you draw server exception. So server exception, here we just say message. So message error, our error message. Okay, error message. So that is part for that. But if it is not on DIO exception, so it simply means it is in what? It is another error. So we need to catch it also. So like this, then you do what? You throw. So you throw what? Server exception. So server exception, then you say message e2 string. So that is our method for getting user profile. So the next one that we want to handle, it is our update user profile. So let us go to it. So where is it? So it is here. So we need to clean this, and now we start working on it. So we need to make it an async method. So just come here, you say async. So in async method here, we need to try. So in our try we're gonna say final update data. So the reason we are creating this one is that user might not send anything, so or one thing or two things. So string, then dynamic, like that. Then it's an empty dictionary, so or empty map. So here what we need to do, it is if we have first name, like, but you can, if you want to put more, you can put them more here. So just do the same way we were doing. So if we have the first name, we just need to update what? Update data. So we need to assign first name. So first name there, then we say what is equals to first name, our first name here, we need to pass it. So like that. But so let me copy this one, Control C V. So if you have last name, just do what? Just pass it last name, and here we say last name. So then if the user updates their phone number, so we need to pass it phone number. If it is not equal to null, just come here and you say phone number, then you pass our phone number here, phone number. So after that, now we have we have those variables that can be updated. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to handle. Here we need to handle the image. So handle profile. So profile image. So image as what? As base 64, because when sending the data, so if provided, if the user provides the profile, so you just need to handle it. So before we continue, let me open the code for backend, and we go to that place for updating our profile. So here in the backend, as you can see, so let us go to it. So in here, so we have the profile. Where is it? Here in the profile. So there's part for updating. So to get, then to put here. So we are using the update profile. So we're gonna send the data like that. So our service, this is where we're gonna pass our data. So here we have if it is false, then this is for handling when we were in the mobile. So we leave that aside. So we concentrate here. So this is the part for that. Let us go to this method. So in this method, as you can see, we are passing the image data. So our image data here. So you need to check. So this is where you do the checking if it is a list and other things. So if it is a list, so in the list, in that image data, if it is a list and it is greater than 0, we need image information. So we're gonna pass the image information. Then we need the data URL. So that is our data part. So like that. So then other things will follow. So this one I explained in the previous sessions. So after that, so let us go to our front-end code. Okay, so here in our front end, so we need to do what? We need to start handling it the way the backend expects it. Okay, if profile image bytes, so that one, it is not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, we just do what? Now we need to say final base 64 image. So base 64 image is base, we're gonna use base 64. So base 64 encode. So this one we're gonna import it. So like this. So we pass here our bytes. So our bytes, it is our profile. So the front end gonna pass it like this. So like that. So now we need to send it as a JSON array format that Django expects. Okay, so we just say send as JSON. So send as JSON array. Okay, so array that Django expects. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do here. So update data. If we provide the image here, we just do what? We pass our image data. So from there we just need to assign it to our JSON. We need to encode it. So JSON encode. So this one gonna encode our JSON encode. We put our object here. So that will be a list of what? Of dictionaries. So that is, here we need to have a data. So the one that I showed you. Then in the data we need to say data image like this. Then you say JPEG. So JPEG, then we put that. Then we say base 64. So then we put our image. Okay, base 64 what? Image. Okay, base 64 image like that one. So after doing that, now we need to pass what? The next, it is the name. So name here, we just say it is what? Gonna say profile image, even though this one we don't need it. So JPG, the backend will handle it. So then we have the type. So that's why we are checking just type. So this one, it's not that much necessary. So we say image JPEG. So that is it, JPEG. So that is part for sending the profile image. So then after doing that, if we send it, so we need to send it now. Fine, after preparing it. So final response data. So response data is equals to await. So here we gonna say API client. So API client dot put. So dot put, then we put our API endpoints dot, we need the profile. So then data that we want to pass, it is what? Update data. So like that. So after doing that, now we have the data. So now we need to check the response. If response data, so it has what? Success. So if the success here, it's not equal to null, it's not equal to true, not null. So we just need to do what? We need to throw server exception. server exception. So here we're gonna say message. The message that we want from the response data. So we do what? We say error like this. Then we say what? We say profile update failed. Okay, like that. So but if it is true, we need now to return our user model. So return user model from JSON. So the JSON here we need, it is our response data. Response, we want to pass our response data here to be serialized, okay, or to deserialize. So data like that. Then we get the data. Then the next thing, it is if our try fails, so we need to get the exceptions. So on do exception, so we catch what? That error. Then final error message. So error message here, we're gonna say what? We pass it in a handle dio error. So we pass that error there. Then you put semicolon. The next one, it is what? Draw. We need to draw what? Server exception. So server exception. So the message, we pass our error message here. So error message like that. So that is part for the exception. So but if it is not a the exception, we need to catch it also. So just pass it here. Then you say what? We say draw server exception here. Then we exception. So here we do what? Message is equals to e dot to string. So that is the part for updating our profile. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our logout method. So let us go and look for our logout method. So in our logout, so it is here. So first of all, we clean it. So here it will be an async method. So async, so like that. So here what will happen is that we need to try. So for web, the backend invalidates the token based on the cookie. So we don't need to send the refresh token in the body. We make the call to give the backend a chance to blacklist the token. So what we'll do here, we just need to do what? Just need to call the endpoint. So API client, so dot post. So here we just say API endpoints. So our API endpoints, then we need the logout. Okay, so this one is to give the chance the backend to do what? To blacklist the tokens. So after that, we need to do what? We need to we need to put this one in our try, because we're gonna need it. We're gonna need to clear even the local host in the local cache if we save them. So try that. So if that fails, we need to catch it. We need to catch the error. So here just come here, and so this might fail if the token is already expired, so which is fine. So the crucial part is clearing the local data. So we're gonna say debug. So debug print, gonna say backend logout failed. So proceeding with what? Local cleanup with that error. So this one we're gonna do it So then after that we need to have our catch for this try. So here below we just need to do what? We need to say catch what? So we catch that error, then we do what? Here we're gonna say debug print. So debug print, then we're gonna say error. So error during what? During logout. So we just give that error. So from there, currently as we are doing this one, so we have an error. So this one, so make sure you put our error there. So currently we are not saving the tokens, and when the other request requires the tokens, there's no way that we are passing them. So what we need to do, it is to know how we're gonna do it. So the way we're gonna do it, we need to save the token somewhere, the access token, so that the other request and also we don't want the user, the moment they refresh their web page or they remove the tab, then they come back. So we don't want them to be asked for login credentials again and again. So we need to handle that because we are building a real world application. So what we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to create now our local data source. Okay, so we need to store them in the locally. So just come here. So you need to create this file, the new file, or local data source .dat. Okay, so make sure it's like that. So this one will be used for storing the tokens. Okay, so what we need to do here, first of all, I need to define some constants, so to avoid the typos when you are using them. So because you can be able to, we're gonna say define constants. So for storage keys, so this one gonna help us to avoid typos. So const, we're gonna name it cached. So we're gonna name it cached what? Tokens. So tokens key. So tokens key like this. We're gonna say cached tokens like that. Then we need what? Const of cached what? Cached user. So this one gonna hold the cached user. So cached what? User key. So is equals to cached user. Okay, so user like that. So we have that one. Now we need the abstract class to define our blueprint for classes. So abstract class, then we name it auth local data source. So in here we need to define them. So our methods, so future void, we wanted to return void. So cache tokens, so here we pass our auth tokens model. Okay, so auth tokens model, we do like that. Then you name it tokens, so you name it like that. The next one, so the next one, it is what? Future. So future, so for one to get our tokens, we need to do what? Auth tokens model. So this one gonna return our token model, so it's gonna return the tokens. So get tokens, so you name it like this. So then there's nothing we're gonna pass to it. So then the next one that we want, it is future void. So this one, there's nothing we're gonna return, we just need to cache user. So like this, then user model. So this one will be used to store the user in the cache. Okay, So we need to import our user model here. So after importing that, the next one we want it is future void. So this one won't return anything, so we clear. So to clear all the data, so this one will be used for clearing our local database. So then future, so future bool, so future bool has tokens. So this is to check whether you have tokens. So has tokens, so it will either return true or false. So now we have the abstract method. So what we need next, it is our implementation. So we're gonna say class auth local data source implementation. So implements auth local data source, then like this. Then we say final shared. We want to use the shared preferences. So this one we want to use the Flutter secure, because that is meant for storing the critical, so shared preferences, the critical data in mobile applications, and not in what, and not in our browser. So here we use the shared preferences. So shared preferences, we name it like that. So then we need to have the constructor. So just come here, just hover above it, and then we create as required. So just use like that. So the next one, as you can see, this one, it is complaining that missing what, methods. So because we're implementing, so we need to just create the 5 overrides. So we need to start working on these methods. So we need to start working on the methods here. So the first one we want to do, it is our cache tokens. So the one that we're gonna use to cache our tokens. So it will be an async method. So async. So here what will happen is that we need to have a JSON string, the one that we need to pass to our shared preferences set string. Okay, so we're gonna say final JSON string. So this variable gonna hold that. So JSON like this. Then we need to encode. Okay, so JSON encode. So here just do what, we need to import them. So just import that convert. So JSON encode, then we take our models, so tokens, then to JSON. So we had the method to JSON in our auth tokens model. So after doing that, we need to pass the converted the encoded tokens to our shared preferences to be stored locally. So shared preferences dot set, we have set bool set string, so we need to set string. So the key here, we want to store the cached what, our cached, the one that we named there, cached tokens key. So the value that we want, it is our JSON string. So it is easy like that. So JSON string. So it is easier to do that way. Then to cache user, it's the same way. So to cache user, now we're gonna say what, the same way we're gonna say final. So first of all, we need to make this async. So final. So here in the final we say JSON string. So JSON string here, we need to do what, we need to encode them. So JSON dot encode. So encode. So to encode here, we just say user to JSON. We had this one. So now we have the JSON string. So what we need to do, it is to do what? It is to save them. So await shared preferences. So shared preferences, then we're gonna set string. So set string, this one. So the key here, we need to say cached what? User, cached user key. Then the value, it is our JSON string. Okay, so that one, then we close like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is how to get tokens. Okay, so here it will be an async method. So async method here, then we need to do what? We need to say final JSON string. So JSON string, we are getting it. So this one gonna hold what we get from the shared preferences. So shared preferences. So preferences like this. Then we're gonna say what? Then we're gonna get string. So get string here. So the key, we need to pass our key. So we're gonna say cached tokens. So the one that is holding our tokens. So after that, the first thing that we need to do is to check if it is null. So because sometimes, like for the first time, it is not there. So JSON string, it might be null. So if they cleared, a lot of things can. So we're gonna use our from storage. Okay, so we're gonna say return all tokens. So all the tokens from storage, this one. So then we pass our JSON here. So we're gonna say JSON dot decode. We want to decode it. So to decode, we need to decode our JSON string. So like that. But else, if we don't, we just say else. Here we just draw the cached. Gonna say draw the cached what? Cached exception. So this one, we created it in our exceptions. So we just need to import it. So like this. So cached exception. So then we put semicolon there, then import it. So to import, you just click here, cached exception. So cache, not cached. So cached exception. So here you just need to import it like that. So that is our part for getting our tokens. So then we need to get user. Where is our get user? So did we not create it? So we need also to add that one. We cached, but we don't have a method to get it. So come here in our abstract method, we say future. So this one will be user model, gonna return the user model. So like this, then we say what? Get user. So like this. So we have it. So then we override it. So just come here and you override that missing override. Okay, so here in the get user, we need to, first of all, we need to clear this one. So what will happen, it is an async method. So it's an asynchronous method. So the first thing that we're gonna do, the same way we did to our tokens. So we're gonna copy it. I will copy this one. So just like this, Control C. Then I come here. Then we paste it. So here, what will happen is that instead of having the cached token key, we need to get the cached what? User. Okay. So cached what? So cached user key. Then we check it there. Then we need here we're gonna say user model. So user model. So then this is from this one, gonna be from JSON. So like this. Then we pass our JSON like that. Then else, this won't be exception, so we need to return null, so there's no user. So then from there, now we have the method for getting, so return, so this one, so make sure this model, it is going to be what, nullable. So you just put it like this, then you need to come back to your method here, it should be nullable like this. So that is part 4. Now we have the cache tokens. Now we need to clear. So the way we need to clear them, so we just come here, so this one gonna clear our storage for this token. So it's an async method. So here, so what will happen, we're gonna await, so we're gonna await shared preferences, this one, then we're gonna remove, so remove the cached tokens key. So that one gonna remove the tokens key. The next one, we need to shared preferences dot remove. Here we need to remove our cached user. Okay, so the cached user key, so like that. The next thing that we need to do, it is to check if we have what, we have tokens. So just come here, just clear this one, it will be an async method, so async, not capital, so async method. So here what we need to do, we need to say final JSON string. So we're gonna say shared preferences dot get. We need to use the get string, so we are getting the string, so this one. Okay, so then we pass our key. So our key here, it is our cached tokens key, like that. So then, so here we need to do what, so we need to say if our JSON string, so our JSON string, it's equal to null, we return what, we return false. So if there is no JSON string there, so then we need to check if the token string inside it's not empty. Okay, so if we have it, so try, here we need to say final, so final tokens, so final tokens, here we're gonna say auth tokens model we want from storage. So from storage we need JSON.decode, so JSON.decode, so this one we need the JSON string, so JSON, our JSON string, like that. So after that, what we need to do, return tokens. We want to get the access token if it is not empty, not expiry, but access token. So in our from storage we have that one, so we need to check if it is not empty, so like that. If it is empty, so if our try phase, we need to catch it, so just pass here, then we do what, we return false. So that is our part for storing our user end tokens. So after doing that, now we need a way to be able to deal with the tokens, so the access token, and how we gonna be able to pass it to our API client here. So we need a manager, so we need a token manager. So what I'll do, I need to create another folder here in the app. So here you're gonna say what, a new folder, I'm gonna call it auth. So in this auth, we need to create now the token manager, so the one that gonna manage our tokens. So this will be the centralized token manager. So here, just come here, then you name it what? Token manager dot. So here what I'll do, it is a class, so we're gonna say token manager, so this one. So here what I want to do, we want to use the local data source, the one that is final auth local data source. So we name it what? Local data source. So we just name it, we want it to be a private, so underscore local data source. So after that we need also the DIO package, so we need a different one here for dealing with our token management. So auth DIO, so that we're gonna be able to refresh and without, so DIO package like that. Then we're gonna import also the local data source. Then we need to create the constructor, so just pass it, just say create. So what happens is that before we do this, now we need to do what? Here we need to have a bool, the one that will be used to track, this flag will be used to track if we are refreshing. So we don't want to refresh while refreshing, so then we need a completer, so completer bool, so here it will be nullable, then we name it refresh completer. Okay, so like that. So we need to import this one, so to import that one from data sync. So here what will happen is that I don't want to pass auth DIO here. So what I want to do here is that instead of having auth DIO, I'm gonna have DIO dot what? So DIO, we need to pass our base options, from DIO. So here we need our base URL, so it's obvious to come from the API endpoints. So API endpoints dot, we need first of all to import it, API dot, so base URL, so that is it. Then connect timeout, we're gonna say constant duration of 10 seconds. Okay, so this one we want it to last for 10 seconds. If it doesn't work, we just do what? We just say there is a connection issue. Then we have the receive timeout, so then constant duration, so constant duration here we need seconds 10, so like that. So now we have it like that. So after doing that, now our local data source like this, then we initialize our auth DIO there. Then after that we need now to have a method to get the current access token. Okay, so get the current. So as I said, this class will be used for token management, so access token. So what happens here is that we're gonna say future, so we're gonna say future, then string that is nullable, then we do what? Get access token, like that. Then we're gonna say async. So this one, it is together, so we need to say try. So here we want to say if not what? If we have what? We don't have the in the local data source dot has tokens, so this one, if it has no tokens, we need to return, we just need to return null, like that. So but if we have them, so if we have them in the local data source, so we say tokens, so final tokens is equals to await So await, then our local data source, then we need to get the tokens, so get tokens, so like that. Then we have what, return tokens dot access token. So that's our getting token. So then if it doesn't, our try phase, we need to catch it. So we do like catch that error, then we do what, so here we need to do what, we need to return null. Okay, if there's an error, we return null. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is our storing our tokens in the memory. Okay, so here we need to have a documentation. We say store tokens in memory. So here what will happen is that we're gonna say future, so future void, so this one gonna return void, so store tokens, so tokens like this. Then we say auth, we need to use the auth tokens model, so auth tokens model. So then we name it tokens, then we need, it's an async method. So here we need to do what, we need to await, so await local data source dot cache tokens, like that. Then we pass our tokens there, so they'll be stored like that. So the next method, it is our refresh tokens using HTTP on a cookie. Okay, so here just say what, you say refresh. Okay, so refresh tokens using the HTTP only cookie. So here this one will be used to refresh tokens, so future bool. So here in the future bool we need refresh tokens, so refresh tokens, we're gonna name it like this, so tokens. So then we say it's an async method. Then here what will happen is that we want to say if it is refreshing, we want to track if it is refreshing, so we need to return, so return await, then we say refresh completer dot, you need to make sure it's not null here, dot future. So but if it is not, so we need to say what, we need to set it to true, so it's refreshing. So here we need to set it to true like that. Then completer, we need to set it to the bool, we need to set it to the completer. So we're gonna say refresh completer is equals to completer, so completer then bool, like this. So then we do like that. So this one will start, as you can see, it creates a new completer, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do for web, the HTTP only cookie is sent automatically, so no request body is needed. So we just say try, so this cookie we just say final response, so final response is equals to await, then auth dio, so auth dio dot post. So here we need to pass our API endpoints, so API endpoints dot refresh token. Okay, so this one we're gonna call it only. Then we need to pass options, so options here gonna say options, so So options here, so our options, so from our deal, so here we need extra. So this is to enable the what do we call it, cookies. So you just say what, with credentials like this. So we're gonna set it to true. So this one will help in what, so it will be used to enable the cookies for this request. Okay, so then you need to close with the what, our semicolon. So if now we have the response, so now we have the response here, you need to come below here. After getting the response, we just come here and we say if response dot status code, so status code is equals to 200 if it is 200, and response dot data, so dot data, so here success, if it has that success is equals to true, if it is equals to true and our status code it is 200, we need to have the new access token. Okay, new access token. So here just say response dot data, we need to get the from the data we have to get the access token, the way it is named. So after doing that, now the old tokens, so we need to get them. So we're gonna say final old tokens, so old tokens, we're gonna name it like that. Then we're gonna say await local data source, so local data source dot get tokens, so get tokens here. So the new refresh token is in the HTTP on a cookie, so and it is inaccessible, so we only update the access token. So here you're gonna say final, so the reason we are getting the old token, so that we're gonna pass the one that will be managed by the server. So final new tokens, so new tokens here, we're gonna say auth, gonna name it like this, auth tokens model, this one. So the access token, we're gonna pass the new access token. Then the refresh, so this one will be empty, so this one will be empty, no, so new access token, then the refresh token will be empty. Then expiry, so this one we're gonna say date time, so date time dot now, so dot now. Then we need to add the constant duration of what, 15 minutes. So duration of minutes, we want it to be 15, so like that. So after that we have that part. Now the refresh expiry, so we just get the old one, so old tokens dot refresh expiry. Okay, so this one we remain unchanged, so it will be managed by the server. So after that, just put the semicolon there. So the next thing that we want to do, it is now to store them. Okay, after we get them, we need to store tokens. Okay, so to store tokens, then we pass our tokens, then we pass our new tokens, so new tokens like that. So that is part 4. Then we need to reset our completer. So refresh. So this one gonna say if it has completed. So the completer, then completer. So make sure you enforce there, it's not null, then complete. So we need to set it to true here. So then we need to return true. So this is when we are refreshing our tokens. So else we just need to do what? We just need to set our completer to false. So refresh. So refresh completer. We need that to be false here. So we're gonna say complete. So we're gonna say false. So like that, then we return false. So then after that, if this our try fails, we need to catch that exception. So we just say catch exception here. So here what we'll do is we need to set our refresh completer to false. Refresh completer, then we're gonna say dot complete to false, then we return false. Finally, after that we just say finally. So these are in the try. So finally we say it's refreshing. So this one we need, after all of that, we need to set it to false, okay, to say it is not refreshing. So that is part for refreshing tokens. So the next method that you want to do, it is to clear tokens, okay. So we're gonna say clear what? You need to clear all tokens from memory. So this one will be what? We're gonna say future. So it's a future void. So just clear tokens. So these methods you're gonna use them somewhere. So majorly in the repository. So here we're gonna say await local data source dot clear auth data. So then we need the next one to check if we have tokens stored. So we're gonna say check if we have tokens stored. So here just do what? Just say future. So future bool. So this one gonna return a bool. So has tokens. So this one has tokens. So just need to call our, so it's an async method. So like this, then we say return await. So await what? Local data source dot has tokens. So we're gonna name that well. You can see we named it as tokens. So we need to change that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to check if the access token is expired. So our method for checking whether so we're gonna have a documentation here. So we're gonna say check if access token is expired based on stored expiry time. So see, this one gonna return true if expired or no tokens exist, okay. So we're gonna say future. So future here we say bool. So it's gonna return a bool. So is access, gonna say is access token expired. Okay, so just pass it like this, then we say what, async. So here we need to do what, we need to try. So if there is no tokens, so await has tokens, so we need this method up. So if it has no tokens, if it is false, so we need to do what, await has tokens, so spelling. So if it does not have tokens, we just return true. So then, but if we have tokens, so final we need to get the tokens, so is equals to await, then we say local data source, so like this, dot get, so get tokens, so we get the token, so we need to return tokens dot access expiry. So this one, access expiry dot is before, we need to check if it is before datetime dot now, so datetime dot now, so we want to compare if it is before datetime dot now, that is the current time. So this one gonna return true or false. Okay, so after that, if our try fails, we need to catch it, so we catch it here, then we name what, we say what, return true, like that. So that is our is access token expired. The same way we're gonna do for refresh token, so we're gonna do it, I'm gonna copy this one, so Control C, then we come here, just paste it. So here, instead of access token, we need to have what, refresh, so refresh, so we're gonna say refresh token expired, so check if refresh token is expired based on the stored expiry time. So just come here, instead of access we need to use what, refresh. Okay, so refresh expiry, it is before datetime dot now, so then like that. So that is our refresh expired. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to get the authentication status. So here, just come here, so we're gonna say get authentication status. So here, so this one gonna return either authenticated, expired, or unauthenticated. So for us to do that, we need to define an enum, so that gonna hold those states, so those status. So we're gonna say enum, so enum gonna say auth status. So here we're gonna do authenticated like this. So this one we're gonna say this one has valid what, valid access token. Then the next one expired, so expired, here you're gonna say what, we're gonna say access token expired but refresh. Okay, but refresh token refresh token valid. Then after that, unauthenticated like this. So then we're gonna say no tokens, what, no tokens, or both expired. So this is our method for our enum. So what we need to do, it is a future. So future, we need to return our auth status, so our enum, so auth status like this. Then we need to say get auth status. So this one we're gonna use them in repository to know whether you are authenticated or not. So we need to try. So here we're gonna say if we don't if we don't have tokens, so await has tokens, so has tokens. If we don't have, so here we need to do what? We need to return, so return auth status dot unauthenticated if you don't have tokens. So like that. So the next one, when our tokens have expired, so if await, so when we await for is access token, so access token expired, so we created this one. So if it is expired, we just need to return, so auth status authenticated. Okay, so auth status authenticated. Okay, authenticated. So then after that, if our refresh token it's not expired, so refresh token expired. If it has not expired, here we need to do what? To return auth status, so auth status dot expired. So this one means that we can refresh. Okay, so then we need, by default, we need to return auth status dot unauthenticated. Okay, so we say unauthenticated, so like that. So failure to that, so if our try fails, we just need to catch it. So just pass like here, then we come here, then we return auth status dot unauthenticated. So that is our token manager. So the next thing that we want to do, currently we have no way we are passing them to the API client. Okay, so and before we continue, let me check something here. If we spelled this one with the credentials, so the credentials part should start with capital C, so like that. So after doing that, we need now to come to our network here. So here we are just doing what? We're just passing the base options. So we have no way that we can be able to know to pass our tokens and to pass the headers, okay, for the token, for the authorization in our request. So what we'll do is that we need to create a new folder inside this network, and we're gonna name it Interceptors. So Interceptors. So this one, it will be used to intercept the authentication, so where it is gonna be able to be able to fetch the tokens and other things, and then pass them to the request. So what we'll do here, just need to create the first file, that is our auth interceptor. Okay, auth interceptor. So interceptor like this dot. So this class, we're gonna say class auth interceptor. So this one, we want to extend the interceptor from the DO package. Okay, so extends interceptor, so interceptor like this. So we're gonna import it from the DO package. So in this, we need to have a final future. So here, final future of string. So this is for getting access token. So it's a function So function, so this one will be able to use it to get the token. So get access token. So after that, the next one that we want, it is final future. So here we need a bool. So this bool will be a function also. So function of, so we're gonna get the refresh tokens. Okay, so then we need final function. So final function, so our deal exception, so deal exception, this one, so we name it error. So we say on auth error, like that. So the next we need a flag to prevent infinite loops with 401 errors. So we need to do what? We need to say flag. So just name flag to prevent what? To prevent infinite loops with what? We don't want it to loop every time with 401 errors. Okay, so here we just say bool, then we say it's retrying, then we're gonna set it false by default. So the next thing that we need it is to create the constructor with this required parameters, so like that. So after that, what we need to do, it is to override the on request. So this one on request, so because I can see it is not suggesting, so we're gonna say at override. So at override, so this one it is from the interceptor, so we need to override it. So here we say on request, so we want when making request, so we pass our request options. So that is the work of the interceptors. So we need to pass these things. So request what? Request interceptor handler, then we call it handler. So you just come here, it will be an async method, so make sure you pass async method here, like that. So in here, what we'll do, we need to define the endpoints that don't require authentication. That's what the endpoints that don't require what? The refresh token or the access token. So we're gonna say final public. You can put many endpoints here, so final public endpoints, so it will be a list. So then you close it like that. So here in the list, what we need to pass, we need to say what? API endpoints. I want to API end, so API endpoints dot, so this one we want the endpoints that don't require to be someone to access them while authenticated. So API endpoints, the first one, it is the login, then which one, then API endpoints, API endpoints, so endpoints, we need the register. Okay, and also API endpoints for API endpoints for the password reset. Okay, password reset. So these are the endpoints that don't require what? The access token or the refresh token. Now we need to start working on this part to check if it is a public endpoint or not. So to check the endpoints, so we need to say, let me have a comment here. I say check if this what? If this is a public endpoint. So here what you need to say it is final is, so this one gonna return true or false, so it's public endpoint. So public endpoint, endpoint, so is equals to public endpoints. So public, our public endpoints, the one that we defined, and points, this one. Then we need to check any. So then here we need to, the one that we want to test, it is the endpoint. Gonna name it endpoint. So now we need to return, so options, so options dot path dot contains, so contains endpoint, and point our endpoint, any endpoint in the list. So if it is what, if it is a public endpoint, if it's a public, so our public endpoint, so if it is, we just need to our handler to go to next. Okay, so just skipping, so return handler, we don't need to supply anything to this. So next, so next here we just pass our options, so like that. So after doing that, so we need to, for the protected endpoints, we need to add the token. Okay, so just come below here. So that's why we need this part, because it is very essential for that job. When we are, assume you want to access a profile, so you don't need to get the password, just supply the token. So here we need, for just say for protected endpoints, so here we need to we're gonna try to add token if we have them. So here we say try, so here we say final token, so this one we're gonna wait, so this one will be a callback, so we're gonna say get access token, so it's a method, make sure you put it like that. Then we need to get it, so if token it's not equal to null, if it's not equal to null, and token it's not empty, if it is not null or not empty, so just do what, so here we need to pass it in our options. Okay, so we just say options dot headers, so we need to pass it here. So what we do is that we say authorization, so this is what our backend needs, so authorization, so it will be in our authorization what we need to pass here. As you remember, we were saying that we need a bearer, so spelling, so where we are separating them, bearer, then with the token. Okay, so like this, so that's how we pass it, like that. So what we'll do here, so if we don't have, so if no token, we're gonna continue, so we're gonna let the backend to handle it. So this one, it allows the request to reach the backend where it can return a proper 401 response instead of failing on the client side. Okay, so we just say return, so return handler dot next, so then we pass our options here, so options like that. So then after that, we just need to catch it, to catch any kind of error that occurs here. So just come here, and we just need to, if getting the token fails, now we continue without token, so the backend will handle the missing or the appropriate. Okay, so we're gonna continue, so this one handler dot next, so just pass the options, so the one that we defined here. If you can see the request options, that's why we are passing these options, this one, and the others. Okay, so after doing that, now we have the on request, so we want to have the on error. So this one, let me see whether we can get it. So because we can't, we just need to override it. So to override here, we just say void void on error. So on error here, just say dio exception. So dio exception. So then we name it error. Then error interceptor handler. So this one, error interceptor handler, this one. So then we name it handler also. Then it's an async method. Then we come here. So to avoid infinite retry loops, we need to use our retrying. Okay, so if it's retrying, it's good to do this. So if it is retrying, we just need to do what? To set it to false. Okay, so this flag, this is our flag here, so false. When we have another, then we return handler. So handler dot next. So just to pass our error. So we do like that. So the next one, we need to handle the 401 errors with token refresh. Okay, so I'm gonna say handle here. I'm gonna say handle what? 401 errors. So errors with what? With token refresh. So here what we need to do, if error, so if our error, that is our exception, so response. So in our response, we need to check if there is status code, if it is equals to 401. If it is in that, we need to come here and say retrying. We need to retry here. If the response is that, we need to retry here. So we set our retrying flag to true. Then we need to try. So we only need to do what? We only attempt to refresh if we have tokens. Okay, so final. So here we say final current token. So is equals to await get access token. But if you don't have, we cannot do what? So we cannot retry. So just only attempt the refresh if you have the token. So if current token, if our current token, the one that we have created here, that is carrying the token. So if the current token is equals to null, or current token is empty, so current token is empty. So if it is empty, just do what? So no token available. So this is likely maybe a new user or an installed app. So we don't attempt to refresh. So we just pass the error through. Okay, so here we just say on auth error here. So what we do, just pass our error there. Then we need to set our retrying to false. Okay, so retrying here, we're gonna set it to false like that. Then we're gonna return handler dot next. So like this, then we pass our error there. So that one we are checking whether we have what? This is handler. So pass it like this. So but if you have the tokens, we need to attempt to refresh tokens. So here I'm gonna say, let me have a comment. So attempt to refresh tokens. So what we need to do in here, we just need to get the refreshed. So we need a variable to hold that. So the refreshed token. So refreshed, we're gonna say await. So then we say refresh tokens. So refresh tokens like this. So these are the callbacks. So the one that be implemented, then the data will be passed to this one. So we need to say if refreshed. So if it is refreshed, so like this, we need to do what? We need to get the fresh token after successful refresh. Okay, we say final final token is equals to await get what, get access token. So get access token like this. Then we say what, so we retry original request with new token. Okay, so here we just retry, so we're gonna say retry, so retry original. So we want to retry original request with new token, the new token that we get. So we say if token it's not equal to null, and what, token it's not empty, so here we just do what, final options. So final options, here we say error, so dot request options, so like that. Then we need to say options dot header, so dot headers like this. Then we pass our authorization. Then after that we need to do what, to pass the token. So we're gonna say bearer, you need to make sure it's capital B, then like this, then with a space, then with the token. Okay, we pass the token here. So that's it. So we need to create a new instance just for this retry to avoid interceptor loops. Okay, so we need to come here, so I'm gonna comment and say create a new exception instance. So just for this retry, to avoid what, to avoid interceptor loops. Okay, so here you just say final retry response. So retry response, so we're gonna await our dio package, our dio. So here we have the instance, that is our instance dot fetch. So what we need to fetch, it is our options, we pass our options there. So then it's retrying, we pass it to be what, to be false. Then we return handler, so the handler here, handler dot resolve like this. Then we say what, retry response. So it is like that, we're gonna retry. So after doing that, if so what we need to do after this one, so if refreshed, so we need to do what, so if that fails, we need to, if we get to this point, the refresh failed, so our token is still invalid. So what we need to do, if we reach to this point, if we have tried that and it has failed, we just need to do what, we need to say on, so on auth error. So on auth error here, we say we pass our error, our exception here. Then it's retrying, we need to set it to false. So false like that. Then we return handler dot next. So dot next here, we just pass our error. Okay, so like that. So then we need to catch our, if our try fails, this one. So if our try fails here, we just need to do what, to catch it. So to catch it, we just do like this. Then we do what, on auth error. So we need to pass the same, this one, the one that happens after you're not able to refresh. So just copy it, so then you just paste it here. So it is like that. So for other errors, so we're gonna come to, for other errors here, we just need to we just forward them. Okay, we just return handler dot next. So this is how you handle the tokens when you are passing it in the authorization, so that the moment it will be retrying while no user is, where the users are not refreshing. Okay, so after that, what we need to do, we need to come back to our API client. So here, so in our API client here, so we have the, first of all, we had to set the base options. So the next thing that we need, it is to add the in our API client, we need to add the interceptor. So I'm gonna say add interceptors. So these are the interceptors that we make. So here you add them if you want to have the maybe a rate limit interceptor or other interceptors. So like ours, we have what? So dot interceptors. So we need to add all. So to add all, you need to do what? To add it's going to be a list, so iterable. So you need to put semicolon there. So here in this list, what we need to pass it is our auth interceptor. Okay, so our auth interceptor, the one that we are creating, interceptor like this. We do like that, then we need to import it. So you do like this, we import it there. So then we need to pass the required parameters. Okay, just do like this, you add the 3. So here what happens is that you see we have the get access token, we have the refresh tokens, and the auth. So what I will do here, I need now to add our token manager. Okay, so the one that is managing our tokens. So we're gonna say final token. We need to have it here. We're gonna say final token manager. So this one, when you import it, we name it token manager, like that. So the next thing that I want to have, it is on authentication field. So the one that we're gonna use, it will be a function. So function, we say what? On authentication. So that is nullable. So we can say on authentication. So here you can use this method to do something. So on authentication field, like this. So we need to add them to our API client. So in the constructor, so we need to have the required. So we need to pass our token manager. So this dot token manager, then we need this dot on authentication field. So that is our constructor for that. So what we need to do in the get access token, so as you know, we had the get access token in our, so here we need, because it's a function, we just say token manager. So token manager dot, we need to, there's that method for getting access token. Okay, so just remove that. So make sure you do it like that. The next one, it is token manager dot refresh. So refresh tokens, like that. So the on auth error here, the exception. So what we need to do here, we need to come here and do what? So we need to clear tokens. Okay, so then we say token manager. So token manager dot clear tokens if there is an error. So we do like that, then we pass our auth what? On auth what? on authentication field, so the one that we created, then dot call, because it's a method, we can call it like that. So that is part for managing the tokens. So the next thing that I need to do, we need to create options with credentials for web cookie handling. Okay, so we need to handle our web cookies here. So just like here before anything, so here I want to say create, so create options with credentials for web cookie handling, like this. So what we need to do, it is options, so then we create options. Okay, so create options, so we're gonna name it like this. So then here we need to pass our options nullable, then we name them options, so like that. So here we need to return options, so return options. So here what I need to pass, it is headers. So because we want to handle the cookies in web, so we need to handle them well. So options here we say what, dot headers, so we just do what. So then the next one, it is the method, so we say options, so options here dot method, then we have what, send timeout, we just say options dot send timeout, then we have what, receive timeout, so we say options dot receive what, timeout, then extra, so extra here we just do what, options dot extra. Okay, so after that, the next one we need, it is what, after extra we need the follow redirects, so we're gonna say options, so you can see we are making them nullable, so I'll explain why we have them. Dot follow redirects, then we have validate status, so we say options, then we say what, so options dot validate status, then the next one, it is what, receive data when status error, so we say options, we're gonna say receive data when status error, like that, then list format, so list format here, so options then dot list format, so then response type, this one we're gonna say, so options dot response type, then content type, so content type here we say options dot content type, like that. Then we need also the extras, so the extras, so we need to use that one, we say extra, so here in extra we just need to pass what, a dictionary using the spread operator, so here we say options, so options like this dot extra, so we need to pass that extra, then we need with credentials, so with credentials with credentials, then we set it to true. So this is good for we're gonna say enable cookies for web. So let me explain what is going on. So in our this function, we have designed it to enforce a default setting for web applications while still allowing for custom per request configurations. So its primary purpose is to consistently add the with credentials, this one, true to the options of every API request. Okay, so why is this important? It's because one thing, it enables cookie handling on the web. So this part for the with credentials true is crucial for web-based Flutter applications. When your application runs in a browser, this option tells the browser that it's allowed to send cookies, like session cookies or the authentication tokens stored in cookies, so along with the API request to your backend. So without this, browsers block the cross-origin request from including cookies by default, which would break cookie-based authentication. So then it centralizes configuration and maintains flexibility instead of manually adding this option to every single get, post, or put call. This helper functions does it automatically. So this is great because you don't repeat yourself. You define this essential web configuration in one place, then it's flexible, so the function accepts an optional options parameter. So this means for any specific API call, you can still provide custom options like a different header or timeout. The function intelligently preserves your custom options while ensuring with credentials is true, always included in the final setting sent with the request. Now, so that we're gonna use that one, we need to come to our wrappers. So here, so in every one we need to add this one. So we need to say final. So final request options. So request options. So here we need to do what? We need to use our create options, this one. So then we say options, the one that we defined here, so it accepts all the options. So it is like that. So then we need to use it, we need to pass it to our method. So you just come here in your request, so in your query parameters we need to pass options. Okay, so options here, you just say request options, like this. So then we need to copy this one, so Control C. So then you come and paste it also in this part, so like that. Then in our data here, you just need to pass the options. So options here, you just say request options, these ones. So after that, so the next one, you just come to the put. So in the put, so request options, here's the error. So this one, make sure that you add semicolon there. So that is the error. So in the put, here, you just paste it like this. Then you come and pass them here, the options. So options, we just do what? Say request. So request options, like that. So the next one, you do the same, so that we're gonna pass our with credentials, so that we're gonna be able to use cookies. So then we say options, so options, then we say request options. So request options. So and then the delete, also here we need to do what? To pass it. So Control V, then we just pass it here. So then we in the options, So just pass our request options. So after doing that, now we are able to use the cookies in our request. So this is a complete API client. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to go back to our remote data source, so that we need to use the token manager to get the tokens and to save them, to clear them, and other things. Okay, so what we need to do, just come here in our Auth remote data source. So what we need to start with, so when we log out, first of all, so when we log out, we want to clear the tokens. Okay, so we need to come here, just where is it? So in our logout, where is it, our logout? So our logout, so here in our logout, after this, after trying that, after sending the request to the backend, so here we always, so I'm gonna say always, so always clear local tokens regardless of what, regardless of backend call success. Okay, so before we use it, we need to come and put it here. So in our method, so here you just need to have final token manager, token manager. So this one, we name it token manager, like that. So then we need to add it to our constructor. Here we say required, it is required, so required this dot token manager. So we have our token manager. So in our logout, we want to call the clear tokens. Okay, so let us come here. Where is it? Our logout. So in our logout method here, so always clear the token regardless of what, of the backend call success. So we're gonna say await, so await token manager, so token manager, so token manager dot clear tokens. So make sure it is manager, so clear tokens. So after doing that, now we have cleared our tokens. So even if we fail, we need also copy this. So just come with this. So we need to ensure that our local tokens are cleared even if unexpected error occurs. Okay, so we need to always make sure we clear our tokens. So the next one that we need to do, it is our what, when we log in, we get the tokens, so we need to save them. Okay, so let us come to our, we need to get to our, first of all, our register. So let us go to our register. So in our register, so we want the places that we get the tokens, so we need to, so this is login. So in the login, we can start with it also. So we need to get the tokens. So final tokens is equals to auth tokens model dot from JSON, this one. Then we need to pass our data, then we need to get what, the tokens. So after that, now we have the tokens, so we just need to await our token manager, our token manager dot, we need to store the tokens. Okay, this is where you store them, so you pass the tokens like that. So after doing that, you need to copy the same, then you pass it to where, when the user registers. So where is it? Refresh, register. So in this part for data, so just come here and you paste it there. So now we have the tokens, we are saving them. So the next thing that we need to do now, it is to start working on the repository. So we need to do the implementation. Just need to come in our repository in the data. So just come here and you press here, then you create a new file. So you name it Auth repository, Auth repository implementation. Okay, like that. I'm gonna say impl. So here we need to create, we need to do what? To create a class. Then we name it what? Class Auth repository. So repository implementation. So we need to implement our abstract class that is in the domain. So implements what? Auth repository. So Auth repository. So Auth repository. So this one. So after doing that, we have the required what? Overrides. So we just do what? It is the 7. So you create them like that. So what we need to do here, as you can see, so we need to, first of all, we need to have the imports. So here we need to have a remote data source. So final auth. So obviously this one is the one that links the domain layer to the data layer and the data layer to the domain layer. So auth repository, auth remote data source. So this one, we're gonna name it remote data source. So then we need the local what? Auth local data source, So then we name it local data source. Okay, so then we have what? Final token manager, final token. So token manager. So we name it token manager like this. So we need to import token manager, and in our repository, this is where we check if we are connected in the internet or not. So we need to have a network info. So we need to come to our network here. So make sure you come here. So here we need to have a network info. So we say network info. So this one will be used to say if either we are connected or not. So network info.dat. So we, as you remember, we added our package, that is the connectivity plus. So that is one that we're gonna use here. So abstract class. So network info. So this one, what we need to do, we need to have a bool. So the one that's gonna return either it is connected or not. So future bool. Then we need to have get it is what? Is connected. Okay, so like this. So we need the implementation. So in our implementation here, just say class network info implementation. So implementation, so implements what? Implements our network info. Okay, so then we do like this. Then we say final connectivity. So this one is where we're gonna use our connectivity plus. So connectivity. So make sure if you don't, you just add Flutter pub add connectivity plus. Okay, so we name it connectivity. We just give that name. So the next thing that we need, it is our constructor. So our constructor here, we just have this as final field. So then we need to override our So this one, so the is connected, so just do like this, then we come here. So we're gonna remove this comment. So after doing that, we need to come here. So instead of having the arrow type of function, then we need to have this one for the braces. So here we need to have it async, so async like that. So here what we need to do, it is final connectivity result. So connectivity, so we name it connectivity result. So this one we want it to be used to hold the result. Okay, so here we await connectivity, our connectivity, so connectivity dot check connectivity. Okay, so check connectivity like that. Then we have the return connectivity result. We need to return connectivity result. Here if it is not empty, we need to check if it is not empty, and connectivity result dot first. So dot first, it's not equal to connectivity dot connectivity. So connectivity, we're gonna say connectivity dot connectivity result. So result dot what, dot none. Okay, so we want to check if it is not none. So after doing that, so this one gonna be able to give us the connection, if we are connected. So now we need to come here. So in here we need to import it also. So we just do what, we just say network info. So here, so we just do what, just say final network info. So network info, so we name it network info. So then we need to import it. So after that, now we need the class, the constructor with the required. Okay, so now we have that part. Now we need to start working on the methods. Okay, so the first one that we need to do, it is to come here in the register with email and password. Okay, so here we're gonna say it's an async method. So async, so here what we need to do, it is what, if we need to check if we are connected or not, if await network info. So network info, if it's connected, so we need to check that. So here we need to do what, so in here now it is what we need to do, we need to try. So try, here we're gonna say final result is equals to await, so await remote data source. So remote data source dot register. So we have a register one here. So the email that we want to pass, it is credentials. So we want to say credentials dot email. Then let me copy this. So then we paste it here like that, then like that, then like that, and also like this. So as you can notice, we have errors here. So first name and last name. So what we need to do, we need to come to our auth credentials, then we pass them. We want to refactor it, like the display name, we want it to be first name. So we do it like this. So first name like that, then final string, then we're gonna say last name. So just come here, instead of display name we have the first name, then we have this dot last name. So like that. So that is our auth credentials constructor. Then we pass them here. We say first name, and also the last name. So last name, so make sure this is capital N. So like this. So first name, last name, then it's going to be like this. Then we have last name here, first name, or the one that you want to start with. It's no big difference. So first name like this, then you need here first name. So just copy it, Control C, then you V, then V here. So then we need the last name, so we need to add the last name here. We need to say string last name. So last name like that. Just come here and you say what? Last name, then we say last name. So last name, failure to that, we just do the last name. Okay, so that's it. So we have that one. So we need to go back to our repository. So here in our repository, now it's okay like this. Then you have the semicolon there. So now if we pass them, so we need now the backend gonna give us the result. So here we need to extract user and what? User and tokens from the what? Tokens from result. So here I just do final user is equals to user model, so we need to import this one. So user model from, need to import it, so this one from JSON. So from JSON here we need to pass our result. So then we need what? The user part. So that's the part we want. Then final tokens is equals to auth tokens what? Auth tokens model. So auth tokens model from JSON. So here I just need to pass the result, then we get what? The tokens. So then that is part 4, getting these two. So then we need to store the email verification status. Okay, so we say final bool is verified. As you remember, you are passing this one, so it's verified. We're gonna say result. So result here, then gonna say email verified. So then if that one, then we're gonna pass it false. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, now we have the email verified. So now we need to update the user verification status from backend. Okay, so gonna say update. So update user verification status from backend. So you do if user dot is verified. So if user is verified and it's not equal to is verified, if they are not equal, so you just need to update it. Okay, so just say final updated what? User is equals to user model so we need to update it. User model, our user model here. So here we need to pass our user.id, then user.email, then the other one, it is user dot, not user, we need our username. So username, we say user dot username. So then we want first name, first name, we say what, user dot first name. So then we say what, last name. So last name here we say what, user dot last name. Then we say phone number. So phone number here we say user dot phone number. Then profile picture URL, we're gonna say user dot profile picture URL, like that. Then we have what, it's verified, we're gonna pass it to this one. There is verified, okay, it's verified. So this one we're gonna say what, is verified, the one that we created. So after doing that, so we have that updated user. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to await our local data source, so that we're gonna save the updated user. So await, gonna say await local data source, then we cache user. So we pass our updated user here. So updated user, like that. Then we need to await again. So await local data source dot cache tokens. So there you pass our tokens, then we say what, like that. Then we return, so we return right. So right, we pass our updated user. So the reason why we are using the right and left, it's because we are using either failure or user entity. So this is the left side, this is darts. So when you use either, so the darts package, it comes with the what, left and right. So the left you pass your failure, then the right you pass your what, your success. So after doing that, so we need to, if we are not using the update, we need now to, so we need to come here and we cache user. So cache user and tokens. So like this, just say await. So await local data source dot cache user. So this one, then you pass user there, then await. So await, then local data source dot cache tokens, then we do like that. So then we return right. So right here we say what, user. So that is the part for handling our, so that is our try. So but if it fails, so we need to say on server exception. So server exception. So this one, if it is on server exception, we need to catch it. So just say like this, then you do what, you catch it. So return. So when it fails, use the left. So left, just pass our server failure. So server failure here is say message. So e dot message. So like that. So that is our server exception. And if it is on what, if it is not server exception. So it is on authentication. So authentication exception. So here, if it is authentication exception, we need to catch what? The error. Then we do what? We do return left authentication failure. Authentication failure. Then we pass message here and we say e.message. So we do like that. The next one, if it is not in the above two, we need to catch it. So we just do like this. Then we say what? Return left. So left, then we say server failure. So server failure like this. Then we pass the message. So the message here, we want to say e to string, okay, like that. So that is our part for. So but if it is, now this is part for network, if it is network failure. So as you can see here, we are checking if we are connected, then failure to that is our if. So else here we need to return left. So we return left. So then we say network what? Network failure. So that is it. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our what? Our login with email and password. So what I'll do, it will look almost similar with this. So we just need to copy our register method. So just come here. So what I'll do is just I'll come in our login with email and password here, just replace it. So when you replace that, so what will happen here, instead of register, we need to have login. So login with email and password. So then we pass our credentials, then we check whether we are connected or not. Then we have the login here instead of register. So then in login we do not pass these three, so we just pass email and password. Then here we don't need to check this, so just need to remove that. So after that, we just get the user, the tokens, and then we save the data. So that is our repository. It looks like that for refresh token, for login with email and password. So the next one, it is our refresh token. Okay, so here in the refresh token, so what will happen is that I'm gonna copy this first. So this for checking network. So just come here in our refresh token here, just need to paste it. So here we do what? So then make it async, so that error will disappear for the await. So here in the async, we need to try. So what we want to try here, we need to call the remote to refresh tokens. So here we are passing no parameters, so because the HTTP only cookie does not need the parameters. Okay, so final new tokens, then we're gonna await. So await here we say remote data source dot refresh tokens. So refresh tokens like this, then we do that, then we pass it here, we close like that. So here we need to cache the new tokens. Okay, we're gonna say cache new tokens after receiving them. So just say await. So await what? Await local data source, so local data source dot, we need to cache tokens. So cache tokens like that. So we pass our new tokens here, so new tokens. So we do like that, So the next thing after we do that, we just return write. So write, so we return write. So we say what, new tokens here, just need to return the new tokens. So after that, if our try fails, so here on server exception, so on server exception, we need to catch what, so we need to catch that error. So we just come here and we say if the refresh fails, we need to clear the auth data and provide the specific error. Okay, so we're gonna say await local data source dot clear auth data, like this. Then we need to return, so to return left. So here in the left, we just say authentication failure. So authentication failure, like that. Then we say message. So message here, it is e.message. Okay, it is like that. So the next one, if it is not there, it is on cache exception. So on cache exception, we do what, return left, then cache exception. So cache exception, we do like that, then we put semicolon there. And if it is not a cache exception, so we need to catch it. So like this, we just do what, just come here, we return left. So left there, we say server failure. So server failure messages. So messages, so message here we say e. So e to string. Okay, to string, we need to convert it to string, then we close it there. So else, if it is not, if we are not connected, we say what, it is we return left. So we say network failure, like that. So that is the part for network failure. This is cache can't be assigned to a parameter type failure. So this one should be cache failure, not cache exception. So cache failure. So after doing that, the next method that we want to handle, it is our validate token. So let us go to where we have the validate token. So this one, it is an async method. So here, this is where we're gonna use it to validate our tokens. So what we need to do here, as usual, we need to check whether you are connected. So if you are connected, we need to try. Okay, so here we need to try. First of all, what we need to do here, we need to check if we have tokens. So we need to check. So here we say try. So we need to try to, so await what, token manager dot has tokens. So has tokens, like that. Then here we do what, we return if it fails. So return, so if you don't have, so we just say return constant of write. So we say it is false, so like that. So this is not right, is if. So if we don't, so here we need, if we have the tokens, so we need to check if tokens are what, are expired locally. Okay, like that. First we need that one. So here we just say final auth status. So this one is equals to, we're gonna await. So we're gonna await what, gonna await token manager. So token manager dot get auth status, this one. Then after that, now we need to switch, okay, to use switch to know the status we are in. So switch, so here we're gonna say, we're gonna pass our auth status, so that one. Then we need here, then we want to use this one, help us, so that we can get the missing cases, okay, switch cases. So if it is, if the auth status it is in authenticated, we need to continue with validating the token. So we gotta say break, okay, so we just break, so we continue with the validation of tokens. So but if it is expired, first of all, if they are expired, we need to refresh first, then we use it, okay. So we say final refreshed, so we are calling here to refresh. So await, then token manager, so token manager dot refresh tokens, so refresh tokens, like that. Then we get the refreshed. So if it was not able to refresh, so refreshed, if it was not able, we just return const of right, then we pass what, false, okay. So it is like that. The next one, if it refreshes, we just need to break, so we continue with the validation. So this is right. So then after that, the next one that we need to do, it is if it is not authenticated, okay. So if it is not authenticated, we just return, so return constant of right, so right, we say false, okay. So that is the part for validating token. So before we continue, so the next thing that we need to do, we want to do the if that is here. So now we are able to know the status we are in. So the next thing that we need to do, it is what, to validate now, okay. Now validate with the server. So final is valid, so we say final is valid. So we're gonna is equals to await, so await, then remote data source, so remote data source dot validate, so validate what, token. So here then we need to return right, then we say is valid, okay. So is valid. So here, so that if that fails, if it is on server exception, so on server exception like this, we need to catch it. We just come here and then we return, so return left, so then server, we need to return server failure. So here we say what, we say message, here message that we want to pass, it is e dot message, okay, e dot message, like that. So then we put semicolon. So but if it is not server exception, we need to catch what, we need to catch it, so just pass it here. Then we do what, then we return left, then server failure, then we say message is equals to e dot to string, so like that. So the next thing that we need, if we are not connected, so we need to say else. So here it means if no network, so we need to check the local token status. So we need to try here, so just try. So to try, first of all, we need to check whether we have the tokens in our local storage. So just copy this, so I'm gonna paste it here. So we need to check whether we have them. So if we don't, we just return false, so write false, Then if we have, so we need to say auth status. So auth status is equals to await. We want to know the token manager dot get what, get auth status, like this. Then we return right. Then we say what, auth status is the same as, is equals to what, auth status dot authenticated. Okay, auth status dot authenticated. Okay, authenticated like this. So then you close like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need, if that fails, so here we say on if our try fails, so we need on cache what, so on cache exception. So cache exception, here you just do what, so we come here and return left. Then we say what, cache failure, like that. Then we do like that. So left it is caps lock, so make sure it's capital. So then if it is not in that, we need to cut it. So then we return left and cache failure, like this. Then we close. So that is our method for validating token. Okay, so the next method that we need to handle, it is our get current user. So get the current user, we need to look for that method. So let us go and look for the get current user. So that method, it is where, so that is logout. So here it is. So this one we need to clean here. So here it's an async method. So async, so it's an async method. So here what we need to do, we need to first of all to try, we need to try, gonna say try. So here we need to try to get user. Okay, so try to get the cached user first. So we're gonna say final cached, not like this. So final what, final cached. So cached what, user. So this one is equals to await. So we need to await our local data source, local data source, this one. Then we're gonna get user, so like that. The next one, so we need to check if we have the cached user. So if cached user, if it's not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, here we need to validate token to ensure user is still authenticated. Okay, so here I want to have a comment and say validate token to ensure what, to ensure user is still what, still authenticated. So here we need to try. So what we need to try here, we need to say final. So here we need to try not final, we need to try what, to, so if it is not equal to null, first of all I don't want to try this one. So we just need to, first of all we need to check whether we are connected. So if await, so await first, if await network info dot is connected. So if it is connected, here we need to do what, we need to try. So we need to try to get if it is valid. Okay, so it's valid, so it's valid is equals to So we need to first of all await remote data source. So we're gonna validate the token. So validate what? Token. Okay, so like that. Then we need to check whether if it is valid, if it is true. So it's valid. So if it is true, here we need to do what? We need to return right. So we say cached user. Okay, so if it is true, else we need to invalidate token. Then we try to refresh. So else here we need to do what? Return await. So await, here we need to create this private method that gonna refresh. So refresh, so we're gonna say refresh and get user. Okay, so we're gonna create this method. So this one gonna refresh and it will get the new user. So we just come here below. So just here we need to make sure it's not in this. So here just say, so here gonna say helper method. So helper method to refresh tokens and get user. Okay, so this one will be used for that. So we're gonna have future. So future either failure or user entity. So user entity like this, another one. So then we call it what? Refresh and get current and get user. So like that. Then we do what? So it will be an async method. So here we just say final refresh result. So final refresh result is equals to await. So we say refresh tokens. Okay, so this one gonna refresh tokens. We have that method here. So then we're gonna say return. So return refresh result. So this one, it is either a failure or user entity. So we're gonna use the fold. So the fold, this one gonna help us to have a place to pass our failure. So like this. So in this failure we need to do what? We need to return left. So left, then we say failure. So failure like that. Then the right side we want to pass tokens. So tokens here, how we get them? It is async. So here we need to do what? We need to try. So we need to try to get what? So with the new tokens, so we need to get updated user profile. Okay, so final user is equals to await. So here gonna say await remote data source dot get user profile like that. Then await, so await local data source. So local data source, we need to update our cached user. Okay, so we need to cache it. So like that. Then we pass our user there. Then after that we need to return right. So user. So after that, if that our try fails, we need to do what? We need to get it. So catch, then we pass there. Then we return const of right then we say what? Null. So then we pass here semicolon. So let us continue working on the get current user. So after doing that, now we have the user. So we have tried to get, so that one gonna call the backend. So but if our try fails, so if our try fails, we need to catch this one. So here we have the network error, so but we have a cached user. Okay, so we're gonna return it. So we say return, so return right, so right like this, then we return our cached user like that. So if this one, if valid, we check, then else, then we try. So then if this one, so if it is what, if we don't have network, so else here we need to say so no cached user, so get it from the remote data source. Okay, so this one, so what will we do? No, this one for network. So this one we say we return what? We return our right. So this is when we are not connected. So right, so right what? So right cached what? Cached user. So cached user like this. So after doing that, now we have seen that we are not connected. So this one, so the one that we have checked here. So then, so the next thing we need to check, so here we are checking if we had the cached user. So it simply means at this point we don't have cached user, so we need to have else. So here in the else, so no cached user, so we need to get it from remote if possible. Okay, so here we need to check if await, so if await network, so network info dot is connected, so it's connected here. We just do what? We need to try to get what? The user from there. So we're gonna say final user is equals to await, so await remote data source, so remote data source dot get profile. Okay, so get user profile like that. So now we have the user. Automatically we need to local data source, so local data source dot cache user. Okay, so we need to cache our user there, then we return, so we return right, so right, so there we return user, so make sure spelling, so you return user there. So after that, so if our try fails, we need to catch it, so just do like this, then we catch that. Then here we need to return const of right, so we just pass null. Then if we are not connected at this point, so this one, so here we just say what? Else, so else what? Return, so return const, then we say right, then we say null. Okay, so that is the method for getting the current user. So the next method that we need, it is what? Before we do that, we need to complete this one. So the one that our try here, if it fails, so the main try, so here we just say on cache cache exception. So exception. So here in this cache exception, so we need to return const, then write, then we say what, null, like that. So but if it is not cache exception, so we need to catch it also. So we do catch, then we do what, so here we just return const, then we say write null. So that is our method for getting the current user. So the next method that we need to handle, it is the update user profile. So in our update profile, so let us come here. So in our update profile here, it's going to be an async method. So what we need to do here, first of all, we need to check if, so we say await, so await network, so network info dot is connected. So here what we need to do, it is to try. So we're gonna try, then we say final user is equals to await, so await remote data source dot update user profile. So here we need to pass our first name, we need to pass our last name, like that. So here what we need to do, we just need to say first name. So first name, it is going to be first name, so like that. No, you can pass them like this. So let us have them like that, first name, then here the profile image, so profile image like that, then we close. So then we need to put that one. So in here, so first of all, let us also close this one. So in here, after we have passed our data, so what we need to do, it is now to update our local cache. Okay, so we need to say await, so await local data source dot cache user. So we pass our user there, then we return local data source dot, no, we need to return write. So write we're gonna say user. Okay, so that is our, so after that, now we need to do what, now after getting the user, now the next thing that we need to do, it is what, it is for on server exception. So if our try fails, so we do what, so here on server, so we're gonna say on server, on server exception. So on server exception, we need to catch, so we need to catch that error. Then here, then we need to close it. So here we just need to do what, just need to, we need to pass our we need to return, okay, return left. So left, so here in the left, we just need to do what, we need to return server failure. So server failure with the message. So message here, we just say e dot message, like that. Then we close like this, like that. So then we have what, so we need to check on authentication failure, on authentication authentication failure. So here what we need to do, it is to catch that. So we're gonna say catch it. So we catch that error, then you close it like this, then you come here, then you close it. So here we need to do what? So on this one, so we just need to return left. So we return left, then we say what? Authentication failure. So authentication failure like that. Then we have the message. We're gonna see e.message. So like that. So that is our authentication failure. So if it is not in that, we just need to catch it. Okay, so we catch it like this, then we do what? Then we just return left. So then we say server failure. So then message will be message. So message would be e2 string. Okay, so then we close it like this, then we put semicolon. So that is our so this one update might complete. Okay, so after doing that, else we need to do what? Else we need to come here. If we don't have network, we just say what? So here we need to return. So we need to return left, then we say network failure like that. So that is our part for that. Then we need to close it. So that is our part for updating profile. So then the next thing that we need to do, so our update profile, okay, first name and other things. So what we need to do here, we just need to come to our logout. So the next one, it is the logout. So let us look for it. So logout here. So in our logout, we need to do it. So here we need to have the async. So async. So here what we need to do, it is to try. So first of all, we need to try to request the backend logout first. Okay, so if await network info is connected. So here what we need to do, we need to try. So await remote data source. So remote data source, then we do what? We log out. We pass our logout here. So logout. Then if that fails, we just need to continue. So just come here, we say catch. So if it fails, we just need to continue with the local. So here I'm gonna have a comment, continue with local logout even if remote fails. Okay, so after that, so here we need to always clear out. So I want to come outside this if that fails. So if we are not connected, so always do what? Always clear local auth data. So here just say await local data source dot clear auth data like that. Then we need to return const of what? Right. So right here, then we pass what we say null. So we're gonna return null. So if our try phase, we need to say on cache exception. If it is cache exception, so just return left. So left here is a cache failure, okay, like that. So but if it is not a cache failure, we need to catch it also. So we just say catch. So then we just return what? Return left, then server failure. The message we want e to string, okay, e to string, like that. So then we close it there. So this is our repository, so implementation. So the next thing that we need to do is to start working now on the presentation layer. That is our widgets and other things. So here we need to have 3 folders. The one it is for pages. So the next one, it will be a block. So block, then the other one, it is for widgets. Okay, so we do that. So here in block, we need to have the auth block. So create these files. So auth block. So this is where our block will be. Then we need to have what? The next one, auth state. That one we have the states. So dot. Then the last one here, we need auth events. Okay, so the one that will have the auth events. So auth event dot. So that is our block. So in our block, we need to start working on the states that our application can be. So before we start writing the code, so I need to explain something. So I want to explain what is block. So block is the business logic component. So pattern. So it's a state management system for Flutter that helps separate the business logic of your application from the UI, that is the user interface. So this separation makes our code more organized, scalable, and easier to test. So think of a block as a brain of a filter. Okay, so it receives information in the form of events and processes that information. So it performs the business logic and outputs a new state. Okay, so events, so the ones that we're gonna pass here, the events here. So the events, these are the inputs to the block. So they are triggered by user interactions, like clicking a button, or the system events, maybe like the app starting up. So that those are the events that are passed to our block. So then the states, these are the outputs of the block. So they represent a snapshot of the UI's state at a given time. So the UI listens for changes in the block's state and rebuilds itself to reflect the new state. So what will happen? So the importance of this pattern is that the UI code becomes very simple. It only has to do 2 things. So tell the block what something happened, so dispatch an event, then listen to the block for the state changes and update itself accordingly. So the UI doesn't know how the state is being managed, so it just knows what state is currently in. So all the complex logic, like making the API calls, handling errors, and managing data, is contained in within our block. So the question that always arises, it's how to identify states and events for a feature. So when starting a new feature, think about the user's journey and the different things the user interface needs to display. So to identify the states, ask yourself, what are all the possible things the UI can look like for this feature. Okay, so is there a loading period? You need a loading state. Then does it show data successfully? You need to have a success or the loaded state. Then can an error occur? So you need an error state. So is there an initial default state? So you need the initial state. So are there other specific conditions for your authentication flow? So you can have what states like email verification needed, password reset, which are very specific to the user status. Okay, so then how to identify the events? Ask yourself, what can the user or the system do to change the state? Okay, does the user press a login button? You need a login event. Does the user try to register? You need the register event. Does the app need to check if the user is already logged in? So when it starts, so you need a check auth status event. Okay, so does the user request a password reset email? So you need a send password reset event. Okay, so by thinking through the user flow and the UI different appearances, you can map out the necessary states and events before writing the blocks logic. So what we'll do, we're gonna start with the events. So the events that here, so we're gonna say it is a part. So just say part. So here you say part of. So it's part of. So we're gonna say auth block. Then here we just need to have our abstract class. So abstract class. So abstract class, here we say auth event. So we name it like that. So we're gonna say extends equatable. So like that. Then we need to override at override. So at override here, just say it's a list of object. So like this. Then we say what? Get props. Then we do what? We have the empty list there. So the first thing that we need to have, it is what? The check state auth status event. So we're gonna say class. So this one will be used when you want to check what? The auth status. So auth status event. So extends. So it extends auth event. So it extends our auth event. Then here we need to have a final bool force check. So this one we want to pass this flag when you want to force check. So we just have check what? Our check auth status. So event. So here we need to pass this dot force check is equals to false. Okay, then we need our override. So at override, here we need to say what? List of object. So list of object. Then we say we need to get the props. So the properties. So just pass our force. So force check like that. So that is our check auth status event. We don't want this one, so that one we're gonna pass it later in our block. So class, then login event. So when the user logs in, so here when you do login event, we want to know what we want user to pass when they are logging in. So just say auth event. So when they are logging in, think of it like what do we need from the user? So we have the final string. So final string, we're gonna say email. So then final string, we're gonna say what? Password, like this. So these are the ones that we want to pass. So then we need to do what? We need to create the constructor with the required. So like this. So we have the constructor there. Then we need our override. So I'm gonna copy this one, so do like that, then come here. So in here just paste there. Then instead of first check, we need what? We need email and what? Password like that. So the next thing that we want, it is what? The logout event. So class logout. So logout event. So when the user wants to log out, so extends auth event, okay, like this. So this one we are passing nothing. So the next event that we want, it is when the user updates their profile, okay. So class, we're gonna say update date profile event. So extends what? Extends auth event. So like that. So here we need to have the final, we need to use the update profile what? Date profile params. So this one, then we name it params like that. Then we need the constructor that will be having just final fields. So here just need to paste our override, our props. So we just pass our params. So that is our events that we want to pass in this part. So the next one, it is the states. So the state that our application might be in authentication, okay. So we're gonna say part of, so it is part of, so auth block like that. So the next, we need abstract class. So abstract class, so we're gonna say auth. So we're gonna say auth what? Auth state. So auth state extends, so extends equatable like this. Then we have what? Our override. I'm gonna paste this one, then I'm gonna remove this one, it is an empty one. So in the states here we can have auth initial. So when we are loading, so when we are in the initial state, so auth initial, so extends auth state, so like that. So this one we are passing nothing, so just say like that. Then class auth loading. So auth loading here extends what? Extends auth state, so like this. The next part, it is what? When the user, it is they are authenticated. So when user, so authenticated, so this one, so authenticated, so it extends what? Auth state. So we want this one when the user, they are authenticated, automatically we're gonna have a user. So we just say final user entity. So we name it user. So these ones we're gonna pass them in our block. So we need to create the constructor. So when the user, they are in this state of authenticated, we need to make sure that we are passing what? The user entity, okay. So here we need to make it required. So that is it. Then the props, we're gonna pass our user here. So we're gonna say user like that. So after that, it is when the user, they are not authenticated. So class, so it is what? Unauthenticated. So it extends what? Extends auth state. So this one we have nothing to show. So that is it. Then we need what? So we need when the user, they are doing what? They are doing what? There's an error, so just say class auth error. So auth error, so we're gonna say extends, so extends auth state. So in this we need to show that error, so we just say final string that message. So then just need to have our constructor. So the constructor, we have the required, then we need the props, then we pass our message. So that is part of the auth error. So the next method, so that is the next state that we want here. It is when the user, they are updating their profile. So I'm gonna say profile, so profile updating. So this is when the user, they are updating their profile. So extends auth state like this. So that one we're passing nothing. Then after successful update, so we need this state. So we're gonna say profile, so profile update, so update success, so extends, so it extends what? Auth state. So we do like that. So in here, what will happen after a successful update? So we just need to have a final user entity, so we say updated user. So after doing that, we just need to create the constructor with the required. So just come here, then we say what? The final required, so like that. So then we need to pass our props, then we're gonna say updated what? Dated user. So that is part for the success after a successful profile update. So what if you have an error? So we need to have a state for that. So just say class, so class profile, so profile update error. So this is when we have an error. So extends, we're gonna say auth state, so like this. Then we have the final string, so final string error. So here you just need to pass what? We need to create the constructor with the required, so like that. Then our props, so our properties, just come here and then you do what? Pass our error like that. So now we have the states and we have the events. So the next thing that we need, it is our block, where we're gonna implement the handlers when we pass a certain event. So we handle it, then we give back the state. Okay, so what happens here, we need to create the class. So auth block, so auth block here extends, so extends block, so like this. Then we say auth event, so auth event like this. Then auth state, so here, so we need to import these ones. So first of all, we need to import block, so I want to import block. Then here we need to use part, so that we can say what? Auth event, so they are passed here. Then the part of, so it is part of auth state. So this one helps us to have a clean code. So after that, now we have the auth block. So the next thing that we need to have our use cases. Okay, so we're gonna say use cases, so use cases. So here we need our final get current, so get current what? Get current user, so user use case. So get current user use case, use case like this. Then we name it get current user. Okay, so get current user. So we need to import this one. So remember we had a barrel, so when you hover above this you can get that barrel. So get current user. Did we not have the get current user use case? Maybe this small. So we need to import it. So we need to import our auth use case. Okay, so this one, so that it will come with all the use cases. So final, so login use case. So this one we name it login like that. Then we have what? Final logout what? Use case. So logout use case, this one we say logout. So then we have final update. So update profile use case, we're gonna name it update profile. Okay, so this one. So remember we say that use cases are the ones that we're gonna use to communicate with the domain, so that the domain gonna communicate with the data layer. So here we say validate. The next one, it is the validate token use case. So use case like this. Then we say validate token. So like that. So we need the constructor here. So the constructor here we need to say final feeds there. So now we have the constructor, so we need to pass the super. Okay, so because of the block we need to have super. So super here you always pass the initial state. Okay, so just say auth initial. So auth initial state. So auth initial like this, initial like this. So this one, then you pass it like that. So then we have the body. So this body, this is where we're gonna put our handlers. Okay, so someone might be asking, why don't we have the register event? Because I want to use this is the admin dashboard. So I know we created the logout, the registration. So if you want to make it maybe a SaaS, so software as a service, you can change that to be able to allow the users to register. When they register, then you can be able to associate their data with that admin. Okay, so but currently because we have only one, so I'm gonna pass it like this one, the login and other things. So I won't pass the register. We're gonna use the one that is, we're gonna register using the terminal, using the super user. So then we need to import these ones, but you can still try to do it. Then make sure you associate the certain what, our certain user with their data. Okay, so you need to improve a bit our backend. So currently now we need to start working on the handlers. So the first handler that we need to handle, it is what, the one that we're gonna check the auth status. So we're gonna say future. So future void. So this one returns void. So here just say on. So make sure they are private because they'll be used only in this. So check auth status. So this one. So here we need our check. So check what? Check auth status. So this one event, so this is the event that we will call when you want to use this handler. So as we said, the block takes the event and then process it and then gives out the state. So here we say event, so then emitter. So emitter, this is what will be emitted. So just say auth state. So our auth state, so we're gonna emit. Okay, so just here what we'll do, we're gonna emit the loading state to allow the UI to show splash screen. Okay, so just say emit, so emit auth loading. So we say auth when this event will be called. So the first thing that we need is to have our auth loading like this, then you close it here like that. So the next thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to validate the token. Okay, so we're gonna say validate the token. So validate the token. So this is the flow, so make sure that you are following it. So final validate, so validate result. So this one we're gonna say await. So await that. Now we need to call our use case that will be used for doing that. Okay, just say validate token. So validate token, this one, then we pass no params. Okay, so here no params are being passed, so we need to import this one from the use cases, so the one that we created in the use case. So you can check there, it's a class. So and because of the await here, you can see it is complaining. You need to make this function async, so just come here and make it async like that. So after doing that, you can see the error disappears. So the next step is to check whether the token valid. So here you say validate result. So validate result, so the one that we created there. Then get, we need to say get or else. So just pass it here, or so as either we get it or else we're gonna return false. So that's it. So now we have the token. If the token it is valid, so it's either true or false. So we're gonna say if it is what is token valid. So is token valid here, we do what we say emit. So we just need to emit a state, so that is unauthenticated. If the token it is not valid, we just pass unauthenticated, then we return. So we return like that. So the next thing that we need, if our token it is valid, so we need to fetch the user's data. Okay, so final user result is equals to await. So we're gonna say get current user. So get current, so this one use case, so get current user. So this one we're gonna pass no params. So no params, the same case, so no parameters are passing here. So here after that we're gonna use the fold. So because it's either a failure or the user entity, so user result dot fold. So fold will have the if left. As you can see, if left it is the failure, then if right it is what the success. Okay, so here you just say failure. So we do like this, then we need to return. So what we will do here, so here in the failure, if it fails, if the user fails despite a valid token, treat it as unauthenticated. Okay, if you are not able to to password. So here we say unauthenticated if we are not able to get the user. So we need to move our state to unauthenticated. So after doing that, just put semicolon there. Now we need to go to the right. If it is right, so automatically we're gonna get the user. So here just say user, so this variable. So here in our user, so make sure I want to put semicolon there. So in our user here, what will happen is that we need to check if the user is not equal to null. So if user, so the user we get it's not equal to null, so we need to have the, so this one it's on success, so we emit what, the authenticated state with the user data. So we're gonna say emit authenticated, authenticated, okay, so with the user, so user like that. So that is the part for user. So if it is not equal null, else we need to emit it to be a what, we're gonna emit unauthenticated. So unauthenticated, so unauthenticated like that. So that is part for checking the auth status. So the next one that we need to handle, now we have the, so the reason why we are getting what, so here in the fold, as you can go to our current user, so this one, let me open this use case. So you can see we are returning here, so either failure or user entity. So if it is successful, we're gonna return what, the user, so which it is the user entity. So the next one, so the one that one calls it calls the repository, then the repository calls what, the repository implementation, then implementations calls the data source. So here filter, so filter void, so here we say on login. So here on login, it is when the user logs in. So event, on this event, so on login event, so we say what, event. So when we activate this event, then we're gonna have the emitter. So emitter, here we say auth state. So auth state, then we say emit. So we have the async. So here in the async, we need to emit, initially we want to emit what, loading. So auth, after you submit, obviously automatically it should first of all load, because it fetches the data. So we say loading. So here just say loading. So like this, we do like that. So the next thing that we need to say, if now we are able to, we want to pass this data, okay, after loading we need to pass this data to backend. So we're gonna show the loading, then the circular progress indicator in our submit button. Then after that, we're gonna pass the data to, so credentials. So the credentials we get from the UI. So these ones we need to say auth credentials. So we need what, so auth credentials. You can import this one from the entity. So like this. So we say like that. So here in the auth credentials, we need to pass the email. So email, so we just say what, event. So in the event, so event dot email. So in the event we have the email. So we're gonna pass these ones in the UI. So that's why in our event, when we do this event, we need to pass these variables. So event dot password, so like that. So when you go to our login event, so here you can see we are passing these things. So the moment we call this event in our UI, we need to pass these ones. So these ones we're gonna pass them after we go to the form. Okay, so after doing that, now we have the credentials. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now the result. So the result, we're gonna get it by passing this one to the use case. Okay, so result is equals to, so we just say await. So here in the await, we're gonna say login. So login, we're gonna say credentials. We pass our credentials here. Okay, like that. After we send the credentials, so the next thing that we need to do, now we have the result. So we want to check if it is an error or success. So result dot fold. So here just say failure. So as usual, this is failure. Then we need to emit, so auth error. So our auth error requires message. So we just say failure dot message. Okay, so that is part for our left side. So if it is our right side, so make sure that we pass it comma here. Then we need to have the right one, so which it is user. So just need to emit authenticated. Okay, authenticated. So this is how you handle the states. So here we need to pass the user. So the user we get, so it looks like that. Then you put semicolon at the end of it. So after doing that, now we have that is the handler for login. So the next one, the login event. So the next one, it is when user wants to log out. So future void. So future void on logout. So on logout. Then here we say logout event. So we just say event. We name it event like this. Then we have emitter. So emitter like this. Then you say auth state. So auth state like this. Then we say emit. So then after that we have the async. So async like this. Then we emit auth loading. So here in the auth loading, just pass like that. As you notice, it's a pattern we are following. So final result is equals to await. So we're gonna say logout. So logout, then we pass no parameter, so no params. So like that, then we put our semicolon there. So the next thing that we need, it is to get the result. So result here, we're gonna say fold. Our fold here, then we have our failure. So failure, then we need to do what? To emit. If it fails, we're gonna emit auth error. So auth error. So auth error like this. Then you say what? Message. So message, you're gonna say logout failed. So then we need to pass it to, so just come here and do what? We say failure. So failure like this dot message. So like that is our part for failure. Then the other part, it is we ignore that, the response, so it is void. That's why we have underscore. So emit, here we say unauthenticated. So this is the state that we want to emit after we log out. So after that, we need, when we want to update our profile, So just come here, we say filter, so filter void, we say on update profile like this, then update profile event, date profile event, so we name it event, so like this. Then emitter, so emitter we're gonna say auth state, so we emit. So after doing that, we want to make this, it is an async method, so async, so like that. So here we need to, first of all, we need to emit, so this is when updating, so we need to say profile updating, so then it's a method, so we pass it like that. Then final result, so final result is equals to, we name it well, so result is equals to await, we need to await our update profile, so our update profile use case, so this one we're gonna pass event dot params, so the parameters we are passing, so params like that. So after doing that, now we have it like this. Then result, so result dot fold, so here we just need to have failure, so failure. Then we do what, we emit profile update error, so like this. Then we pass error here, then we say what, failure, so failure dot message, so failure dot message like that. Then we need comma here to go to our success, if it is successful. So here we need dated user. So here what we'll do, we need to have a body here, so that we're gonna emit profile what, so profile update success. Okay, so after success, so profile update success, then updated user, we pass our updated user, then we close it. So what we need also, we also emit a new authenticated state to update the user object globally. Okay, so just say emit authenticated, or then authenticated like this. Then we emit our user, so we pass our updated user like that. So then we close with our semicolon, then we come here also we close. So this is the part for, these are the handlers we have. So currently we are not using them. So what we need to do, you need to come here on our method body, so on our constructor body. So here we need to have on, first of all, on check. So when we are checking what, on check auth status, so on this one status event, we need to pass what, the on what, on check auth status. So this one we do it like that, then we close with a semicolon. So the next one, on check auth status, this one, so make sure we spell it well. So on check, so this is capital, so capital C, so like that. So then on login event, so login event, so when the login event it is sent here, we just say on login, so like that. The next one, it is on what, on logout event. So here we just do what, we need to not like this, so we just need to close like this, then we pass our on logout. So on logout, Then the next one is on update profile event. So on update profile event, on update profile, so it's not this one, we need this one. So then we do what? On update profile event. So on update profile, so like this. So that is our, so this is our block, or the block, even though you can do more like registration and others. So this is our block currently. So the next thing that we need to do, we need now to start working on the user interface. So in our user interface, what we need to do here in pages, we need to create the login page. So the login page, we just say login page dot, and now the widget that you want to create, we need also the widget. So the widget we want to create here, it is our login form. Okay, so just come here and you say what? Login. So login form. So this one gonna have a form, so like that. So here in the login form, so first of all, let me show you what we are building. So let me open the user interface. So as you can see here in this user interface, we have this title, we have this one, and we have these fields that we're gonna use. Then we have the sign in, then we have the this glassmorphism. Okay, so then we're gonna build that. Then we're gonna have this curve here, then, and also this one, and also we have the particles in the background that will be moving. So what we need to do, we need to start working on the form. So let me open it here. So let us open our Visual Studio. So here, what we will start, we're gonna start with the login form. So our login form, it will be a stateful widget because it's gonna react to changing states. So we need to start here, just it will be a stateful widget, so STF. So when you do that, you get the list here. So I want to use this one, so stateful widget, then you say login form. So then from there we need to import this one. So this one gonna come from the material.dat. So after doing that, what we need to do, we need here in the state, we need the controllers and also the form key. So final form key. So this one helps us to have a key in our form. Okay, so we say global key. So then we're gonna say form state like this, then we do like that. So after that, now we have the form key, then we need the email controller, that one, the text editing controller for email. So email controller, so we name it well, so controller. So here we just do what? Text editing controller. So then the next one, it is password controller. So I'm gonna copy this one, so Ctrl+C+V. So instead of email controller, it is password controller, so like this. So we have the password controller. Then we need the variable, the bool, so bool that will be used to show the password if you want to activate, obscure, or deactivate. So obscure password, the one that, as you saw, we had somewhere in the place for what, so you say true. So by default it will be true. So obscure password, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, the moment you have these ones, always make sure that you dispose them. Okay, so we need dispose So we're gonna write that dispose, so this one. So what we need to dispose it is our email controller, so that we're gonna free our memory. So because controllers always have what, always take some memory, so that's why we need to dispose them. So dispose, so dispose like this, we pass it like that. Then we have what, password controller, password, so like this. Then we do what, password controller, we need to dispose. So after doing that, now we have disposed our password controller and also the password controller and also the email controller. So the next thing that we want to do, instead of container here, we need to have a form key. So a form, not form key. So this widget named form. So in this one we need to have a key, so the one that we defined there, our form key. So we say like this because it is a form. Then child, so now here for the child we need to have a column, so because we want the widgets to be in the same column. Okay, so the column, then we want multiple widgets. So here instead, first of all, before we get the children, so we need to have the cross access alignment. So cross access alignment, this one. So we're gonna say cross access alignment dot cross access alignment dot stretch. Okay, so cross access, so access alignment alignment dot, we want it to stretch, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the main access size. Okay, main access size, so we're gonna say main access size dot min, so main access, so main access size dot minimum, so this one. So after that, now we need our children. So we need to have our children here, so it will be a list of children. So here what will happen is that we need to start with the text, the one that you saw about the name of our, so where you say stylish what, stylish clothes admin login. Okay, so we do it like this. Then we need to style it, so we just do what, style. So to style it, we just say app theme, so the theme that we have, so we need to import this one, app theme. If you remember, we created this one, and also you can get it from the link below in the GitHub. You're gonna find it here, there. So we need the heading, can we use heading what, we use heading large, so dot copy width. So we need to change some things. So here in the copy width, the color, so here the color we need to change, and we say app theme dot text primary, so text primary. So doing that, now we have the part for that one, for stylish clothes. Okay, so this is clothes, so make sure it's like this. So then we need to align it, so we're gonna say text align, so text align, we need it to text align dot center. Okay, so we want it to be centered in this column dot center, like that. So that is our part for the stylish clothes. So we do like this, then we put comma. So now we need to go to the next part of it. So before we start working on the form, we continue working on the form. So we need first of all to know how we're gonna run our application so that we're gonna be able to see it. So what I'll do, just come here in the main.dat. So instead of my home page, we need to pass it our login. So our login page, okay, just say login page like this. So import that one. So here we need to remove the title, this part. So after doing that, what we need to do, it is to run our application. Okay, so just come here and you say Flutter run. We want to say Flutter run, then we're gonna say D, then in the Chrome. Okay, so type that command and wait for your application to run. So after doing that, what I need to do, I want to bring my Chrome here, so you can see it has started launching. So this one gonna run. So let me show it so that we're gonna be able to see what we are building. So as you can see, it is running. So we have it like this. So we just need now to continue working on our code. So what I'll do is that I'm gonna open, so let me minimize this one, so like this. Then after minimizing that, then we need to also to minimize the side, so like that. So after doing this, now we need to go to our login page. So we start working on it. So our login page like this, so we open that. So here, first of all, as I shown you our UI, so let me open it again. So as you can see, we have the class morphism, then we have the animation. So then we have these parts for the circles on the diagonal. Okay, so we need to create this one. So let us go back to our view and our code so that we're gonna start working on it. So here, what I'll do, first of all, I'm gonna use single ticker. So single here in the, so here you're gonna say with single ticker. So this is used for, so it is used for giving us ticker. So the ticker that is used for, so it will give us that mixing for animation. So we need first of all to have what we have let. So let here, so let, we're gonna say animation controller. So animation controller, so animation controller, then we say background. So we're gonna call it background controller. So and here, what I need first of all, as I shown you, there are some particles that are in the background. So we need to create that class for showing the animation, the particles. So the particles will be just small particles that will be animating in the background. Okay, so we need to do what? We need to have the class. So here class, we call it particle system. So particle system, so particle system here. So this one will be final list of particle. So final list. So here we need to define this one, so the particles. So we need to have it as a list. So particle of particles, so particles. So here we need to generate them. Okay, list dot generate. So this one gonna generate these particles. So you say how the generate, as you can see, generate method. So this one, we need to have the length of the particle of the list that we want to generate. Then with the generator, then we need what, which then we need, this is a function, then we say if it is growable or not. So we need a length of 100. Then we need to pass the index. so the index. So from here we just need to return particle. So this one we're gonna define it. So this class that gonna define our particles. So what I will do, I'll just come here below our particle system. So here our particles will be class particle. So we say particle. So here we need to have what? Let double. So let double x. Okay, then we want let double. So let double y. Then we have let double radius. So the reason why we have let, because they've been initialized before being used, okay, but we don't need to initialize them here. So radius. So then we need let color. So color, so like that. Then final we need double. So the speed, so the speed, so like that. So then we're gonna say particle. So particle here we need to say what in our constructor here. We just need to say speed. This one speed, it's going to be random. So we need to use a random. So we're gonna say random. So random dot next double. So we need to generate it. So double. So then you multiply by 0.5, 0.5, then plus 0.1, then we pass it here. We say reset, like this one. So this is the random. We are generating it to be random, so we need to import this one. So from the that math, okay. So after importing that, so then we have a reset. So this method we need to create it, okay. So outside this one, so in this we're gonna say void. So void reset. So this one will be used to reset the particles. So we're gonna say final random. So this variable that will hold the random. So random is equals to, we just say is equals to random, like this. Then we pass it there. Then x. So this one, the one we passed there. So random here. So random dot next double. So like that. Then we're gonna have y. So we need to copy this one. So control CV. So just have y here. So the y axis. Then the next one we need it is what? Radius. So radius. So radius will be, so radius is equals to random dot next double, like this. Then we multiply by 3 plus 1, okay. So we need to multiply it by 3, then we add 1. So our color, so here color we say colors. So color dot from RGBO, from, so make sure it is color. So color from, so from RGBO. So here we need to pass the red. So here red we want to say random. So random dot next int. So next int here. So we're gonna say 100 as the max. So like that. Then we need to add another 100. So but you can modify it the way you want it to be. Then after that the G, so that is our green. So it will be the same. We need to copy it like this one. So it is a random. So control C. Then we come here. Then we paste. So 100 plus that one. Then here B. Then we say what? Then we say 100. This one will be 200. So 200. Then instead of adding 100, we need to add it to add 50. Okay. So the opacity here. So here we need to say random. random dot next double. So next double here we say multiply by 0.3 plus 0.1. So 0.1 like that. So after that we just put our semicolon there. So then we need the update method. So outside our reset, so this one it will be used for updating. So just say void update. So we're gonna say double. So this one gonna accept double progress. So this will be moving, so that's why we need progress. So just come here, then we say y plus is equals. So y plus is equals, then we're gonna use the sign, then we say progress, so the double one, so multiply by 2, then because we want them to be circle, so then we're gonna multiply by 2, then multiply by pi. So then you multiply by pi, then you add x plus x multiplied by 10, okay, because the random one. So then we need to multiply by 0.01 speed, okay, so multiply by speed, so like that. So that is for x. So what I'll do, I just copy this. So that was for x. For y, so we need for x, you need just to replace this one, you say x. So this one gonna be 2 pi, then multiply by that the same way. So then we need a wrap around. So you just come here below, you say wrap around. So wrap what? Wrap around, okay. So here you just say x is equals to x modulus 1, then with y is equals to y modulus 1, okay. So that is the part for the particle. So the next thing, we need the painter. So the painter for our particles, but you can decide to keep this one in a different widget, so it's not a must to put them here. So then we say particle, so particle painter. So we're gonna use the custom painter that allows us to paint, to have a custom paint. So custom painter, so this one. So we need to start working on this. So let us start working on it. So what we need to start with in this one, we need to define some few variables. So final, so list of particles. So we have the particles, so we pass it here, we say particles. So these are the particles. Then we have final double. So final double what? So final double, so we're gonna say final double progress like this. Then we need our particle painter, so that this is our constructor. So this one, so particle painter, then we say this dot particles, so like that. Then we have this dot progress. Then we need in our constructor method, so for variable, so for variable particle in particles. So particles. So we need to do what? We need to update them, okay. So we say particle dot update. So this one we created, so then we pass the progress here. So after that, so what we need to do, just pass semicolon there. we need to override. Okay, so missing whatever, so we need just click here, so we create the missing the missing overrides. So here we have the one with the canvas, so just need to clear there. So the first thing that we need to do, it is for variable. So for variable particle, so in canvas, so canvas, it is the space that we want to draw. Okay, so particle, so then that one we're gonna give it, so where we want to draw is, so in particles. So then, so here we just say final, so final paint, so this is the paint that we want to paint with. So final paint, here we're gonna say paint, so paint like this. Then we need to use this one, we say color. So in this color we just need to do what, to say particle dot color, so the color that we are passing, so we defined it there. Then after that we need style, we need to style, so then we say painting style. Okay, so painting style, so we need capital, so painting, so painting style. Okay, so painting style, here we need to fill like this one, so we do like that. Then in our canvas we need to draw, so we need to draw circles, so we just say canvas, so canvas dot draw, so we're gonna say draw circle. As you can see, we have different methods, so I want to draw circle. So here in the circle, so here we need to say offset, so I want to use offset, so offset like this. Then we say particle dot x like that. Then we go to what, dot x, then we need to multiply by the size dot width, then that is for x. Then for particle dot y, so particle dot y, so multiply by size dot height. Okay, so like that. So the radius, we pass our particle radius, particle radius dot radius. So then after doing that, the paint will remain to be paint. Okay, so then we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our override should repaint. So this one we need to set it to true, so that it will repaint the moment we update it. Okay, so just say to true, so that is our method to repaint. So now we have the particle system, so we need to go back here on top in our particle class painter. Okay, so then we need in our particle system, so this one, so what we need to do here, we just need to have our custom painter, so custom painter, so custom painter, we say create painter. So this one will be used to create the painter, so we pass the double progress. So here we need to do what, we just need to return, so our particle painter, so our particle, the private one, this one. Then so particles, we're gonna pass the particles we defined in the list, so the progress gonna remain to be the progress. So then that is our particle system. Okay, so that is what we wanted. So the next thing that we need to do, it is now to come and initialize it here on top. In the background, just below it here, we're gonna say final particle system. So our particle system, even though this is for decoration, so it's not a must, so you can have it just a simple login. So we just say particle system like this. So having this one, now we are going to start with initializing our controllers and other things. Okay, so we just need to initialize. So we say init, so init state here. So we override that. Then we need to say background what controller. So we need to initialize our let. So background controller, where is it? Background. So our background controller, so this one. So we do what? We need to initialize it with animation controller. So just say animation controller. So controller here. So in this one, we need to have the duration controller. So we need to have duration here, and with the vsync. So duration. So duration here, we want to have a constant duration of. So we want it to run with a duration of seconds. So in these seconds, we want it to be just 20 seconds. So after that, our vsync. So vsync what? So vsync. So we're gonna say this because now we are using with the single ticker provider mixing. So this one provides us with a single ticker. So then we need to repeat. So just say repeat. So like this. Okay, then you put semicolon. So that is our controller. So the next thing that you need, as usual, when you have a controller, make sure you dispose it. Okay, so that when it's no longer used, you just do what? You just free that memory. So after doing that, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the UI. So here we need to have the scaffold. We need to have scaffold. So scaffold like this. So here in the scaffold, so we need body. So body. So our body here, I want to pass a stack. Okay, so that we're gonna be able to stack the different widgets that we want, from the glassmorphism, our form, then our different UI components. Okay, so here in the body, so just say stack. So stack like this. So we need to have children. It is a list of children. So what we need to do, the first one, we need the animated background. Okay, so we're gonna say animated background background. So sometimes you might find it is hanging in this place, so make sure you have this point. Okay, for disposing the background, so disposing the animation. So here animated background, we just need to have animated. So animated background, animated builder. So this one builds when only this part when it is required to build. Okay, so we need to pass animation. So here we pass our controller. So background controller. Okay, background controller. So the reason why we are using the animated builder is because the moment we want to update that part, we just do what? We just update that part. It's not the whole UI. So in the builder we need context, then context we need child. So in the child here we need what? So we need to have what? So in the child, so in our body, so we need to return. So we need to return custom paint. So custom paint like this. So here we need painter. So our painter will be particle system. Our particle system that we defined in our class. So particle system, here we say what? Then dot create. We had a method in our particle, so we need to create that progress. So here we say background controller. so background controller dot value. So we need to animate based on the value. So after that, our child here, so our child, so we need to have child here. So we say child. So in this child we need to have our container. So it is our container. So this container we need to do decoration. So we do box decoration. Box decoration. We need box decoration like this. No, not box decoration first. So make sure you do decoration, then we say box decoration. So box decoration. So box decoration, then we say gradient. So gradient we're gonna say linear. We need to have it as a linear gradient. So linear gradient, so this one. So here in the colors, so let me remove this one. So in the colors here, we are going to use what? We are going to use our app theme. So it is a list. So here we pass our list. So in this list, what we need to do, it is app theme. We need to use our app theme. So app theme dot primary dark. So like this, then with alpha. So with alpha. So with alpha of, so 0.9. So 0.9, then you multiply by 255. So this is how you convert to alpha. So dot round. So just do like this. So we have it. So import our app theme here. So this one we created. So just import it like this. So after importing it, so with alpha. So with alpha, so make sure alpha. So with alpha like this. So then we need to have semicolon there. So it arranges itself like this. So now we have the first color. So the next one we need to copy this one because it's a list. So Control C. So here we just paste it. Just paste it again. So we're gonna have the primary medium. So we need to have primary medium. So medium like that. Then instead of 0.9 here we need it to be 0.7. So the next one, it is primary light. Okay, primary light. So like that, instead of having it 0.9, we need it to be 0.5. So that is our part for login. So when you restart, you should be able to see something. So, and as it continues to restart, we need to have the begin and the end. Okay, in our linear gradient. So just say begin. So here in the begin we need to use alignment. So we need alignment. We say alignment dot. So alignment dot what? We want to start from the top left. So top left, in our top left. Then we want it to end where? So where you want the linear gradient to end. So here just do what? Just say alignment dot bottom right, like this. So we do like that. We have the comment there. So let us wait for it to to restart so that we're gonna be able to see what is going on. So currently looks like this. So what we need to do, we need to restart because we didn't have the begin and the end. Okay, so let us wait for it to restart. So what happens is that we have that linear gradient. So the next thing that we need to do after animated builder, so we need to have a decorative elements. Okay, so in the corner we want to have that curve there. So what we need to do, we need to create that thing. So we're gonna have it as a list, so the decorative circles, so that we're gonna work on them. So let us come here in our just below here in our still in this class. So what we need to do here, we need to say list. So list of what? List of widget. So list of widget here, so we call it build. So build decorative, build decorative what? Decorative elements. Okay, so we want the circles. Okay, so the ones you saw in the image. So here what we need to do, so this is the list of widget. So isn't a type Y, so it's a capital W, so make sure it's caps lock. So here we need to return a list. So here in our list, what we need to do, it is to have the top. So we're gonna say top what? Top left decorative what? Decorative circle, like that. So here we just need to, so make sure you put semicolon there. So here in the top left we're gonna use positioned. So positioned widget, so that we're gonna position it. So positioned, so this has a child, but before you have the child, we need to have the position that we want to put it in. So just come here below. So we say top, we want top it to be negative 100. Then left, we need it to be negative 100 also. Okay, so after that, our child here, it is a container. We need it to be a container. So container, so here we just need to do what? To define the width. Okay, so here we just do what? Okay, so here we need to define the width. So the width of our, for our circle here, we need to say what? It is a 300 and height of 300. So let me remove this one. So height, here we'll just say it is 300. So after doing that, we need to have a decoration for our circle. So here we need to set its box decoration, box decoration. So box decoration, here we say what? We need to pass our shape. So shape for that box, so we're gonna say box dot, so we're gonna say box shape. So box shape dot what? Circle. So then we need to have a gradient. So gradient, here we want to have a linear. So linear gradient. so linear gradient like this. Then we want what? So linear gradient here, we need to have the colors. So this one, it's a list, so just pass them here. So we need to have up theme. So up theme dot accent blue. So up theme dot accent blue dot with alpha, so with alpha of what? 0.3. so 0.3, then you multiply by 255, then you round it, dot round. So the reason it is converted to the alpha, so that requires it to be an integer. So then here we just say up theme, the next one, so up theme. So let me copy this one. Instead of typing it, just copy this one, Control C. So we Control V here. So instead of accent blue, we need accent purple. So accent purple. So we need this one with alpha of the same 0.3 and other things. So that is our circle, the first circle. So we need to copy this for the bottom right. So just do like this, just come here, so Control C. So here you just have a comma, then we have what? We paste it there. So here we need to have a bottom. So bottom right. So bottom right, like that. So here we need to have it to be 150. We don't want it to be 150. So then also here we need it to be 150. So but the width here we need it to be 400. Okay, like that. Then 400. So here we need, instead of accent blue, we need it to be accent what? Green. Okay, so accent green with the 0.3 also. Then here, instead of accent purple, we need it to be accent what? Accent orange. Okay, this one, where is it? Orange, this one. So now we have the decorative elements. So what we need to do now, we need to pass them in our stack. So we're gonna come here just below our animated builder. So we use the spread operator here. So just say what? So like this. Then we're gonna say build what? Build decorative elements. So elements like this, we do like that. So we need to restart it. So the reason why you might find the code lagging, it's because my machine, it is too old. So to run this and also to record, it is becoming a hard thing. So that's why you find it too slow. So but in the next sessions we'll be developing, then I'll be showing later. Okay, so that is it. So this is just to show the part of it. So then I'll be showing the UI, then I develop the UI, then we run the application, then I show it. Okay, So as you can see, so let us see the output. So we are building a real world application, and what we need to do, so as you can see, we have that one. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have now to have the glassmorphism, so that we're gonna be able to do what? We're gonna be able, as you can see, we have these two here. So, and we don't want them to be in the same place. So the first one, it is in the top left. So the other one, we want it to be the bottom. Okay, so make sure it is bottom. So in the bottom, so like this, we want it to be there, and also in the, we want it to be right. So right, like that. Then you restart it, just move it to the other corner, to the bottom right. So as you can see, we have them here and also here. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the part for the login form. So at this point, what will happen is that I won't be running the application while developing. I'll be writing the code, then I show you where we are developing in the design. Then after that, I'm gonna run it when we complete a feature. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do. So the next thing that we need to do here, after adding the decorative elements, so we need to come here and let me show you the user interface. So the part that we want to work on, it is this part. For this part, you can see this part for that gonna hold the form. So, and it is a glassmorphism. So let us come back and we continue working on the application. So let us start working on that point. So at this point, what will happen here, just below our decorative elements, we need to use the center. We need to center it in this stack. So just say center, then we say child. So in the child, we need to say single child. So single child. So single child scroll view, so that we're gonna be able to scroll when in what, either in mobile or in small screens. So we just need that. Then we need a child. So the child that we want to pass here is padding. So in padding, we need to have padding. So we're gonna have the edge insets. So edge insets dot symmetric. So here we need to have so at this point, what are we gonna do to make this responsive, because we want to make our application responsive? What we're gonna do is that we're gonna develop the responsive helper that we're gonna use for our application. So let us start working on the responsive helper, so which we're gonna put in the utils. Okay, so here in the utils, where is it, our utils? So here you need to create the file. Here we say responsive, so responsive helper. So this one we're gonna use throughout our application. So I need to have a concrete foundation here. We're gonna say class, so class responsive helper. So here inside this one, what we're gonna do is that we need to have the screen size breakpoints. So where I want when to change, so from one view to the other. So we need to have screen size breakpoints. So what happens is that when developing an application, you need to make it responsive. So we need to say static const, so double. So we want the sizes that we're gonna use to detect if it is a mobile, if it is a what. So we say mobile breakpoint. So mobile breakpoint. So breakpoint. So in this breakpoint we're gonna set a 600. Then from there I'm gonna copy this one. So we just come here, then we paste it. So instead of mobile breakpoint here we need tablet. So tablet breakpoint. So breakpoint like this. Then instead of 600 we need it to be 1024. So these are pixels. So then from there, instead of, we need desktop. So desktop, then we say desktop breakpoint. So like this. Then in this part, this we need to set out of 100. Then from there we need the large desktop breakpoint. Okay, so large desktop desktop breakpoint. So this one will be 1440. Okay, so that is our screen. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is to have a device type check with the device pixel ratio compensation. Okay, so here we say device. So device type. So device type checks. So checks here, then we say with device. So device pixel. So device pixel ratio compensation. So compensation. So remember this one will be used to do what? To have to create a responsive UI. So we're gonna say static. So static bool. These are just that code. So it's mobile. We're using no other package. So it's mobile. Here we need to say build context. So we're gonna pass our build context. So this one will come from the material.dat. So context. So we need to import this one. We'll be using our, so no external package here. So in this point we need to say what? Find the width of the mobile. So this one we're gonna say media query. So this one used to detect the sizes, okay, of context. So context dot size dot width. Okay, so like this one. So this is similar to the one in the CSS. So if you are familiar with CSS, it's the same. So width here. So in width here we need to say if width it is less than our mobile breakpoint. So this is the mobile. Okay, so if it is less than our breaking point, the mobile, so that is a mobile. So then we need for tablet. So static bool is tablet. So here we say build context. So we say context like that. Then we need to have the width and height. Okay, final width. So here we say media query. So media query dot of context. So the context, you pass it there, then dot size dot height. Okay, dot height. So like that. So we're gonna copy this one, then we paste it. So instead of width we need the height. Okay, so height here. So we say media query dot height. So this one should not be width, this one should be width here. So like this. So we need to check so the aspect ratio. So here we say final aspect. So aspect ratio, this one, it is the ratio between what? The width and height. Okay, so we say width divided by height. Okay, so that is our aspect ratio. So we want to return. So if width if width it is what, greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint, the one that we defined. So if it is greater than or equal to that, and width, so this is a condition we want, and width it is less than desktop breakpoint. So desktop breakpoint, so if it is in that, so or we say or, so or we're gonna say or what, our aspect ratio. So aspect ratio, so our aspect ratio, it is what, it is greater than 1.2, and aspect ratio, it is what, aspect ratio, if it is what, if it is less than 1.8. so this is going to be the, so it's going to be the tablet if we have the ratio of that. So the next one we need to do it is for desktop. So then we're gonna say static bool, we say is desktop, so is desktop. So here you just say build context, so build context. So here what we need to do it is final width. So final width, it is media query dot of context. So then we say what, size, so then width. So this is how you get the sizes of the width and height of the device screen using the media query. Okay, so return if width it is what, so if width it is greater than or equal to desktop. If it is greater than this one, we need to say if it is greater than or equal to desktop breakpoint, so like that. So we're gonna return it is desktop. Okay, so then after that we need the is large desktop. Okay, so static bool, so this one gonna return either true or false. So is large desktop, so desktop like this. So here we say build context, then we say context. So then after doing that, what we need to do it is final width is equals to, so final width is equals to media query, so media query dot of context. Then we need what, the size of the width. Okay, so size then width. So when you do that, now we need to compare, so we're gonna return either true or false. So width if it is greater than or equal to large desktop, so large desktop breakpoint. Okay, so that is our large desktop. So that one gonna be used to detect that. So then from there we need to have the screen size detection. So we need to say screen size detection. So we need a way to detect our screen sizes. So we say detection. So this one will be used more. So static size, so use that size. So here we say get screen, so it's a type of size. So size like this. Then we have build context, so build context, then you say context like that. Then what we're gonna return here, what we need to return it is what, it is our media query of dot size. Okay, so media query dot of context, so context then dot of size. Okay, so we get the size. So then from there we need also the orientation. So we're gonna say static orientation. So this is how the screen it is, either landscape or portrait. Yeah, so we get orientation. So orientation, so these are the Flutter things, so you can check them. So build context. If you don't understand them, so you can go through them in their documentation. So here we just do what I want to return. I want to use the arrow. So here we say we return media query. So media query dot of context. So dot of context dot orientation. So like that. So after doing that, now we have the orientation. So this one you can see whether in portrait or landscape. Then this one, the size, it is what holds a 2D floating point size. You can think of this as an offset. So what we need to do, it is the percentage calculations with the orientation awareness. Okay, so here we need to do, we're gonna say percentage calculation, percentage. So we need to calculate the percentage here, calculations. So percentage calculations with orientation. So like this, orientation awareness like this. So we need to start working on it. So in getting our percentage calculations, we're gonna say static double. So static double, here we're gonna say get height percentage. So height percentage, so like this, percentage height percentage. Then we say what we need to say build context. So build context, so this one will be passed when you want to use this method. So build context, then we say context. So then we need double, so double, then percentage. So we name it percentage like this. Then in this point, so what we need to do is that we need to do what we need to have final height. So final height, the height that we want. So we're gonna say media query. So media query dot of context like this. Then we want to get the size of the height. Okay, so of the height there. Then after that we need to adjust for keyboard visibility. Okay, so we're gonna say final bottom. So bottom insert is equals to, so is equals to what, is equals to media query dot of context then dot view inserts. So view inserts dot bottom, so dot bottom like this. So then the next one, we do what we need to return. We return the height minus minus what we want to minus the bottom insert like this. Then we need to multiply. Now we need to multiply by the percentage divided by 100 like that. So that is our part for getting the height. Okay, so the height percentage. So the next one that we want it is to get the width percentage. So we're gonna say static double. So this one, you're not getting a lot of things. Here we don't need any keyboard. So double, here we just say get with what, get with percentage. So here we say build context. So build context here. So we just say context, we name it context. So then after that we need also percentage to pass it here. So just do what, double percentage like this. So in this point, what we need to do, we need to return media query dot of context context, then dot size dot width. So dot width, then we multiply by percentage what? Percentage divided by 100. So that is it. Then from that point, the next one that we want, it is now to the font size. Okay, the font size calculation with device pixel ratio awareness. Okay, so here we're gonna say font size. So the font size, that is our font size of the font. So calculation, so we say calculation, so calculation like this. So we say what? With the device pixel awareness. So awareness like this. Then with pixel ratio, when you want it to be aware with the ratio, so like that. So here what we need to do is that we need to have a adaptive font size. So we're gonna say static. So we want it to adapt based on the size of the screen. Okay, so here we say adaptive font size. So here just have the build context, then we name it context. So then we need what? Double size, and also the optionals here, double min size. Then this one we're gonna pass it to 12 by default. Then double max size, so max size, so this one will be 30. We're gonna assign it to 30 by default. So just say 30. So like that. Then we need to do what? Now we need to have our body here. So here we're gonna do final. We need to get the device width. So device width, so here we're gonna say media query. So media query dot of context, then dot size dot width. Okay, so then after that we're gonna say we need to have effective scaling factor calculation for mobile. Okay, so here we're gonna say double scale factor. So scale factor, so this one is for mobile. So that if it is device width, if the device width it is what? It is less than mobile breakpoint. So mobile breakpoint, if it is less than that, what we need to do here is just to do what? So we need to have a gentle scaling for our mobile. Okay, so we're gonna say scale factor. So scale factor here is equals to 0.85. Then we need to add the device width. So device width here divided by our mobile breakpoint. Okay, so like that. Then we need to multiply by 15%, so 0.15. so like that. So else if it is not in that, so else if we're gonna do what? Else if we're gonna say device, if the device it is what? Device width. So device width here, if it is less than desktop breakpoint, so desktop breakpoint, we need to do what? We need to come here in the body, we need to have the scale factor. So scale, so that we're gonna have a smooth transition from tablets. So we're gonna say scale factor. So scale factor here is equals to device. So we say device what? Device width. So our device width, then divided by desktop breakpoint. Okay, so then after doing that we multiply by 0.3. so 0.3 plus 0.7. so then after that it is the desktop scaling, so we just say else desktop scaling. So here we say scale factor, so scale factor, so scale factor here, so we need to say what it is 1.0, so like that. So after doing that, we need to have the now at the adaptive size. Okay, so just come here outside our checks, so we do what we say final adaptive size, so is equals to size multiplied by what, multiplied by scale factor, so scale factor, that one. So then we need to return the adaptive what, return our adaptive what, adaptive we're gonna say adaptive dot clamp. Okay, so dot clamp this one, then the lower limit, so the lower limit is the mean size, so mean size, the one that we passed in our, then here we need proceed. So then here the other part we need to have it what as max, so max size. Okay, so this is it, so we need to make sure you're inside this one. So yeah, it's like that. So the mean size, so undefined mean size, so we should have it here. So let us check, did we not pass it? Yeah, we passed here, but we didn't put that comma, so like that. So the error disappears like that. So we need to have the semicolon. So after that we need to have the responsive width. Okay, so to have the responsive width, so we need to say what, static, so static double, so we say get, so we get the responsive, so responsive width. So this one will be used to get the width that is responsive. Okay, when you want a responsive width, so just use this one. So we need to pass the build context, so the context, so then from there what we need, it is required, so the required double, so this is for mobile. If it is for, you must pass these three, so for mobile you need to define it, then required, so required for double for what, for tablet, for tablet like this. Then we have the required, so required for desktop, so for desktop like this. So having that, then we need to have a double that is not a must, so nullable, so this one is not a must, you'll be able to pass when you call this method. So double, so nullable for large desktop. Okay, desk, so desktop. So these methods we're gonna use them in our UI, so that make our UI more responsive. So here you're gonna say final screen width, so screen width. So for our final screen width, here we need to get the width from the media query, so media query. So when developing the application, always make sure that you design this beforehand, so that you're gonna be able to make a responsive when dealing with the Flutter web. Okay, so that you're gonna be able to control the width. Okay, so and the size, the screen sizes. Okay, so final orientation, so orientation what, so our orientation here we need to get it, so orientation that is either portrait or media query, so media query dot of context, so then we pass what, dot, so we need the orientation. Okay, so that is it. So now we have the orientation and we have the screen width. So we need to adjust now the values for landscape orientation on mobile or tablet. Okay, so here I'm gonna say adjust values for landscape for what, the landscape orientation. So like this, orientation on mobile stroke tablet. So here we say final, so final orientation here, orientation factor, so we name it orientation factor. So this one we're gonna say orientation, so orientation is equals to, orientation, so orientation dot landscape, so landscape and what, and screen width. So we need to make sure it is, the screen width, it is less than what, desktop breakpoint. Okay, if it is less than that, so desktop breakpoint, like that. Then if it is true, we just say what, it is 0.8, else it will remain to be 1.0. so like that. So now we need to start checking the screen sizes, and we compare them, and then we give the orientation factor. So in here what we need to do it is, if our screen width that we defined there, if it is greater than or equal to our large desktop, so our large desktop what, breakpoint, if it is greater than, and for large desktop, it's not equal to null. So large desktop, it is not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, so here we need to return we're gonna say return for large desktop. So for large desktop, this one, then we need to multiply by the orientation factor. So orientation factor, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, else if it is the screen size, so if the screen width, so if the screen width it is greater than or equal to what, if it is greater than or equal to desktop breakpoint, so desktop breakpoint, this one, then we need to do what, we need to return for desktop. So for desktop, whatever we're gonna pass here for desktop, then we multiply by the orientation factor. So orientation factor, like that. So that is part 4 for desktop. So else if we want for the screen size, screen width, so screen width, if it is what, if it is greater than or equal to, so greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint, so mobile breakpoint, if it is in that, we need to return for tablet. So this one will be for tablet, so we just say for tablet, then we multiply by the orientation factor. So orientation factor, like that. So after doing that, so else we have checked the desktop and others, so we need to return the mobile. So return for mobile, so for mobile like this, then we multiply by orientation factor. So that is the part for getting the responsive width. So the next one we need it is to get the responsive font size. Okay, so what we're gonna do, it will be the same thing. So we're gonna copy this one, so I want to copy this one, it's the same thing, but we're gonna change some few things here and there. So just come here, just copy, then when you copy, so just come here and paste it. So here we're gonna say it is what, get what, then we're gonna say get responsive font size, so font size. So then we pass these ones there. Then here we need what, the orientation, the device pixel. So we don't need the orientation here, we just need to say final the device pixel. So device pixel, so pixel what, ratio. So this one we're gonna say what, we're gonna say media query. So media query dot of context. So then we need to do what, to get the device pixels, so device pixel ratio, like that. So then we need to know if it is a landscape or a portrait. So final is landscape. So if it is landscape, so landscape, so here we're gonna say what, if, so here we need to check, so media, so media query dot of context. So then we're gonna say dot the orientation. Okay, so orientation, so we need to check whether it's equal to our orientation dot landscape. Okay, orientation dot landscape. Okay, like that. So that is part for checking if it is landscape. Set it gonna return true if it is landscape. Okay, so then from there we need to apply a site reduction for high pixel density devices. Okay, so here we need to come here, we say final density factor. So density factor, here we're gonna say device pixel ratio, our device pixel, so pixel ratio, this one. Then if it is greater than 2.5, so if it is greater than 2.5 we need to return 0.9. failure to that it is going to be 1.0. so then we need to have a reduction for landscape orientation on smaller devices. So final orientation factor, so orientation factor. So in this we're gonna say is landscape. If it is landscape, the one that we looked, if it is true, and screen width, so, and if the screen width, our screen width, it is what, it is greater than 2.5. so if it is, and the screen width, it is what, less than, we want to check if it is less than desktop what, breakpoint. If it is less than that, we need to do what, we need to give it 0.9. failure to that, we just do what, give the 1.0. so that is our density factor. So the next thing that we want to do now, instead of multiplying with the, so for this one we're gonna remove, so this the orientation factor here, so just clean it. From there, instead of multiplying with the orientation factor here, so what we need to do, it is to multiply with the, so we spelled it what, orientation, so make sure you spell it well, so orientation factor, so that is it. So that one will, so what we'll do here, so for desktop here we need to multiply by our density factor. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one, so Control C, can multiply here, just come here and you multiply. Okay, so just paste it there. So you can copy this one, Control C, then you need to multiply in every, so in every part, so like that. Then you come from tablet also, so here like that, then here like that. So that is it for that part. So the next part, it is the grid count. So these are the how many columns you want, how many maybe cards you want in a screen. So we have an error, so let us go and solve it. So double, so this one should be double. So also we think, okay, also it's okay. Let me see the other one. So the one that we copied, if it's okay, so it's okay. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to do what now, to work on this part for the part for what we want to work for, the responsive grid count. Okay, so here gonna say grid count. So grid, we want to know how many grids do we want in every screen. Okay, when you pass this method. So with orientation what, so orientation awareness. Okay, we want it like this. So we're gonna say static int, so get responsive, so we name it like this. So get responsive grid count. So here we pass the build context. So build context, then we say context. You need to pass the context. So here what we need to do, it is first of all we need to get the width of the screen. So we say final width. So final width, so here we just say media query. So media query dot of context, then we need to get the size of the width. So like this, we name it like that. So here then we need to check if it is landscape or not. So that one we're gonna copy this one. So we get the if it is landscape or not. So you just come here. So when you come here, you just paste that. Now we have the landscape. So here we need to check. Okay, so if our width, we need to check if our width it is greater than our large, if it is greater than our large desktop. So large desktop breakpoint, if it is greater than that, we need to return its landscape. First of all, we need to check if it is landscape or not. If it is landscape, so if it is landscape, we need to return 5 grids. But failure to that, we need what? We need 4 if it is not landscape. So we do like that. So else if, so this one should be if not fi. So if that one, so else if if it is what, if it is the width, so the width here it is what, greater than, so it is greater than or equal to desktop what, desktop breakpoint. So these are good for knowing the screen, what to show in the screen and how to show it. So return if it is landscape. So landscape here we want to show what, 4 columns, 4 grids. So failure to that, we need to show 3. So 3 grids. So else if it is greater than, so with, if it is greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint, so mobile breakpoint, if it is greater than that, so it simply means this is tablet. So we need to return, so we need to check if it is landscape first. So landscape, so if it is landscape, so we need to do what, 3 columns. Failure to that, if it is portrait, we just pass to 2. So as here we need to return its landscape here we just say if it is landscape, if our phone it is mobile, it is in landscape, we need to show 2. Then if it is what, it is portrait, we show 1. So that is our getting our grid responsive grid count. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, it is for getting what, the responsive padding. So static, we want our padding to be responsive. So edge insets, so this one, it's our edge insets type. So then we're gonna say get responsive. So get responsive what, responsive padding. So we come here and we pass our build context. So build context, we name it context. So then here what we need to do, it is to find the safe area. So safe area is equals to, so safe area, so then media query dot of what, context. So then we need what, padding. Okay, so that is how to get the safe area. So the width, I'm gonna copy this one instead of typing it, just copy this one here. So in this, what we need to do, it is to pass it here. So after doing that, now we have the width and we have the safe area. So what we need to do, it is to do our comparison. So if our width it is greater than or equal to desktop breakpoint, so desktop breakpoint, so breakpoint, if it is greater than or equal to that, so we're gonna return edge insets. So edge insets, we need to return this from left to right. So here we need to from left to right to bottom. So this one gonna be 24, so the size, so 24.0. Then plus we need to add the safe area dot gonna name it well. So our safe area dot left, so that is our left. Then the next one, what we need, it is for what, for top. So we're gonna copy this one. So this one we're gonna copy it, Control C, then you come here, you paste it. Then instead of 24, we're gonna pass it, let them all of them be 24, then like this. So we want them to be equal like that. So that is our part for if it is greater than or equal to what, to this what, to this breakpoint that we defined there. So else if it is what, the width, if our width here, if our width it is greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint, so mobile breakpoint, if it is greater than or equal to that, so this is desktop. So we need to, I'm gonna copy this one, then we do some changes. So Control C, then you come here and paste it. So in this part, what we need to do, it is to change from 24 to 16. So here we need to say 16, so 16 like this, then you pass it like this, then also here, so 16, then also here 16, so like that. So that is our part for the desktop. Then else, so here else we need to, so else here we just do what, we need to have it the default one for mobile and tablets. So for mobile I mean, because this is for if it is greater than desktop, so it simply means it is large. Then if it is greater than mobile, so it simply means it is tablet. And then this is now for phone. So for phone here, we do not need 24, we need 16. Okay, not 16, 12. So 12 here you just say 12, so like this. So then, so that is our part for getting the responsive padding. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our aspect ratio. So we want to have a responsive aspect ratio. So we just come here. So here you just say what? Just come here below. We're gonna say aspect ratio. So aspect ratio. So with what? With orientation. So we want to be able to be oriented aware. So awareness. So here what we need to do it is to have the static double. So static double, then we're gonna say get responsive aspect what? Aspect ratio, like this. Then we do what? So I'm gonna copy this one, the method here. So where is it? The one that we're gonna detect the different. So I'm gonna copy this one. So make sure you copy that one from anywhere you want, but make sure you have it, or you can copy it here. So just paste it there. Now we have the for mobile, for desktop and others. So the next thing that we want to do, it is to do what? Now we need to be able to detect the orientation factor, its landscape and the width. So that one I'm gonna copy it also from here, the orientation factor. If it is landscape, then the width. So this one, Control-C. So I just come here, then I will paste it. So in here, what I need to change, I don't want the aspect device pixel ratio, so just to remove that. Then we have the orientation, gonna remove this also. The orientation factor, we check if it is desktop, then if it is desktop, if it is landscape, then we need to, and if it is in that point. So what I will do, this one we're gonna check. So the orientation factor, so what we're gonna do, if it is landscape, I don't want to compare if it is desktop or not. So just come here, then you remove that. If it is landscape, we need to show the aspect ratio that we want here. We want it to be 1.2, but failure to that, we want it to be 1.0. So here, instead of screen width, we just need to say width. So like that. So that is our width. Then from that point, now we have the aspect ratio, orientation factor, and its landscape and width. Okay, so we need to compare them. So if our width, it is what? Greater than or equal to large desktop. So large desktop breakpoint. And for landscape, for large desktop, if we have it, because we put it to be null, so sometimes we might pass it or not. For large desktop, if it's not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, so if we passed it there in our method, so here we need to return for what? For large desktop, this one, then we multiply by what? Orientation factor. So like that. So that is part for the large desktop. Then else if here we say what? The width. If our width here, it is greater than or equal to desktop, so desktop what? Breakpoint. If it is greater than or equal to that, so we just need to return this for desktop. So return desktop. So desktop what? So we are going to say for desktop, so desktop, there we say what? Then we multiply by our orientation, so orientation factor. So like that. So the next one we need, it is for tablet. So else if it is what? If it is its width, the screen width, if it is greater than or equal to mobile. So if it is greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint, so this one, if it is that one, we need to return for tablet. So for tablet, so this one, then we multiply by orientation factor. So doing that, now we have it like this. So the next, if it is not there, we just know it is in the mobile. So in the mobile, we say return for mobile. So for mobile, then we multiply by orientation factor. So like this. So after doing that, now we have the responsive aspect ratio. The next one, it is the layout. Okay, we need to build a layout responsive, that is responsive. So we need here responsive I'm gonna say responsive layout. So layout builder, so this one. So with smooth we need to have it with smooth transitions, so like this. So here we just need to, I'm gonna copy this one, gonna copy this part, this one up to here. So you can copy it, then you come it here, then you paste it. So just paste it here. So instead of getting the aspect ratio, we need to build. So build responsive layout. So after that, we need to close this one first. So after doing that, now we have the width, and we have, so here instead of double, here we need to have widgets. Okay, so we're gonna say widget, then instead of 4, we remove 4, then we have mobile. So like this, mobile. Then for tablet, just remove it, this part. So like this, tablet. So this one will be a widget also. So widget. Then for desktop, we name it desktop. Then it will be required widget. Okay, so widget like that. Then for landscape, we pass it widget also. So widget, then we name it large desktop. So that is that part. So now we have it like this. So the next thing that we need to do, so before we forget, we need to pass here double, so that we're gonna be able to be aware of the type of it. So double. So then make sure here you pass it double. So we forgot to add that double, so like that. So then after doing that, now we have the widget like this. So then here we have the width, then we need to have so we need to have to compare them. So here, just come here below, we just say if our width, so if our width, it is greater than or equal to large desktop large desktop breakpoint. If it is breakpoint, if it is greater than this, and we have the desktop, so large desktop, we have it, so it's not equal to null. So if it is not equal to null here, we need to do to return the large desktop. So our large desktop, this one. Then the next one, if it is so this one, it is complaining about widget can't be returned from the method because, okay, so this one we need to change it, make sure to update this one. Instead, it should be a widget. We wanted to return a widget. So then, else if we're gonna say if width if width it is greater than or equal to desktop, so desktop breakpoint, this one, then we need to return what? Desktop. So desktop, this one. Then from that point we need to have else if our width, so our width it is greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint. So this is if it is tablet, so mobile breakpoint, if it is greater than this, so we know it is what? A tablet, so we just return tablet. So we do that, then else we return there. So it's not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be here. So else we need to return mobile. So after doing that, now we have the responsive layout. So the next one, the last one, so this one will be to get the safe horizontal padding for content. Okay, so this one we're gonna say safe to get, we're gonna say get safe what? Horizontal padding for content. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to define it static edge insets. So edge, we're gonna say edge insets, the return type here, we're gonna say get safe what? Horizontal, so horizontal padding. So this one we pass our build context, then we name it context. Then from here we need our width, final width. So here we just say what? The media query dot of context. So then we come here and we do what? We make it size, then we do what? Width. Okay, like this one. The next thing that we need, it is if our width it is what? Greater than or equal to large desktop breakpoint. So if it is greater than that, we just need to do what? We need to center the content with maximum width. So we're gonna say final horizontal. So horizontal, we're gonna name it horizontal. So horizontal padding. So you can see it is the horizontal padding. So the gap. So we're gonna say the maximum. So max here. So we're gonna define this method. So maximum here we want it to be 24. So 24.0. Then width here, width we're gonna minus. We need to subtract 1400. So 1400 divided by 2. So what we'll do here, we need to create this method. So we're gonna come here below. So this is a helper function for max. Okay, so we're gonna say helper. So helper function for maximum. Okay, so here what we need to do, it is static double. So static double max, we pass our double A, then double B like this, where we say if A it is greater than B, we need to return A, divide A, we need to return A, and if else we're gonna return B. Okay, if A it is greater than B, we're gonna return A, else we're gonna return B, the one that is greater. Okay, we are just comparing. So return, so we need to return edge insets dot symmetric. So symmetric like this. Here we need to pass the horizontal, so we just name it horizontal padding like that. So that is part for large desktop. So else if here we need to do what? If our width it is greater than desktop breakpoint, so desktop, so if it is greater than this, so this one breakpoint, so we need to do what? To return we need to return constant of edge insets dot symmetric. So symmetric means or creates a symmetrical vertical and horizontal offsets. Okay, so in every margin above and below, so like that. So then we're gonna say horizontal. So our horizontal here, we want it to be that 2 if it is what our if it is our desktop. So else if here we need to do what, if width it is greater than or equal to mobile breakpoint. So mobile breakpoint, so like this, then we're gonna say what, we need to return const of edge insets symmetric, edge insets dot symmetric. So then here I just say horizontal of 30 of 24, we want it to be 24.0 like that. So that is part for desktop. So for tablet, so else, so if it is what, if it is mobile, we need to return const of edge insets dot symmetric. So horizontal be 16, we want it to be 16.0. so this is our helper method. When you want to create a responsive part, just call this class with the part that you want. Okay, so make sure you have this one. It will be used extensively when we create the user interface, so make sure that you have it in your code, okay, as we went through it. So what you don't understand, you can search it online from their documentation, or even use any kind of LLM, either Gemini, Cloudy, you can use them, okay, to understand the points that you don't get. So the next thing that we need, it is to continue working on our login.